And we're live. Holy crap, only nearly an hour late.
All right, has to happen eventually.
So this is our new D&D campaign, guys. Don't sound so excited.
Boo. And there was much rejoicing.
Yeah, I originally had in mind I would have like a little, not really script, but at least an outline of points I was going to make to the audience that we don't have. So it's okay. Yeah, we are here with the Warriors of Whimsydale. And today we're playing and raising money for my family. For anybody watching, my daughter Elizabeth is currently a leukemia patient at Northside Hospital in Atlanta. And we're about to find out the results of her newest bone marrow biopsy. So fingers crossed there. And donations that are made tonight basically just go straight to our family to help us out with bills, both just the general household bills, and then Liz unfortunately has some stuff that wasn't covered under insurance or her financial aid, and we got to pay those as well. And so every amount, little or small, helps. And if you want to know more about what's going on with that, we have a website. It's literally fun, the number 4, and her name Liz. So it's FUN, the number 4, LIZ.net. Will take you and you get all the information about that. Other than that, we're going to have some fun. And we're starting a brand new game, brand new characters. None of us know what we're doing.
Some might survive, some might not.
Would you shush your face?
Only the strong survive.
Shut your face!
Some of us have a second character sheet waiting to be lined up.
I always know I've done doing my job, keeping the tension going when people start coming up with their new character while they're in the middle of the combat or whatever the situation is.
I already know what my next character is going to be. It's okay.
Yeah.
That used to be a personal point of pride when I had players literally doing that in the middle of a hairy situation. It lets me know that I'm keeping. It's not.
Player's handbook for
You start rolling dice.
No, I already know what my next one's going to be. This goes downhill quick.
I need 60s, 46, and we got them.
Well, we're gonna start in an interesting way. Liz, your character's name. Let me pronounce it correctly. Farih.
Yep.
You were
How
eight.
do you say it again?
Farih.
Farih.
Sort of. I guess it's a Middle Eastern kind of thing.
Roll the R.
No.
Farih.
Yep. No rolled R.
We will not do that. That would get old really quickly.
Yes, it would. I know.
Farih.
Okay. Starting with me.
Yeah. You were 8 years old.
What?
What?
You're a young girl, and even though you have really vague memories from when you were extremely small of some situation where you were pulled from your bed in the middle of the night and you were running away from something and there were shouting voices, and you don't know, even now at this age, you don't know how old you were when that happened or what the questions that you had for the man who's raised you. He brushes off and simply has always told you that it's safer here and some things have to wait until you're old enough to learn them. And he, while he is always kind to you, he has never once, raised his hands or beaten you, but he does sometimes have strict rules and makes you feel absolutely horrible if you disobey him or try to get into some of his private business. And he's also known once you got old enough, he would leave for extended periods of time. When you were younger, it would always be in the care of someone else. And then, by the time you're around 8 years old, you still have somebody coming in several times a day to check in on you from a nearby homestead that he's plunked a couple of coins down because he seems to go away on business semi-regularly.
Okay.
He also, you've spent a childhood where you have been sick a lot, at least as you understand it, because he's often giving you medicines that make you feel extremely strange and leave you laying down, your head spinning and sometimes seeing strange visions in front of you. And he tells you these are things that you need, otherwise your sickness would get much worse. Your skin has started to, and hair have begun to change colors, and tiny little nubs are starting to grow out of your skull. And your nightmares and or possibly memories of whatever happened to you when you were very small, they sometimes keep you up at night. And sometimes because of all these, possibly because of the medicine or whatever, you tend to imagine things with incredible, like vivid visions. Everything you think about seems incredibly realistic to you, whether it's a memory or something you're able to imagine. And one of the things he tries to teach you is how to tell the difference between the things that are made up in your head and the real world around you, and then sometimes trying to show you how you can make one thing affect the other.
Okay.
And he tells you that the medicines he gives you are going to help with that.
Okay.
One night, your nightmares are particularly bad. Okay. And you refuse to go back to sleep, and you're huddled in your bed, your knees up to your chest. And you are too scared to go back to sleep, because if you close your eyes, you'll see this terrible vision, and you know that as you're peeking out on the back of some cart or some other type of transport, and you're looking at these faded, shadowy figures that are standing watching as you're going away, and you don't remember who these people are, but they're important to you, and you're watching them get smaller and smaller as you go away. And for some reason, that's heartbreaking and frightening.
Okay.
So you refuse to go to sleep. And when your foster father, Jaren, comes in, at first he's trying to scold you and tell you not to be ridiculous, but then he looks at your face and sees that you are that scared. So he tells you that he has a gift for you that he was saving for later at a more appropriate time, but maybe now it would be all right. So he leaves the room and he comes back with something. And it just looks like a long beaded necklace. And the rest of it's just like almost random, worthless stones, but they're all kind of interesting colors and odd shapes, just all strung together almost chaotically. But the centerpiece is this one large gem, like a ruby, but it's shaped so bizarrely. It's not cut in any kind of normal symmetrical pattern, but instead it's sort of irregular, and it has this weird shape. And then when you look within, you swear it's just got something sparking within, almost like it has this tiny little glow, like there's this infinitesimally small firelight deep within the gem. And he tells you this is yours, and it will and if you learn how to talk to it, it'll make you never feel alone. So you spend the next hour looking at and focusing on this necklace and looking into the gem. And you swear you start to hear a voice in your head.
And so it begins.
And at first, this is just like, it feels like you wandered into a room where you're just hearing someone who's talking to himself. And it's a male voice, adult, speaking with kind of a strange accent, almost an old-fashioned way of speaking. You hear like thee and thou, and some more like old-fashioned words that you've seen in some really old texts that your foster father has shown you. But he seems to be reciting some sort of history. He's talking about, you hear him talking about the ancient empire of the orcs that existed thousands of years ago before their great city fell, and orcs descended into nothing but savagery. And then as you keep listening, then he talks. He begins talking about the next great era of the elves, where they ruled all the known lands, and they had their own time before they had a conflict from within destroy them and split the elvish race into different factions, and some were even driven into complete other dimensions or planes of existence. And then he talks about the rise of the Dwarvish Empire, and how in the age of the great guilds, where they combine magic and technology to create all these wonders and create this amazing age, but also too they conquered all the other races and lands and kind of unified the entire continent until the day of the judgment came, and the Dwarvish capital under the mountain became a volcano. it was completely destroyed, and to this day that mountain has an unending storm above it. And the Dwarvish Empire fell, and this dark age began that's lasted hundreds and hundreds of years, and then he just kind of trails off, and you're listening to this weird history lesson. He doesn't seem to know you're there at first, until you finally, at some point, you decide to say something.
What an 8-year-old.
You're listening to what is both sort of interesting, but after a while of listening to this voice, it's also just like a boring history teacher talking. And he doesn't even seem to be talking to you.
No.
You literally hear him, and he'll go off on weird tangents and mutter to himself, and doesn't seem to know you're there.
So as he's muttering, she's just kind of gonna questioningly go, "Hello?" Question mark. Look at that sort of drawn out with a question mark at the end.
He seems very surprised. Huh?
Can you hear me?
He asks you, "Who art thou?"
I'm Farih. Who are you? Farih. Don't know my own character's name.
You hear like an uncertain pause, and he just says, "I don't remember."
Well, that seems sad. Will you be my friend anyway? You sound like you know stuff.
So you begin to chat with him, and this becomes this relationship that now lasts until... How old are you now in the current modern time?
24.
You're 24 years old. And you have, since your horns have grown in and curled, you've begun the habit of wearing your necklace just curled in and with the gemstone in the center there. And you can talk to him whenever and however you want. And he always answers you. And he has this great repository of like historical knowledge, but it seems cut off. He doesn't seem to know anything that you have to be the one to fill him in on anything that's happened after the fall of the Dwarvish Empire. He doesn't seem aware of any of those events. And every time you try to ask him about where he is or how he's talking to you, he seems very confused, and he still, after all these years, does not know his name.
Okay.
You know, if you have given him a nickname, that's totally up to you.
Given him a nickname, what's a good name for a dude?
Or like the history teacher who lives in your head.
Yeah, for the history teacher who lives in your head. That's right. You gotta think of
Professor Bins.
No.
Just giving you an idea.
Give me a second to think about that one.
No worries. That's nothing we have to have exactly right now. So, now
Also,
here...
it would be what an 8-year-old would be.
Well, that's what I'm
Yeah.
thinking. I have to think from the
A little girl's name.
Mr. E.
Yeah.
I like it, Mr. E.
There you go.
Done. Thank you, Corey.
You're welcome.
You're the best. I like
It
it.
has to have a real name too that starts with an E.
Well, who knows? We're gonna call him Mr. E for now.
Because it's mystery. Mr. E, mystery.
Yeah. I see what you did there.
I got it the second you said it.
I was like, I was like, we're the only three.
Why is everybody else just staring at me?
I was like, yeah, that sounds fine. Right?
I'm like, there's an inside
Awesome. Got it. Empire, perfect. Neat. Mr. E. I like it. That's awesome.
There you go. So now here, in your 20s, you still live in the same modest home outside of the town of Ayrith. Ayrith, if anybody cares. And you're over just on the outskirts where the beginning of some of the farming families and dwell. And even though this is not a coastal town, it's not far from the coast. There's actually a fishing village that's not that far. And then is only a couple days travel from a large city.
Okay.
The city of Insridge. Now, as is typical with him, your foster father you've lived with this whole time has taken trips, but it seems like each time he goes, he's gone a little bit longer. Usually, though, never more than like a month, 6 weeks at a time. This time, he has been gone for nearly half a year. And usually when he's gone for an extended period of time, messages and notes would be delivered by different people, or and sometimes even strange little magically conveyed communications just to touch base with you, let you know what's going on and what the current expects to be like. He never is big on telling you his business, but he does seem concerned about making sure you feel comfortable with what's going on and all that. This time he's been gone now, and except after the week after he was gone, there has been zero communication. It's left you at this point where you're feeling rather concerned.
Yeah.
But you've lived here so long, you basically run the household anyway. You don't need him for anything other than just, you're worried about him. Now, we're going to switch over.
Okay.
So, Cal, you made your way to Aerith because it's out of the way, and some of the other places you've been, including the city of Ensridge, you got people looking for you that would not be happy to see you. Or they would be happy to see you, but you wouldn't be happy to see them. And as you were in town kind of only for less than 2 days, talking to people and working your way around just to get the lay of the land, an opportunity fell in your lap to earn a simple coin simply by delivering a message and fetching someone into town. It's easy enough, and you figure if there's gold to be made with such a simple job, it may be able to work your way into some other opportunity. So you have been given directions and a description and a name to go to a small home just outside of town and find a young girl named Farih. And you're basically just to be told that she has an important something important and personal is being delivered to her, but it can't be brought to her front door. She needs to come into town to pick it up.
Into Aerith to pick it up, or into...
To go into town to pick it up, but that is your job. You don't know what it is. You know it's something large and heavy, which is why, and because of the nature of the crappy path that goes to her place, it wouldn't be an easy job to take this delivery. But other than that, you don't know what it is. You've just been told to go fetch her and told where in town to bring her so she can go check it out.
Got it.
And you don't even really have any names.
Don't even have any names.
But you do have 2 new gold pieces in your pocket that were not in your character sheet before.
Already winning.
Money.
So there's a knock on your door.
Yep.
So she's just gonna open it, and no
Yeah,
idea who
and
you
what
are.
does she see?
I'm just gonna go, hi!
Good day, miss. I've been sent on an errand.
This is far too formal. No. I'm Farih. Do you want something to eat? I've got some stuff cooking in here if you're interested.
That's okay. I just kind of want to get you delivered to where we're going. It's a quick.
Delivered?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm delivered to anything, but... What?
I have a message here. You have a delivery in town. It's too large to actually deliver it to your household. If you'll come with me, I'll take you into town so we can see, what's going on.
And they think I can carry it?
I show her the message.
Yeah, it's just a simple. No, and yeah, it does not have a lot of details other
Okay.
than.
She's gonna shrug and go, okay.
You do
Either
see
way.
this girl is very unusual looking. Can you please describe yourself? And also, you two, go ahead and describe your characters for everybody else's
So,
benefit.
She's got smaller ram horns. She's got that necklace wrapped around her horns. Very tan skin with a little bit of a red glow. Gold eyes and purple, sort of blue-violet hair that she keeps braided, sort of nice, and it's a little bit straight.
So, you've in your travels and your time around, you've run into a couple of tieflings before, and you know that means that she has someone in her immediate ancestry had some time with some demonic creature, and that's how she came about. But yeah, in this world, tieflings aren't like an established race. They literally come about spontaneously through that kind of contact.
Recessive.
Yeah.
Damn that recessive gene.
And and what is she seeing when she's at the door?
Cal is, he appears to be a, little older than middle-aged male, dark hair, with a beard, and it has some gray streaks through it, but in general it's almost like a dark black. Bronze-toned skin. His eyes are hazel, but you can't tell if it's the sunlight or not, but they're a little more metallic than what you would think a human's eyes would be. The browns are more goldish, the green's more emerald, but it's almost as if you can't tell if the sunlight's just reflecting too hard or anything like that. He's wearing a nice, like, noble style overcoat, a small hood over the top. He's carrying with him a long sword and a dagger, and he has a.
Liz, make me a perception check, please. And Corey, make me a deception check. Not that you're lying about anything, but this is more about...
21.
What did you roll?
21.
14.
Okay. You being as sharp as you are, and maybe him not, you're so bubbly, he may not have been as careful, but as you notice as he's turning his head, so a few glimpse points in his ears, that you can see that he's trying to keep out of the way, but your eyes are really sharp, so you notice that, okay, he's got elven blood, most likely.
Oh. You should probably not hide your ears. Those look really nice. And she's just going to smile a little bit. What do you mean I'm one to talk?
Do you travel to the town very often?
I don't need to.
As we head into town, try and stay a little close to me as we go to pick up this passage.
He sounds just like Jared.
I
Telling you to keep a low profile, not draw attention to yourself. That's what you've been listening to your whole life, and you're in your 20s.
Yeah.
Before we head to walk out the door, do you have a cloak or anything that you want to wear as we head out, or are you ready to
What's
go?
the weather like?
It's a nice day.
Nice day?
This is early fall.
Okay.
It's like in the mid 60s.
I don't
It's
need a cloak.
just partly
Good.
cloudy, nice afternoon.
Yeah. I don't need a cloak. I'm good.
She sticks out like a sore thumb.
All right.
But
Well,
she is apparently from around here, so.
All right. Well, if you're ready to go.
Yeah, sure. Following you, man.
Okay, you guys are
Bye.
going to trot into town. You put your food away, lock the door, and head out. Okay. Let me throw a map out on the table for
A tavern?
How did you know?
It's always a tavern.
Yeah, this is I know you guys were completely lost when I didn't immediately put out a bar.
Where are we?
What is happening?
But for once, no. You're
No,
not
I was,
in a tavern
I was
yet.
showing you these. I'm just
Oh.
making notes of
Yeah,
the
I'm pretty sure
storytelling.
that was the first thought. Those are pretty.
That doesn't help.
Okay, you want me to pick one I like better than the others?
Trying to narrow it down, and I'm just
Let's look
spinning
at it.
ideas.
Gold. They're solid gold. So they don't have an iris, nothing. Okay, if I'm being honest, this one's by far my favorite. This one's the second.
I think it might be too detailed.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Boom! Town!
Hey, it's a better town. Tavern. Town. thing.
Tavern
Hey, we've
thing.
got smoke this time.
We do have smoke.
Things are happening.
People live here.
Corey, where's
They're
your
not hiding.
thing?
Oh my gosh, this looks like Final Fantasy 9 without
The boards.
cross.
Yeah, and you do. This is even just from your quick tour of the place in the last couple days. You notice that even though this isn't like a big town, this is the rougher section that you're dragging her to. This is not one of the nicer places, and it has like a sewer entrance, and you've even seen a few unsavory types ducking in and out of that main sewer grate that's right there in the middle. And this apparently was like this is like a town that is built on what was probably once one of the older, nicer dwarvish empire communities back hundreds of years ago that may have gotten half trashed, and so it's still got some of the old dwarvish sewer infrastructure and some of this stuff, but the town itself is maybe 1/3 the size whatever existed here before was. There's built on the ruins. Oh, yeah.
So just as a point of, because she's been whined at for her entire 20 some odd years of be careful, low profile, I just am going to put up precog. I'm going to just make it my focus just as of habit. She doesn't necessarily know she's doing it, but it's up.
Sure. Okay. So that's where your focus is. Understood. Luckily, I have a copy of your character sheet right here, so I can quickly make sure I remember what that does.
That's okay. I have it here too.
It gives you advantage on initiative rolls in terms of
yeah,
game
that's all it does.
But from a story point of view, it also means you've got kind of your spidey sense attuned.
Yeah, the spidey sense is attuned.
If anything, threatening happens, you may have a glimpse and a chance to react faster.
Yeah.
Something's going down.
Yep.
Understood. All right. Oh, look. Hey, we have somebody in the chat room at least.
Somebody in the chat. Oh, it's Caity.
I know Luth is in there because she.
Oh, is she lurking?
Yeah.
She followed as I was watching. I was gonna say I noticed it went offline or whatever.
Yeah, I just.
You need that extra.
I screwed up.
Top,
Yeah.
so that keeps it nice and clean.
Yes,
Like
I
that.
just needed to
So it's
turn off my power
Which
signal
the
settings,
deck
which I'll
of
do
shield?
right now.
Basically, just right.
It is in fact pretty much a deck of
That's
shield.
what Karlee said, so I added the stuff to finish it.
You're
So we'll
ridiculous.
say
No, I
never
like that. I think that's really neat.
and never.
It's just the Paladin of the Dark Knight Soulstones.
Okay.
Yeah, but I like
We were
that.
talking about appearance rules, so I added a couple things on.
Sure, absolutely. When we get there. Okay. I was gonna talk to Karlee, but she's not here.
But Karlee walked off.
She's out. All right. So instead, we're going to. So Caity.
Oh, okay.
Sweet. Wait, call someone else.
Genevieve is also relatively new to town.
Genevieve, but she goes by Nevi.
Oh, sorry. I was going by the French version I always learned.
Genevieve.
You're doing the Genevieve as opposed to Genevieve, which is what I always learned in high school French.
Say that again, Jean.
Genevieve is the way I always supposed to pronounce the French version of Jennifer.
Yep, Genevieve.
What is your character?
Yep.
Genevieve it
I
is.
like
That's
it. Genevieve, I'm good with it. She goes by Nevi.
Okay, Nevi. That's a good to know.
I'll pick up some action
Jamie,
for next game.
do they need to be anywhere
That's-
on the map yet?
Oh, it's gonna
No,
be great.
I'll let you know
Oh
when
my
we need to be
God,
on a map.
Great and awful.
For now, I just put that out there. We're just describing things at the moment.
We're checking out.
So you have come in
I'm guessing you're the big delivery.
after the big fire that affected your life
I have no idea.
so profoundly several months ago. That stuck you in this situation you're currently in.
Okay.
You do know this fire went beyond the forest that you're from.
Okay.
By
How
the
big was my forest area?
well, it was you. It's part of this massive ancient primeval forest that goes beyond what was technically under your guardianship. But still, we're still talking, there was a section of a couple hundred square miles that technically were all part of there's really kind of a central area that's much smaller that was like your immediate grove in the heart of your sort of domain, but you still looked out for this much larger area of forest, but it was losing that central spot that broke off your connection to what you were before. But this fire was bad. Think some of the California wildfires kind of bad, to the point where it spilled over and half destroyed a nearby town and destroyed several farms and went out even into the human countryside, and it displaced a whole bunch of people. So it didn't just affect you. It didn't just, kill who knows how many animals and countless trees. But, there's also, on the civilized side of things, there have been refugees
One of the
and
cities.
families. Well, not a city, just another, but still a fair-sized town was half wiped out by this fire, and then, like I said, a number of farms and families were destroyed, and no one knows the cause.
Did I travel to this town considering my outages? Did I know this area? Do I know these people?
No, you've never been around here before, but one of the reasons why you came is because some of the refugees from this area who were affected by the fire have drifted this way. And you heard some people talking, and you thought you might that some of the people that were coming this way, as you were kind of keeping your distance.
Microphone went out.
No.
Yep, that's nice.
We lost sound.
Something get back.
How do you think that happened?
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
That usually works. I have to do that for my room sometimes. So the room's kind of cool.
So, testing. Do we have a mic?
It's good.
Okay. So, you thought at first that some of these people you were trailing might have had some information. The way they were talking, you thought they might have a clue of what the origin or the cause of this fire was. So you followed them, and then since then you've kind of gotten disappointed as you listened more, that you realized that what you thought were people who knew something were more like speculating about what might have happened, and they don't really seem to know much more than you. But you found yourself here anyway, and you know that a number of these people and there are farm families, or some of the people from town. There's maybe a few dozen who've come into Aerith, and even though they come from kind of the border of this other country, and they speak with a accent, they don't necessarily always get along with everybody around here. But they've come here hoping they can find work or somewhere new to set up because their families lost everything.
Do they have a reason for why they don't always get along?
Well, apparently this the country they're in, and because you're not super familiar with history and politics of these places, you're only picking up on it. But apparently, people who identify themselves with this one place and this one leader seem to not like. They have a historical thing, and they've even had wars that have broken out, for generations, and they just don't seem to get along. Think medieval England and France.
Just for whatever reason.
Okay, historical political. Okay.
Yeah, so you find yourself in town, and you're still hoping maybe you can find something, but the leads that you were following to bring you here kind of dried up at first.
Doesn't it always start with that?
Our shirt should say that. He's like, I'm already drunk. It's cool.
And as you're walking down the street, you see a small child huddled over on the side of a building, head in his knees. You can see kind of a dirty face and smudged hands, and he's just snuffling with his face buried in his hands.
Okay. Is there anybody else around?
You see some people walking by, and you see a few people kind of glancing over, side-eyeing the little kid, and they just keep walking. Nobody seems to be stopping to pay him any attention. The little kid just... And he looks up, and then almost like he's shamefaced, and he just looks back down. And he's just like he looks like he's trying to hold in, just completely, bawling and bursting into tears.
I walk over, kind of eye everybody, kind of keep my hood up.
Okay.
Walk over, place a hand on the shoulder. Is everything okay?
Huh? No, everything's not okay.
Is there something I can help you with?
This is, well, you see, my father, he hasn't come home, and I haven't had anything to eat. I'm so hungry. Do you have anything to spare, to food or coin?
Pull out a couple items out of my bag to give him his feed.
Okay.
Nobody should go hungry.
Give me a perception check, please.
I can roll 2d20, right? If I have the advantage.
Yeah, if you have advantage, but right now, unless there's something that gives you advantage on this check,
That's
you just
proficiency.
Proficiency.
That's a
Yeah.
+2.
you just roll it and add your whatever your bonus is.
Oh, okay.
That or if your passive is higher.
12.
Okay.
Passive is right underneath.
But I have a passive for 15 perception.
Okay, so yeah, in that case, basically you kind of default to whatever your passive would be,
Okay.
unless you rolled a 1. So let's see. As the little boy's snuffling, you suddenly feel something tugging on you from one side, like someone's touching your pouch.
Whip around, grab whoever it is.
Okay. You grab on to someone's wrist as they were literally trying to slip a hand into your coin pouch.
Stealing can have such naughty consequences.
The little boy stops crying immediately, jumps up, and bolts the other direction.
Who am I looking at?
You look around and you see a larger guy who physically resembles the crying little boy, just a kind of an older, scruffier version. And he goes, "Oi! Get your hands off me!"
And such a naughty thing to teach your own child. I release his wrist, make sure he backs away. Or at least take a step back if he doesn't move.
He backs off and he's just eyeing you. Gives you,
I don't give him much more notice and I walk off.
interesting.
As
Okay.
long as I make sure I've got everything, he didn't grab anything.
All right.
In fact,
Karlee and Alex.
Yeah, me too. The water one.
Actually,
All the water.
you two have been in town for the last day and a half. This is your first real stop after leaving the compound. The first real town you've hit after having not really been around anybody outside of your faith for most of your lives. And you came in because you have limited coin to spend. You found out that the cheaper places to get food and drink and a place to stay would be in this part of town after speaking to some people who've given you a number of really odd looks. And they have directed you to this area of town. And as you're wandering, as you guys are wandering by, you suddenly hear this kind of loud exchange as someone's like, "Hey, get your hands off me!" And you look, and if you want, I can tell you where this is going on, because this is kind of... Here, you guys were over here. Not that we're in, like, combat or anything, but...
Right.
But just like you guys suddenly hear this raised, as you're coming around this corner, you hear a raised voice, and then you see a guy just kind of backing away and giving her like a really weird, wary eye, like he's expecting you to do something violent or have some kind of retribution, but she just kind of turns her back and gives the guy like as if he is beneath her notice.
Backing away towards
Yeah, and you see the sort of the exchange, and you, as you heard the voice, you looked over and you saw a guy literally trying to snatch the coin right off of her belt.
I will say my character wasn't quiet about what she said of such a shame to teach your child such awful
Yeah, you
That's
can.
the thing. So did
Where is Dude Man?
yeah.
Yeah, let me.
And then the kid.
Well,
The
the
kid
kid
ran.
off.
Kid's
Yeah, but
already
which
ran
way?
Kid bolted.
Okay.
Kid ran. I mean, the guys, I don't know, would necessarily need a miniature for him or anything unless you're planning on like attacking him.
I mean,
Hey man, starting off strong.
Got some-
no, I just, that,
Wants to
that's-
make a
no,
scene.
That's
I mean,
my
last
thing.
campaign I wanted
I
to
just,
shoot a sheep in the face.
I
so-
just as far as I know, I just saw somebody try to steal something, and that's way against, like, I don't.
Yeah, you want to say something about it?
I'm not gonna say something, but I need to know where he is.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Is your character impulsive?
Huh?
Is your character impulsive?
Lawful good.
I lawful good and I don't ask questions.
Okay. Yeah, mine's chaotic good.
Oh, me too.
Tavern's open.
Yeah, we should actually pop that lock open.
Top lock and drop it.
Sorry. Sorry.
Close the door all the way.
The little kid's like running this way, and this guy's kind of slowly backing away. And he's like keeping his back to her, making sure that she's not going to whip out a knife or something.
Towards us, so okay. So
Now he's backing off like that way.
My character is not concerned about it.
Okay.
Easily pickpocket.
So, is there anything you two want to do or
How
say
much
to
square,
interject?
am I within movable range?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, it's 5:30.
Yeah.
It's 5 squares usually.
So, tell me what you want to do, and let me decide whether we're gonna like break into a more official.
They're just coming up on the scene.
You're gonna roll for initiative.
I do want to try to grapple.
Okay. Then, in that case, yes, roll for initiative, real quick.
Really?
No,
wait, do I
I'm
have
not
to roll
rolling
for
for
initiative?
nothing.
Yeah, you because you're right here. Go ahead and roll.
Well, then I have to roll to.
Initiative. So 4.
Okay, because do I see him try to start moving?
Yeah, and you also need to roll initiative because you have to react to what's going on.
16.
17.
17. I really wish you wouldn't do that.
I do. Jamie usually
We
calls
don't know
us
where
for
we
a
are.
meeting.
I
You
don't
look-
care.
I'm just
All
gonna
right,
pick up the ones I can
Katie, what did you
We
get?
shouldn't cause
I'll do
trouble.
it. I'll take it.
I'm not causing trouble. I'm
Sorry,
stopping
you're
trouble.
Setting the pace. I like this.
Carlee, what did you get?
I guess 17.
Okay.
A hesitant 17, but it's a
17?
Really?
What's your
I'm
alarm?
definitely down.
Huh?
What's your alarm?
Lawful. Which ones don't play?
Then yeah.
I say, as far as I know, I just saw somebody try to
I'm
steal.
not lawful good.
But as far as I know, I just saw somebody try to steal something, and I deal with things physically.
Wait, so we don't know that people don't know what we look like,
You
right?
don't
Like,
I
to
have
us,
I have
we're
a
just,
hood.
yeah,
I
but to
have a hood,
us,
like,
Yeah. Well, you've both been, you both were given your warning that, in the outside world, both of you would be very unusual, and people
Okay,
might
that's
ask
what I
questions.
we've gotten stares, so like,
Yeah.
yeah,
obviously
let's
people have
not
caught.
draw more attention to ourselves.
I'm
Well,
not-
actually,
I'm
yeah,
not
Karlee,
saying
you're the-
anything, I'm just shaking my
You
head.
see him ready to move, but you actually kind of like are a little bit more on the ball, so you actually have a chance to do something first if you want, and you don't have to do anything.
Have sleep.
This is what I do.
Go sleep. I don't.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
You can either hold an action or you can just wait. You don't have to do anything right now. You know.
Just wait.
100%.
Really wish you wouldn't.
Can't do rice.
It doesn't have rice. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna. Yeah, that's what it's doing. Yeah. I think we're gonna stand in front
That I could do.
and make like
Did I have
use
a
thaumaturgy
Mm-hmm.
and make a noise.
I can't
So
do
he
it.
runs away. So, or
Like
like
a loud, like-
yeah. So something happens with those two, and he's able to get away.
Okay.
So standing in front of Alex.
So you move in front of him. Go ahead and do it. Put yourself there. What kind of sound are you trying to make?
Like a screech.
Just a screech.
Like a bird screech.
Do it, Carlee.
His rocker has
You're
no
the
idea
bird
what's
word.
going on.
Do it,
He's like,
Karlee. Come on, do it.
No.
Yes.
We're doing Black Canary up in here.
All right.
That will make somebody run.
All right. There's a bird. There's a bird screech. Okay. Hold on. All right. Noted.
No, like a.
All right. Nevi.
Bust the mic.
Out of nowhere, you hear a bird screech.
It's not just like a bird though. It's like a very loud screech of an animal.
Like a
Yeah.
banshee.
Yeah.
Pterodactyl screech. They, none of you know what that sounds like.
Knocking shit off shelves.
Tell if it's human or not.
Well, you hear this sound, and
There we go.
Thank you.
Nice. Thank you for doing it.
Please clip that.
there we go. And you have a really, just with your high passive perception, and you're very tuned in. You're like, you hear this sort of like crazy screech, but it's coming. You like quickly glance, it's coming from nowhere, like literally just out of the air
I was
somewhere.
gonna say, living in the forest with all sorts of creatures.
Yeah, and
Doesn't
that's
sound like a
very
machine,
weird.
like,
It sounds
yeah.
sort of unnatural,
You knew it would not be.
weird thing. You notice that doesn't cost you anything. What do you want to do? Like, you see the guy backing away, this weird scratch. You kind of, to your left, you see
I'm keeping him at least enough that I can see him, but not
a pair of people have come, a unusual looking woman with
mean,
bleach
we'll
white
find
hair with a hood pulled up. She's stepped in front of her companion, kind of right there, and is looking down the alley over at where you guys are.
Looks really bad. Now that I think about it, this part looks very bad. I definitely turn around, place my hand on my dagger. Yeah, you're gonna get fine.
Okay.
Or on my short sword.
Okay.
I just realized that you grabbed me in my shoes.
One way or another,
Just,
you were going to start this race. So.
Probably just ready in action at this point and like try and observe and figure out. What's
Okay,
going
what
on.
action do you want to ready? Like, what would you do? And you need to tell me what would trigger you to do it.
Any of the incoming people or the guy, because at this point I assumed probably that these two are with this guy.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
it's a
maybe.
diversion, maybe it's some sort of tactic.
You've already had
So-
one person try to fool you. So.
So at this point, I'm just readying, and then
Okay,
if somebody
okay.
comes toward me, I'm going to go ahead and attack that person.
Okay.
Or something.
Okay,
I don't
understood.
have force push. Just watching the three of them, and if at any point they're a danger to me.
Okay. This would-be thief decides to use his action along with the kid to run like hell. And I know I said I was going to use a laser pointer, but
That's okay. You like the hands-on.
So he dashes. And the kid is way further along. So he runs his ass off.
Get him.
And Alex. Okay, the person has just run away from the terrifying screech of death.
She's
Again, she ruins your chance.
my fun, so I'm just gonna shoot her like a.
You mean like you
didn't
always
need
do
to start a fight.
You stealing stuff.
Okay, but she had it handled.
I didn't think so.
We can now
Can I
ask.
hear this with my elf ears?
Oh yeah, you can hear it. They're just literally like 10 feet away from you, arguing with each other. They're both wearing hoods and dressed kind of strangely.
I take note of what they look like, things like
Okay.
that. Just kind of put it to the back of my memory. Keep an eye out for them to continue on
So
walking through the
you
town.
can't. My face is pretty obscured, but you can see like
Saying I have a tail.
I've got. It's,
Oh.
I've got
well,
a tail.
I
You
do
have
too.
tail, yeah, we have
We
tails.
both have tails, so it's like really. But like I have a large.
Screensaver now?
What?
the hell?
It's just worth
Gotta turn that off too. I guess
Yeah,
I really
mine's
should pay attention to what's going on with this thing.
Demon.
So
It's alright, first run.
Katie, this is basically what you see.
No, I mean I can probably see the feet.
Start
and
after
everything.
never.
I just make
Right,
note of
I'm-
the strange-looking characters.
Okay.
I'm not.
Is that your...
Yeah,
Hello.
because I mean, it's easier than.
Yeah.
Am I out of place in all these refugees that are coming to town?
Where did my Twitch track go?
Troubleshooting. Hold, please.
Wait.
Screensaver. Mana.
Hey, super producer Xander, can you come over here and recreate the thing that you did a minute ago?
Do the thing.
So while
That's happening.
I definitely have a travel cloak, but I'm not hiding my head or anything. Just keeping quiet, keeping my cloak on.
Yeah, you see, I mean, this
Very plain clothes.
this is striking looking elf woman.
I was gonna say I was gonna give them a description.
Yeah, go ahead.
Looking about like a human 30.
Done you yet, have they?
Very elf. Very much elf ears. She has shaved sides with a braid that goes all the way down to her middle back. Looks almost like you can imagine a horse's mane braided. It is silver white. She's got very deep blue eyes with almost caught in the light. You would see silver specks. She's got pale ghost white skin, tight, almost has a fur-like ripple to it in certain light, if you're looking close enough. 5'7", so she's kind of a little bit taller. She's one of the lankier type elves, about 140 pounds.
She walk on skin.
She was a unicorn in the previous life.
No, I understand.
Yes, no comparison, right?
Yeah, she's Elsa, didn't you know?
No,
Disappointed.
you need to do the hair rip in the back and then pretty light blue eyes.
We'll bet.
Feels good.
All these lights.
That's why this isn't on anymore. Because we added about 5 more bodies.
Yeah.
These lights.
I need to.
Do.
Would anybody be offended if we can find a way to turn the temperature down?
There's a thermostat right there. You're welcome to.
Don't turn it down too far, please. I don't want to die.
Bring it on down.
No.
Yep. Make
No.
it like the Arctic.
You have a sweatshirt in the bar if
Cold
it gets
as
too
hell.
cold.
Oh geez.
Not cold.
Just 7th level.
I brought it down.
All right.
Look at that.
We'll start there.
It's like frozen.
So yeah, assuming since you guys don't seem to be taking any more action to catch these guys, they disappear.
Paused.
Yeah,
straight.
We thought we
Yeah,
paused.
Okay.
I mean, as you can go figure out what happened. I don't.
Y'all were arguing
I
and
just
I
wanted to
continued
find
walking, so.
I just saw.
Okay.
He saw a wrongdoer.
We should just go find food.
I guess if you're hungry.
Always hungry.
Oops. Shifted the whole
Let's ask her.
world.
She might. She seems like she's from.
Okay.
No, she does not.
No, she's
There,
not.
wait, no, I
But y'all
look,
would
you
know
said I look
anyway,
very
'cause y'all
different
are
from
from
everybody
Exactly.
else.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, we don't
Well, I
know
mean,
that.
it's a-
So,
Hey, look, there's another
Look,
you're
person.
your
Let's
person
go.
that's here.
They
You
must
weren't
know.
stealing anything.
Exactly.
You're being stolen from.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, this is a human town. So you're gonna look a little unusual, but then again, they look even
I'm
weirder
saying,
than
I don't
you.
know what.
We
I
don't know
what goes on
normal
in
people
towns.
looks like. We're normal
What a
people.
cool person. Somebody told me this where food was.
Okay.
Do you want to go?
What's that? I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I guess.
Ask her if she's okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
I'm not
Excuse
a big,
me.
I'm a big talker.
I mean, y'all were talking
Anyone
and
knows she's
arguing,
okay.
and I
She
listened
just
to
wanted
what
to
you
fight
said, and I definitely kept walking, although I didn't move my two.
So,
I
like,
would have
here.
probably walked around the corner. I'm looking
Which way?
to the right. Towards you.
So
Yep, somewhere around that way. You guys looking? I
Okay, cool.
continue
I
walking.
guess, I mean.
So I was looking at you though. So then if I turn back around, she'll. Okay.
I guess.
She's not there anymore.
I
So.
You guys did a good
I mean,
job.
I
Excellent job.
I
Good
mean,
work,
what
guys.
she like? I'm 6'4".
You saw which way she
I'm
went,
6'4".
yeah.
There's no way she could obscure.
Yeah,
my
no,
movements.
she wasn't like hiding. She just walked around the corner. It's not a mystery.
Let's go catch up.
Go grab a pouch.
I really hope that's how you walk the whole game.
That's now canon.
Be our talker.
Do I hear them like?
Yes. Oh yeah. There is no.
Because they have giant toenails.
There is no not hearing them because they're arguing with each other the entire time. So yeah. You hear a bickering couple of people behind you.
I turn around, place my hand on my before they catch up to me on my short sword. Can I help you?
Hey, you okay?
That guy was trying to steal from you, right?
Not a concern of mine. I took care of it.
That was a concern of mine. I wanted to punch him.
I appreciate your concern.
Do you know where we can get food?
Do I have any idea about the layout of this town?
I mean, you've been around for a few days, and yeah, you know that there's an establishment, not far from here that you've been to that has food and drink that's not great, but it'll keep you alive.
Was it a tavern?
He's like, I'm drinking, right? Please tell
We
me
just
I'm
got here
drinking
from out of
right
town,
now.
So we're just looking for some food.
I'm quite new here myself, but there is a tavern not far from here. You're welcome to follow me. That's where I was headed anyways.
Okay.
So,
Lead the way. Or
so
start walking.
Felix,
Mm-hmm. Tell me I'm in the tavern. We're gonna
you actually accepted a little bit of work that's not exactly what you want to be doing, but you still got to do some things to pay the bills every once in a while, and keep yourself in some basic coin.
Whatever,
And so
some money, guys.
you accepted some very simple guard duty.
Whatever.
Dollar bills, y'all.
So you came from the coastal town. Something was delivered there, and you were asked to help guard this cart that was being brought over to the town of Aerith. It's just this it's this large wooden crate that's completely nailed shut, and it has been made very clear by the guy in the other town that part of the orders were not to go poking around inside. This is eyes only for the person it is intended for. And so you, along with some swarthy dudes that you don't know,
Did you say swordy dudes?
yeah,
Swordy,
I mean,
okay.
Sorty dudes.
swordy dudes. And you were just literally told your pay was half on the beginning and half upon completion of safe delivery of the product. And over the last couple of days, while you're doing it, you do notice that all these other guys, this small group, all seem to know each other, and you're the outsider. So, like, when you were hanging out, you're always over there drinking alone, and they're over there whispering to each other. Every once in a while, people are side-eyeing you, and you're not quite sure
I don't know how this is going down.
what's going on, what the deal is, but, But you have 5 extra gold you can add to your character sheet. That was your 50% down payment. I mean, it's literally, you haven't even had to do, literally it's been no work other than just walking around and following this
Keep
cart.
these other
Yeah.
guys from stealing it. Got it.
Yeah. You definitely don't trust them at all. And then you've been told that someone needed to fetch the girl, and so some coins were given to some guy you met at the tavern, and he was sent off to fetch the intended recipient of this delivery.
Some guy.
He looks
Some guy.
super reputable, so I'm sure.
So here, let me set up a basic situation.
What's in the box?
Oh God!
That is the title of the prologue.
True. What's in the box?
Prologue was.
Funny enough, out of game, true story. When I first met super producer Xander's mother, my ex-wife, many, many years ago, the movie Seven was our first date. Really great date movie, guys.
Well, yeah, it's a great.
At the time?
It's a great date movie.
I knew it was a dark story. I didn't know it was I didn't know it was in the box.
I didn't know it was in the box. Oh.
I just want to know if you knew what kind of movie it was.
And that was back when we were allowed to like Kevin
That's not
Spacey.
really
So.
You're allowed to, yeah.
I still like it.
I like his acting. I'm not fond of some of the things. Oh no, he's an amazing actor. I just wish I get disappointed when people I admire turn out to be
Yeah, I was gonna
douchebags.
say, too bad he's a turd.
Sucks, but oh well, that's how it
You
goes.
don't want to go too deep down that rabbit hole.
My character is going to be so fascinating. Because curiosity is just like, inquiry and curiosity are the pillars of progress.
Oh no, my character's gonna love everybody.
And just like peering around, get as close as she can.
Liz, how old are you?
24.
You?
Yeah.
Or you just, 'cause you're
How old are you?
curious?
20.
That's my character. Yeah, curiosity, inquiry and curiosity.
I was like,
are the
oh,
pillars
this
of
is supposed to be my
progress.
age. But I look 20.
Jesus.
I
I'm
mean, she
24 and I
doesn't-
look
she
It's
doesn't
that,
24.
share
it's
a
that
lot.
Tiefling
Just like,
skin.
whatever.
I've got that great
She's
skin. I've got
white,
that
she's
good
big on her
cleanser
own
going.
for however long.
Rub
Because if
yourself
she's
down
got a
with
whole lot
sand
of
in the
family, she's been
morning.
given this
The
guardian
Korean skin
that's
routine.
forced and burned to the
The
ground
Korean
and
skin
hospitals,
routine.
refugees. She cares for the people.
Yeah.
Because she's displaced because of this, but she really just wants
That
to learn.
dragon
She's
mask.
like, I gotta find out what's going on. Why?
Awesome.
She's almost like a little kid's like, why?
Oh no, I can't wait for my character
So-
to see yours.
Yeah.
I can't wait. This is gonna be amazing.
Excuse me.
Nani?
We're doing less of this.
Excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Oh, why? We can get to interact with
I
her.
have to get over all in everybody's business. Where am I?
Hey, so I might have some more.
So where's the box? Just chilling.
Oh!
We even have a box,
Outside.
guys.
Yeah, this is
Oh,
where
the barrels and boxes? That's awesome.
How big is this box?
Bigger
it's
than that.
literally to scale about like
3.5, 4 feet
it's-
tall. Nice.
It's big, and it's it is
Oh, it's fucking sorty guys out here.
Hashtag sorty guys.
Sorty guys.
Right, no, I'm writing this
That's
down.
the new one. Yeah, that's that guy here. This guy here.
There's about to be a. Should we make the Facebook post that has all the hashtags of like hashtag what's in the box, hashtag sorty guys. So from a year from now, you go back and be like,
this is the thing. This is
what in the
the
world
sort
happened
of
in that
boss guy.
campaign?
This is the one who's trusted. He's the one who's supposed to pay you when all this is over.
Supposed to.
He was given the foreman position, so to speak, from.
The biggest, dumbest.
Yeah, you don't respect him. His
Or
name
the
is
box.
George.
the box.
You're just literally just standing on the box, like
It's the
sitting
payload.
right
Like,
outside of
look,
it. Okay.
If I'm on it, then we're safe.
It's the payload.
I love that. That's awesome.
Meanwhile, you
That's why I asked
guys
how big the box was.
are coming in from this direction.
And we're gonna come in from the back.
Yeah, this is the part of this is the
Do what you gotta do.
this is the way.
Okay.
That didn't take long. I wondered how long it would take us to go there because
You knew it would take long.
Approximately 68.
yes, we made it. We really made it a lot longer than I thought we would. So there's this convergence of different groups all popping in at the same time. So you guys are coming around, heading toward the tavern, and you guys kind of round the corner just to the point where you guys can have eyeballs on this. A bunch of guys just sitting around with boxes and barrels that are just outside of this small building that may be some kind of warehouse or whatever. And meanwhile, you are bringing your charge to go get her box.
So I've already.
Dead box.
I've met Felix and I've met the boss guy, right?
These
Because
guys
they
are not a
hate me.
surprise to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, these are the dude with the club there that's standing next to the box. That's the guy that gave you money to go fetch the girl. And you knew that he was also when you pay that he was deep in conversation with some other people, and you do know that some of the guys he was talking to as you walk back from the scene are not there. You notice that there was kind of a different group of people who seemed to be locals that he had been talking to and slipping some money to right around the same time. You didn't catch all of it, but you got the feeling that he was paying off some other toughs to do something, but you have no idea what.
Was that the only, so is that the big boss? Like, that's the boss guy right there?
Yes, that's
And
the
so
guy in charge.
He's got a charge. Okay.
Yeah, he's the one who handed you the money. His name is Jorg, and he introduced himself out.
But he can't see me from around.
Yeah, but I'm sure his
That's no
lackey
bad
is
way.
probably
Maybe
gonna.
why. Probably.
I mean, if you're the only two people walking down and it's daytime.
Well, his lackey probably.
Okay. I'm gonna turn to
Farih.
Farih.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right here.
It's cool. It's cool.
Sorry to wait here for a second.
Why?
I'm just gonna let them know that we're here. Because you're not the kindest of people.
You should name it.
You want me to hide or something? Like,
Maybe.
is this what's going on?
No, just
or-
wait here. Just wait at this corner as I, figure out our dealings here.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna
You should
just
really take this up.
approach through to the front about here,
Okay.
and just make my presence known and say, the girl is here.
I don't.
You don't.
Yes.
I'm gonna use persuasion to try to get some of the other henchmen to go. Just by letting the boss know, like, hey, I've got the girl here. I'm gonna bring her out. I don't want to startle your other people. She is a little different than your normal person. So I'm gonna use persuasion to try and get him to let some of his people go.
Okay. Roll persuasion for me, please.
My people.
Is it 21?
It's gonna be.
Nice.
That's a pretty.
You're a swarthy talker.
He
Sorty here.
he turns to his sorty boys next to him. Yes. All right, lads. Why don't you back off and give us some space to see our box?
Say another. Sounded like the.
Yeah, that didn't not take long.
We knew that was.
So they don't leave completely, but you do. They kind of back off a little bit and give some extra space. There's like here, and then one of them drags a barrel over here just to get it out of the way a little bit.
I motioned to Fair to come over to me.
Okay. And we're not in combat, so you can kind of move around.
I'm
And
like,
you
I'm
guys,
just like,
over on the other side, you guys were walking in, and you're hearing this thing. And so a guy literally, you hear somebody saying, "Oh, the girl's here," and why don't you guys back off? She looks a little unusual, and then you see a couple of these guys kind of back off around the corner.
I definitely halt immediately as soon as I hear that and step around the corner.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not caring about these
But
two.
I don't care.
If you hear me talking about a
Thank you.
person looking unusual, it's gonna spark interest.
The three of you, the three characters over there, Alex, Karlee, yeah, all of you, I would like perception rolls from the three of you from your vantage point, please.
Passive perception still 15.
You're not doing initiative.
7.
what's your passive perception?
21.
Okay,
Percept a lot.
so Karlee, as you're hearing more of your friends grumbling that you're saying, you roll your eyes to the heavens
I do.
toward the platinum dragon, and but you suddenly look up and your eyes catch something up on the rooftops.
Ding, ding, dong.
Up on the rooftop.
Yeah.
Up on the rooftop, sorry boys.
So you notice
Oh God.
that there's some guys and they're crouched up on the rooftops, just kind of looking what's going on. You see there are like boards that are suspended across the different buildings. Anywhere from 15 to 20 feet up, depending.
15 to 20 feet up?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you do?
I have Infernal, Common, Celestial, and Abyssal.
You picked like all the
I
other
know.
languages.
Can he understand if I speak Abyssal? Can he get the gist of something?
Well, you guys have known each other a while. Do you speak Abyssal?
No,
No.
I have
He has
undercommon.
undercommon.
No. So if you speak Abyssal, it's all hellish Greek to him.
Or Infernal or nothing.
Well, I mean,
I'm just
Y'all
gonna
been
say
together for a while. Do you guys
for
have
a
a
little
shared
bit of
language?
flavor.
or
Listen,
no?
while she's standing
What
there
about
waiting,
questions?
she's gonna be like, Mr. E, I got a box.
Common.
Do you know what this box is? What could this box be? She's just
picked all
rambling
the- I know,
she's
I
rambling
know.
to the gem on her forehead. It's
Yeah.
not
Karlee, is there any reason you guys would have a language
and
or
you know that
something
anything
words?
going on, you have to describe
We
to
do
him. He has
signals.
no ability to see anything.
Oh, yeah,
So you're just talking to him,
Well,
but he knows what's going on with you. Literally, you're his only friend.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I don't want to draw attention because they're probably looking at everybody.
Well, Sam, that's the thing.
And
Is
she's
we
just
haven't
sitting there
been
rambling. I
together
don't know how I'm
long
gonna get
enough.
this
Like,
thing
we literally
going,
got
Mr. E.
paired
Do you
up
have any
to-
suggestions? I
to
don't know
do
how to pick
whatever
this
it
thing
is
up.
we're doing.
I can't pick this thing up. I can't drag this
Do
thing
we
up.
even?
I don't know what's going on.
Do we
And
know what
You hear him just continually try to get a word in, and then just never be able to interrupt you.
Do we know what our goal is? Like, what is our drive? Like, is it just to be out in the world, spreading the word about?
Well,
like,
right now, yeah, this is kind of your test for both of you as recently sort of graduated acolytes, is to go in the world and do some good deeds and spread the word of your God. And once you have felt like you have earned a solid place, you can go back and with an account of your goods. And that's part of the reason too, is you guys kind of act as witnesses for each other to go back to add to the chronicle of your order.
But
Do you have time to talk about
But that means fighting agents of Tiamat, evil dragon, or evil of any kind.
Yeah.
Doing good, punishing the wicked, all of the above.
Okay. No, I just wanted to know if we had any like specific impediments.
Like what he tried to do in Karlee Ford.
Yeah. You don't seem very interested.
Look.
In justice.
We just
I
got
don't know if we're
here.
gonna get along.
We just got here. Okay.
Oh, Mr. Bard.
Yes.
Now because you saw the big crate that the fighter guy is standing on before, and you're getting a look at it now as you walk away. Can you roll me an Arcana check, please?
Yes.
There's shit in that box.
Actual shit?
Just nothing.
I was smelling it. I'm right there.
It's
and I was
godly
smelling it.
shit.
14.
14. Yeah, you do notice that there is some sort of sigil that is on the box, some sort of arcane mark. And literally, as he's sitting there, just his legs are like literally just like in between his knees. There's this branded mark on
I
there.
noticed it? So she's in the box. Can I do an arcana?
Well, have you walked up there?
Yeah, I'm with him.
Okay, as you walk up there and you see this big crate is apparently for you. Yeah, go ahead and look at it. You can do an arcana check.
Nope.
Well, it's a 12.
It's a
believe it or
box.
not. It's a 12, believe it or not. I have a great arcana plus, but still.
So you notice that there is a mark, but it doesn't mean anything to you. Like, you don't know what it does, but it's obviously something, a magical inscription.
So
Crowbar comes out.
But I will say this.
The box.
You do know that your adoptive father works with stuff like this, and this looks like an arcane symbol, like some of the stuff that he works with.
Oh, okay. So she's just.
You don't know what she is, other than she's an elf.
Okay.
Yeah, so I do know that she's an elf.
Yeah, she's an elf. Yeah, I mean, she's just openly got her
Well, no, right.
pointed ears out. And her,
as my character, even with the small place
yeah,
that we ride.
you recognize an elf.
No, they've been in the tower a couple days.
I can whisper and
Yeah.
keep it
So.
Is leading us to this place.
No.
She intentionally said she.
Sorry.
I stepped around the corner.
Yeah.
Well,
She saw a crowbar to the box.
So this is all kind of happening at the same time. So right now, Karlee, you're the only one who sees the guys on the roof who are crouched and they have hands on weapons.
I can whisper, and would you be able to hear too? Probably.
He's standing right next to
The people right next to you could hear the whisper. Sure.
There's people on top of the roofs, but don't move.
So while they're whispering,
Can I?
she sees the box,
Yeah.
knows the box is hers,
Mhm.
sees the sigil and knows that it's related to her
Yes.
foster father. She's going to go for the box and be like, oh my god, look at this! And she's just going to go right at it, which you said is between his knees.
Yeah.
So she's just going to like, hey!
She puts
I'm
her.
sitting on the box. It is big.
This unusual looking woman with horns
Move your knees like that.
comes up and literally
And look at your sister.
puts her hands in between your legs.
Hi, excuse me, sorry!
I roll a high check.
You want to hide? Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead and roll it and record the number.
Can I?
What is it?
Do we know how tall the buildings are?
Yeah, basically roughly about 20 feet up from the edge of where the rooftops come down.
Good job.
Well, I was gonna climb, but
What do I roll? You can
What do
start.
I
right. But
Should have stealth on your skills.
If at
I'm not
15,
gonna-
could you reach up and grab?
And what is your
something?
number, just so I know? 13? Okay.
5 feet with my hand, with my arm.
So you duck into, I mean, this is the middle of the day, so it's like not really many shadows to hide in, but you at least kind of cram yourself into a corner as best you can.
Okay, guys, we gotta let everybody hear what's going on.
Okay, so,
Crowbar to the box. Until otherwise stated.
so
So you're taking a crowbar to the box while I'm standing right
My
there?
job is just to show you what's in the box. That's all I got.
I'm gonna be, no, I'm gonna actually tell you, no, don't mess with the box yet. I gotta see, you're lovely, thank you. I just wanna, thanks, hi. I wanna look at this for a second before you open it. I don't know that I wanna open it here, but I'm curious, can I just investigate it for a second? Thanks.
okay, do you get out of her way? Sure, okay, well, put yourself where you want to
Thank
be.
you. I'm right in front of it.
Is he intimidated by her at all?
That's up to him.
Can I see?
I don't know that intimidating is the
you
word I would
probably
use
should.
for her.
Concerned?
Yeah.
Can I see Liz and what she looks like?
Yeah. She's
Okay.
Well, I mean, have you moved?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna tap you.
Okay.
It's a me.
yeah. This is actually you were the only tiefling you've ever seen inside the compound that you grew up
Right,
in.
but she has these.
Right, and so this is the first other
Me.
horned, demonic-looking chick you've ever seen.
It's a me.
It certainly
It's-
looks like a you.
There's another.
When you say it's a me, I keep expecting you to say Mario.
Daniel!
All the accents.
It's a me, a tiefling. Okay, so you, the gentleman is nice enough to get off the box, step out of your way, and you have unrestricted
Yeah.
access.
So I am inspecting the box,
Okay.
and at the same time, I am describing everything I am seeing
Okay.
to my little friend in my head, going, "Oh my God, Mr. E, this is what this symbol looks like. Do you know anything about what this symbol is?" I think he.
Yes,
I
shut. Yeah, and he just like literally tries to get a word in, but you're just so busy talking.
So she kind of deep breath.
All right. So what do you do to the box?
I'm just gonna kind of touch the. She's gonna kind of trace the symbol, trying to remember it so that she can describe it properly to Mr. E.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'll take a deep breath and go, I'm sorry, Mr. E. What do you think this, do you know what this is? Does this sound familiar to you? And she's going to stop talking because she knows she talks too much sometimes. Very excited. Very excited.
He responds, you said it was a box.
But it has the sigil on the front. Does the sigil sound familiar? Does that, I don't know.
He doesn't seem, he just, sort of sense of a mental shrug.
Okay. So she's going to look up. She's going to look at your character since you were, excuse me, what's your name?
Felix.
Hi, Felix. I'm Farih. Can you do me a favor and now maybe try and pry open the top of that box? I think it changed my mind and I kind of need to see what's in it.
Sure.
Thank you. That's so very nice of you. I really appreciate it.
You take your crowbar.
Can I
Sure.
engage boss man in conversation for my fucking goal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So you step over there and you talk to him. Go ahead and roll me an insight check, please. Okay, so you're not sure, but as you talk to him, he just seems a little distracted. He keeps looking over your shoulder and kind of up at an angle, like there, and he's not 100% invested in what you're saying. You want to turn around and see where he's looking?
Yeah.
Okay. You do. So hang on, hold that thought. So meanwhile, we've got you with the crowbar.
Before any of this, can I ready a dodge? Like, can I just ready a dodge action?
Sure.
Okay.
If the moment, something breaks out.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Because in a minute, it may require initiative if things go. But for the moment, no actual actions happening.
She told me that there are dudes on the roof, so I just wanted
Yes.
to... Okay.
Yeah.
Did I hear them say that?
Yes.
Go say, all right.
And then the moment you know of that, you're able to see some people. Just you see the edges of them kind of crouched on the rooftops.
Yeah, definitely hug closer, make sure I'm hidden well.
Okay.
Keep an eye on what's going on there and on the top.
Okay. You take your crowbar, and you're going to try to slide it in there. Go ahead and roll a strength check for me,
I really hope
please.
you fail this.
First epic fail. I'm just like,
Yeah, so you...
Pick wisely.
look at me.
Not bad.
It's a 16.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, 14.
So you slide in, and you get the first thing, and then suddenly you take 2 points of lightning damage, and you are flung back 10 feet, or at least
I'm in the corner.
So you don't really, you don't go anywhere, but you take those 2
Just hit the
points,
wall.
take another point of bludgeoning damage, so you take 3 points of damage total, and you're kind of slumped over, just momentarily disoriented as literally energy flares out. And as you look, the symbol on the front of it is suddenly glowing violet
So,
and crackling with energy.
okay, so big gasp. Felix, are you okay? And then she's going to do another Arcana check at this point. For even worse.
I was gonna say.
It's something magic is going on.
Yeah, something magic is going on.
Something
So
that
she's
is
gonna-
something that is protecting the
Yeah.
contents from something.
So she's again going to, Mr. E, this guy was just trying to help me
Okay,
out.
the moment that happened, I'm sure that everybody's going to start noticing and things are going to happen. So let's go ahead and roll initiative, even if we're not necessarily in combat yet. But I want to break it down. Yeah, so everybody roll initiative.
I get advantage on initiative.
Yes, because of your precog.
Yes. Ooh. That helped me out a lot.
And I will say this.
20.
I'll just go ahead and say that your precognition, this flash of insight you've got, because that is where your focus is at the moment. You just see this just bare image of a possible future where you simply put your hand on this symbol and it just pops open.
Okay.
And you wish you'd thought of that before this new guy you just met got
Yeah.
fried.
Yeah.
As I'm handing you the crowbar, I'm like, I think it's yours.
And she apologized. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Felix. Like, she's legitimately concerned about you. Like, oh my god. That was just awful.
All right, everybody go ahead and roll your initiative because we're going to go kind of in order, even if we're not quite in a combat situation. Well, hold on, I'll call you, but
Oh, okay, sorry.
it's okay. I want to just make sure I know what's going on with these guys.
That's
Okay.
of all the rolls, man. Of all the rolls.
I have advantage. I would have been a 9 otherwise. So,
You don't know.
Oh, I thought it was 1.
no, it's a 7.
Oh, okay.
You don't know.
I rolled a 7 too.
Anybody get 25 to 20?
20.
Okay. 19 to 15.
15.
Okay, that's me. 15.
Karlee.
16.
Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna try to. Just a second. I'm forcing myself to write out character names so I get used to saying them.
I don't know that I caught either of your names. I know you haven't mentioned them because y'all are just already in conversation.
Just Jane is fine.
So I don't hear either of theirs, so I didn't ask.
Yeah,
Oh,
there
I
you
should've
go.
remembered.
We're about to go down, and then I'm sure it will.
Shit's about to go down.
We're about to be in that tavern.
Okay,
We're not gonna make it.
15 to 10.
Oh,
Or sorry,
I was 17.
you're 17? Sorry. That's Jingarn. Alex. So 15 to 10?
That would be me.
Okay, what'd you get?
11.
Do you have like
11.
I was clearly too distracted by the guys on the roof.
Hey, man.
Curiosity,
I
I'm
have
looking
a
at too
mace.
many different things. Little
Yeah, I think so. Did you get mine?
No, what are
You
you?
said 20 to 15. No, it was 15.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
No worries. Normally I don't. This is.
That's
I'll probably go back to the other way I usually call this out because it's actually easier just to call your name and find out your number than to do it this way. It was worth a shot. Do we have anybody else that haven't gotten down?
Unless
that's
need to be
everybody.
rolling.
Did you grab
Does he need to be
all
rolling?
18 of
Not
them?
just yet.
And
You're,
then
you're
so
gonna
you
you're
guys-
gonna space down. Iron Man it down.
So
No.
what was that? Sorry.
Did you grab all the sortie men? And
The sortie boys are all accounted for. Okay, so you're actually the first
Person on the list?
on the list, thanks to your awesome psychic initiative.
Yay, precog. Okay, so she's going to take a cue from that vision that she saw and just,
Okay.
without saying anything, she's going to put her hand on it.
Okay. Yeah, you literally exactly like it is. Suddenly the sigil flares for a moment and then completely fades, and then almost like it's on a hinge, it just goes. The box just pops open, almost like a Jack in the Box, and then it's even though this is not shaped anything like it, but if you've ever seen one of the bed in the box kind of mattresses be pulled out and just suddenly kind of inflates, this is sort of weird thing that almost looks like a metal statue just suddenly just kind of goes from what must have been just bundled into this unbelievably tight, almost like a ball. The moment it's open, it just kind of relaxes into position, and it's this just very blank-faced metal figure. It's just kind of standing there, just kind of half popped up.
Pepsi Man. It's a Silver Surfer.
Oh, Michelin Man.
But it literally, it's very, from what you see at the moment, it is very sort of smooth and plain and almost featureless, like a mannequin, but very just kind of thickly built, unmarked, has like no features on its face whatsoever.
Thick with a Q.
She's going to...
And it's just sitting there. The only thing that's notable when you guys see this is it has this sort of indentation in its chest. It's kind of weirdly shaped.
Perception?
Well, hold on. We'll do that. That was your.
That was my turn.
That was your
I
thing.
gotcha. Okay.
You. It takes you a second to do that. You make note of that, and then
Yep.
now.
I know. I got it. I totally got it.
What? Calm down.
You hear a voice call out from the roof, and he goes, "Is that the prize, boss?"
Is that the prize, boss?
And you like those of you in the area, you kind of look for just a split second and see where the voice came from. And you see some guys rise to their feet on the roof, and there are 4 of them on 2 different buildings. And other than that, they don't do anything yet, but they seem to be looking down to the dude with the club for some instructions. Aleeriana.
I'm still kind of entranced by seeing another me.
Okay. You saw her just open the box and a metal statue-looking thing just kind of rises up and now is just standing completely motionless.
That is me.
Can I roll?
To do what? What are you trying? Okay, instead of worrying about the skill, tell me what are you trying to like figure out?
I'm assuming it's me. Anyway.
You don't need to roll.
If it's something that I assume.
This is 100% outside your experience. You have no idea what this is.
Okay.
Can I roll?
Okay, so is there anything you want to do, or do you want to hold some kind of action, or what? Right now, the dudes you're worried about, suddenly one of them called out from the roof just a split second ago. But they haven't actually done anything yet, other than rise to their feet, and they're no longer hiding themselves.
I mean, I don't have really any ready actions, but I'll just be ready.
Okay, well, do you want to say if someone attacks you, you are gonna
Ready a spell.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't really need to.
well, if you want to be able to do it before your next turn, you have to declare what your ready action would be.
It's like a response.
Like if there's some.
I'll do Sacred Flame.
Okay, so like if somebody attacks anybody, you'll Sacred Flame that guy?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's the action you're ready. All right, next up is Jingarn, our Dragonborn monk. Is there anything you want to do yet? There's some unsavory types on the roof. There's a strange figure that's popped out of a box.
Would these, like, I guess I am wondering, would these guys have seen me yet? Like, I would assume that
They know you guys are all there, even though she's kind of ducked into a corner out of sight.
I want to try to do the same thing with my height. Well, I guess my dexterity isn't terrible. So can I duck around this corner here? I know, I'm not looking to affect him necessarily, but just the guys on the roof. I don't want them to know where I went.
Okay. Well, you can move up to 30 feet in a normal move.
I want to move, like, over here.
So each square is 5 feet.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There you go.
Okay.
Are you trying to actively hide, or are you just... Okay, then roll,
Like, I would like to,
roll stealth for me, please.
Okay.
Also, you can go 30 feet, so you can go one more square. So that you can-
Okay. Do I need to, like, make a note of
There's
the
a
number?
hide modifier.
Yeah, you do have a modifier.
Well, right, no, but,
Yeah, make a note.
okay.
Yeah, just tell me the roll and then also make a note of it yourself.
22.
22? Okay.
You gall, bitch.
That's pretty good hiding. All right.
Pretty good hiding for a
you
6'4".
Yeah, for
I know.
a big dragon, man. He's doing great.
You pretty much just
All right.
Well, I'm a blur of silver.
Your scales are like mirrors.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, Cal, you were trying to talk to this guy, and then you saw him looking over, and then you heard the guys yelling from the rooftop, and you see some motion from out there. The metal dude's popping out of a box. Things are happening pretty quickly.
Holy shit, there's a lot going on.
This was supposed to be a simple day, goddammit.
I just wanted my gold.
One of my gold, right?
I just want my gold. I'm gonna roll a perception check on. I want to. It's a very specific perception check, but I'm just trying to see like.
Well, what are you looking for?
See, I don't know, but I would be actively looking for it. Just if it's something that I would notice. If there would be any change to the gem that's on her forehead. Is that something that would be like just? I mean, I see her, so like.
Yeah, go ahead and roll. And actually, in this case, you already see the thing. Roll investigation for me to see if you can make a mental connection.
6.
I will say that I was going to say you can make that one with advantage because you're kind of being very specific here, and there's a pretty good shot of you figuring this out.
7.
That is definitely a gem.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah. All right, is there anything you want to... But that doesn't cost you anything. What do you want to do?
Sorry, that's a new 5 roll.
So I heard everything, and all right,
All right,
we got it.
think quick.
Yep.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna actually. I know it's not gonna go down. I'm gonna just actually look at Boss Man, and I'm gonna cast Vicious Mockery.
Nice. And you can literally just work that into what you're saying to him.
So I'm literally gonna look at him and say,
Give me my money.
I can't believe that you're about to try to fuck me. You are like the first piece of bread. Everyone touches you, but no one wants you.
Nice.
That's so not nice.
I love that one. It's so good.
Who did you say that to?
The boss.
That was pretty harsh. That might hurt his feelings.
10 feeling damage.
Okay, what's a wisdom save? What is the DC on your stuff? I actually have it written down here, so I should know this.
So yeah, he has to do a wisdom.
Wisdom for 13? Okay.
For 13, yes.
Plus
All right.
girl modifier.
Oh, he fails. So that's roll your psychic damage.
So he'll take 3 damage.
And he has disadvantage on his next.
That's amazing.
So he is just look. Okay, so first he takes the damage.
He's got the Pikachu face.
He's literally Pikachu face right now.
He was just like this, literally like this.
The guy.
It's kind of hurt. Okay, so you do that, and he doesn't even realize that you have attacked him, but he is weakened by the thing you just did to him.
He is emotionally scarred.
I know. He's gonna be, if he lives through this, he's gonna be thinking about this one for a while. All right. Felix. You were prone at the moment.
Was he actually
Still
prone?
trespassing me.
Well, actually,
They said he was staggered, but I don't think you actually said he was prone.
I mean, you could have gotten your feet before the initiative. That's fine. You don't have to be prone. You just stood back up to your feet as all this going on. All this shit's going on. You literally you're just sort of momentarily disoriented. No game effects, but just like you were just going to open the box and suddenly you get slammed in, and all your hair is standing up from all this electricity.
You look like Cloud Strike.
So what do you want to do? You were attacked by a box, but now the box is open and you see this metal statue thing.
I mean, she opened it. It seemed like it was legit. Whatever happened,
Okay.
happened. I hear the guy yell out.
Yeah, the guy, and you see these guys on the rooftop you did not know were there.
And he heard me tell him that.
Yeah.
Fuck us.
Yeah.
Right, that's clearly, I get the shadiest feeling from this guy.
So think fast.
Yeah,
Which one
So
are
here we go.
For all kinds of
I mean, I am pretty sure. Is he armed?
you? Yeah,
Just like we are?
yeah, all of these guys have weapons. And in his case, you see he's carrying a short sword and he's got a hand crossbow strapped to his side.
Okay.
Yes, the squeaky chairs of doom.
Sorry, my inner self came out.
Grapple.
Oh, so you just want to grab him?
Yep.
Okay, do
He's
it.
going away.
Were you grabbing the boss man?
Maybe he is. We'll see. That's athletics, right?
Yes, athletics against his.
Oh, you know what? I have advantage. That's not helping.
So is it advantage or proficiency? Because there's a difference.
Proficiency.
Yeah, it's not advanced.
Just because you're proficient, that just.
Because he's. The
Yeah,
other
he's
guy's
technically
attack
behind
just
him.
literally attacked him on the other side.
He doesn't know I attacked him.
He's just
He's not
emotionally
aware.
scarred.
No, but technically you're flanking him. I'll let you have it.
Yeah.
Mental attack.
That didn't help.
He's
It's
emotionally,
promise.
emotionally scarred.
That's a 13.
Okay. And let me. Yeah, no, you kind of go to grab onto him, and he just kind of shrugs his arm away, and you do not get a hold of him. All right. Nevi, you are hiding in the shadows. What do you want to do?
Would I have any idea what the big silver dude is? Would I have any idea about anything that's going on with?
Not really, no.
You can dash.
Not without getting a much closer look or getting the chance to inspect things, but you're kind of over the side. But no, you've never seen anything like this silver.
Well, that's just a show.
Well, not even silver. I mean, it's more. It looks more like steel.
So So I noticed the guys up top. One of them shouts out.
Mm-hmm.
Do I
Clearly talking about the metallic man, and he said, "Is that the prize?" when it popped out of the box.
And the 6-foot dragon man.
Is he do I notice if he's talking? Does it sound like he's talking to who these other two guys are kind of circled around? The boss guy.
No. You hear so far he hasn't actually. You saw him looking up the roof though, and it doesn't seem at all surprised to see those guys there.
I'm watching it on Twitch and
I'm gonna pull out my longbow.
Seems like
Ready in action.
seems like a reasonable thing to do.
I've noticed that the girl seems pretty innocent. The other two were flanking this boss guy. Clearly he was sitting on top of the crate. I don't really know the boss guy or Cal. But for the most part, this guy's just protecting the box. I'm assuming he's kind of just a henchman. He's just along for the ride. Can I determine that the guy they're grappling is the boss?
You're just walked into the situation. You don't really know who's who yet. But you can see that tension is in the air in this situation, and something's about to go down.
Yeah, I'm gonna ready my longbow, and if I feel like anybody's gonna go for the girl, I'm ready to jump out, shoot my bow.
Okay.
She just seems like the weaker of the group.
Well,
the way your character
considering.
Oh, yeah, no, I
she seems
totally
immature. My character's like, okay,
Yes.
she's clearly excited about some delivery.
And
it
she's
sounds like
definitely
these
not,
guys are after it.
she's
I'm
not
ready
built
to-
like somebody who's super strong, that's for
So
sure.
what was your size description?
I'm like
I just missed
160s,
what I
170
How
pounds.
tall?
5'7".
Okay.
So I mean, I'm not like tiny, but I'm also just kind of. Which got big horns and a tail, so that's gonna add weight. So.
Sure.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, it just seems like they're trying to pick on the odd man out.
Yeah. You did hear her talk, and she seems all bubbly and.
Yeah, it doesn't seem. I mean, if I wanted
She
to
doesn't
look
seem
successful
aware
or
that she might be in unbelievable danger,
Despite the
fact that she can see slightly into the future.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I guess I'm paying more attention to the guys on the roof as they decide to try it. Do they have bows? Can I see?
Yeah, they have ranged weapons, and in their case, yeah, you see that they all have crossbows.
What?
I said that's why I didn't do this.
I'm gonna step. Are they in my line of sight where I'm at? If I'm hugged up against the wall.
One of them probably.
The ones across the way, yes.
These two are.
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
Because you wouldn't be able to like fire
Yeah.
behind you, but you could fire across.
I don't like being surrounded.
That's a.
why I'm right here.
Yeah, I don't like being surrounded. I'm gonna step back probably here
Okay.
and ready in
Guys,
action that if
I
these
hate all of
guys
you.
try to jump down and take or
You're in
harm
thrall.
her.
If anybody of those guys attack her, you're gonna shoot them.
Sure.
Okay. That
trying to
sounds.
figure out still in line of sight of her.
Dash. Use your
I
dash.
don't mind being close to one of them, but I feel like I could get either one of them. I can watch them simultaneously.
Okay.
That's where I'm at.
All right. It is the boss man's turn.
He has a name.
Jorg.
Jorg. Yeah, come on.
Jorg. Jorg
Rule number one.
goes
don't
up.
Just the DM.
He looks over as the thing has popped up, and all this stuff's going on. Somebody grabbed him, and he's been insulted, and
He's insulted.
and then he says, "It's open now, boys. Get her!" And he actually pulls out his blade and whirls around to stab the guy who just tried to grab him.
Does that trigger my ready action?
You were looking at the guys on the roof.
I said any danger to the girl.
Yeah. Well, he didn't. He's not attacking the girl.
He's attacking him.
So
No,
for them.
I'm sorry. What did he say? He said,
For-
"Get the prize. Get the girl."
Yeah, he did say that. I mean, if you want to shoot him when he says that, you can. But he hasn't. Other than that, the only person he's attacking is actually him. So it's up to you. I'll let you do it if you want. If you want to shoot Jorg.
Fuck it. My character does not care. He's after the girl, and I've already deemed her innocent at this point.
shot too.
All right. Then go ahead. You use your reaction, and you can go ahead and take a shot.
What do you do?
You're not in the way, so like she could I wish it could hit you,
got really high.
but like, it's a good
Okay.
shot.
That's a really cute idea. But
14.
she can still do that.
14 hits.
Because my turns I have.
Roll it.
So,
6 damage.
the arrow just flew by your head.
Yeah, it
Yep.
flew by your head.
An arrow comes shooting down from that alley and strikes Jorg right here in this meaty sword. Damn it! Oh! Just as he's whirling around, it kind of throws him off, but he still goes for his attack on you. And he's actually pretty quick. He has got a short sword out and he takes 2 lunges at you. The first one, definitely a miss. Second one, embarrassingly a miss. So yeah, he goes to stab you first, misses as you kind of sidestep, and then just as he's about to make the second one, an arrow hits him, and he gasps and he drops his short sword on the ground.
What a bad boss.
So he's turned around,
Not
and
in the good sense.
that was the end of round 1. We're back up, Liz.
Okay, so clearly shit's going on. Like she's gonna go. She's really confused all of a sudden. Like, oh my god.
Well, you're
like,
standing there with the thing right in front of you.
Right. So she's looking at this and she hears some stuff and she's like, but. So I'm gonna roll investigation. But
Roll investigation with advantage.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask because it feels very. Yeah. So 25.
Okay, you can't help but notice one thing. The shape of this strange indentation on this thing's chest it's not exact, you don't think, but it's really damn close to the shape of the fire ruby in the center of your necklace.
Okay. So
It's almost like a puzzle piece that's not quite there, but it would still fit. It just may be missing a couple little things over to the side, but you figure like you could slide it in there.
So because it's attached to her horns, and there's no time to just pull it all the way around and off, she's gonna literally stand up and take this and pull forward and put it in there.
Okay. So you just put your head.
She basically has that.
Straight-
Just
As myself, I'm just like picturing this.
You're
like,
putting your face in a lot of different places.
Shake
that
some
you
hands.
probably
Hey,
should.
listen, you're gonna wake him up.
That's
Him.
it thing, whatever.
You're
She's
gonna
like,
wake it up.
she's enthralled. She's not thinking
Even
about
better.
anything else. She sees it. She sees the things connect in her mind, and she just does it.
Okay. Got it. So you lean forward, and you put your head in. I'll describe the results of that in a moment. But that's sort of like, that's your turn.
Yeah, that's my turn, right?
So she literally just kind of leans forward and puts her head
they do have
into.
that-
From
but
everybody
it's
else's
only-
point of view, this looks really weird.
Yeah.
You just literally, she sticks her head just kind of in the chest of this
Okay,
thing.
to be fair, her hands are up here, kind
Yeah.
of making sure, it's not like this like weird ninja run thing.
All right. So that's your turn.
Yeah, right. I'm flying, Jack. I'm flying.
So we've got some actions happening here. All right.
So much for that laser pointer.
Well, I can't. Right now, I need to see well enough to at the moment. to know what's going on. Okay. So yeah, we're having some guys are going to take pot shots from the roof, and then some of these guys. He wasn't actually on a building. He was just over here.
Yeah, he was over in the
Yeah,
corner.
he was persuaded to leave the area.
I'm sure he's
So
heard
he-
the commotion.
Yeah.
Moves over here. He's over here.
But it may cost him an action.
What was that?
What was that noise?
Right, where's the... I need the Metal Gear Solid.
Metal Gear Solid.
Something.
Right.
Some crossbows twang.
Uh-oh, am I gonna die on the spot? This is gonna be awesome. Like, I'm gonna wake him up and then I'm out. Like, my part of the story is done. I did my part. I woke him up.
It's just you sucked into the construct.
Right.
Right, we brought mystery to life, and now you can be
All right.
free.
Yeah.
You're scarred for life.
Now I can
Is
die.
All right.
that what happens?
Okay, let him go.
Well, okay. 2 of the crossbow bolts were aimed directly at your back.
I'm sure they were.
One of them just literally hits the metal man right in front of me, just ping, twangs off,
Twang.
and ricochets. The other one, the bolt sticks right there next to your shoulder blade, and you feel this piercing pain.
Okay.
And let's find out how much
And
damage you
here's
took.
where I die.
You take 3 points of piercing damage as a crossbow bolt sinks in. However, now we got one shot at Cal. And whizzes by you. Doesn't misses.
What? One shot. Which one?
Actually, there's going to be 2 shots at you.
Stop the DM. I bring in bourbon. He fucking shoots at me.
Well, so far the fact that you did, maybe that helped you get missed a couple times.
Their boss. I mean.
Excuse me.
You did insult him pretty hard.
Hurled insults at Jordan.
Hurled insults.
There, and sorry, Liz, one more guy from around the corner goes after you. 2 and also misses. So crossbow bolts are whizzing all over the place.
Why these guys suck?
All right. Now it's on Aleeriana.
Okay,
Karlee,
so
what's up?
I just saw a me get shot. I'm full of a lot of emotions.
Well,
so what?
Wait, didn't you have an action ready?
I did, which is why I'm getting to that.
Yeah, but that was last round. So now it's just this is just
but
her
I have
round's
an
action.
action. I have a bonus action.
That's
Okay.
correct.
So
You can do both of
who
those.
Hit.
So she was. Who?
You can't see the guys up here. You can only see the guys on the left.
I mean, she
'Cause they're-
theoretically
you can also
can
see
see
the boss.
everybody because she is
I
kind
said she was
Yeah,
the one
can I
that was
see?
aware of all 4.
Yeah, they're all standing
Yeah.
up now, so
Which one?
she can at least see their upper bodies from where she's at.
Are you asking
From
who
you
actually-
can see
remember, they're only-
Yeah, who
they're only
actually
20
hit
feet
her?
up.
Which of the-
Like,
I'm not even sure
Doing the
you would
struggle.
notice. You saw a bunch of people shooting, so you don't know which one made the shot because you can't follow everybody at the same time. But somebody hit her, and
Okay, I'll do this one.
okay,
It's the closest.
you're gonna sacred
Yeah, but
flame,
I'm gonna sacred flame that, and then I'm
Because that's how
gonna
you got
run
warned.
forward.
and that's a saving throw, correct? What is the? How does that read?
I have to, dexterity
Dex
saving
saving
throw.
throw.
And what is? Never mind, I've got that information right here. So I need a 13 or better on dexterity saving throw. I rolled a natural 3, so that's a big no. Go ahead and roll damage.
This is an 8, right?
Yes, that's a
that's
10.
10.
Okay.
It's the diamond, yes.
Woo! 1.
Plus yours, so.
No, I don't think there's any bonuses for the actual sacred flame.
So,
You
no.
did 1 whole point of damage.
That's fine. I'm full
Sacred
of emotion. It just
spark.
didn't happen. Okay.
Just kind
so
of
I'm
like
gonna run forward, and as my bonus action, I'm gonna healing word the me.
okay.
Healing word the me.
So you kind of like what looks like a 4th of July sparkler just kind of goes off in front of this guy for a second and singes him just barely, and then you run forward, and then suddenly and you call out to the platinum dragon to heal this girl who looks a little bit like you.
Yeah.
And roll your healing word healing.
No.
3.
3 points of damage
Hey, I'm
healed
back
to you.
to full.
As suddenly
Yay.
you feel better. You don't know why. Somebody called out a prayer in a language you don't understand.
Now ingrained.
I was gonna say
Okay,
now
so-
the
in your
crossbow
back.
is like.
no draconic.
Nah, it actually falls out as the healing happens.
So if I dash,
I think we're gonna have to wreck.
You did that.
Yeah,
You can't dash because
you
you've already made an
just
action.
run.
You can only move your normal movement, which I believe for you is 30
yeah,
feet.
but she
I mean,
was.
still a lot. You
6
can go
squares.
for a lot. You can move right.
right behind
I
you,
hope you have some good AC.
and I'll put my hand on your
Actually, she
back.
does.
Okay.
As I
She
heal.
does.
She has
My-
a high armor class
Right.
than I do. Like,
I'm wearing light mail.
Yeah, I mean, healing word is a distance anyway. You didn't have to
Oh,
actually
yeah,
touch
but-
her, but you still go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
Cool. So you feel this friendly, warm hand on your back right where you got healed.
My face is still in the middle of a metal.
Yep,
man,
you're like,
so-
"Ugh."
Look, because you're attached to the silver surf.
All right, Dragonborn monk. Jingarn, what's it gonna be?
I mean, so what I want to do is I want to get up on the roof and kick this guy off.
That seems a perfectly reasonable thing to want to do.
But
But you're too busy running away from the fight.
I just gotta get around here. But so like the jump action, like I don't know if I can jump 20 feet in the air. That seems impossible.
No, but you don't necessarily to get up. You don't necessarily have to jump 20 feet. Just to jump enough, just to grab it and pull yourself up.
Yeah.
So go ahead if you just want to roll me an athletics check to get up on the roof.
Yeah.
It's not super high, and you're pretty buff.
And I have 6 acrobatics and 5 athletics.
Yeah, do athletics for this.
Hopefully-
Oh.
Yeah. I got a 2, so that's plus 6.
Not a 1.
Wait, do you want acrobatics or athletics?
Athletics for this one.
Sorry, so 7 total.
Okay, well, you basically, you jump up, you grab, and you pull yourself about halfway up, and you're just kind of there for the moment.
Okay.
So you're halfway up, and basically next round, unless you were to something bad to happen, you'll be able to hoist yourself the rest of the way.
And he's still technically hiding.
Yeah.
So if that was an action, he
He is
still
still
take
hidden.
his move action of climbing up 15 feet,
Yeah, like he could scratch up with his claws.
like the rest of the way for his move action.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go ahead and do your move, go ahead and make
No, I don't want to, because like at this point they don't know that I'm behind them, and if I climb,
So you're kind of this point where you're hulch, and you could try to hoist yourself the rest of the way, but then possibly be vulnerable, or you could
Right.
wait just a
So
moment, catch your breath, and spring forward.
I'm literally just
Okay, so you're holding your spot right there. Got it. All right,
After-
all right, Cal.
Maybe some snoring.
He turned his back to you.
He did turn his back. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I'm gonna cast Dissonant Whispers on Boss Man. He's got to roll a Wisdom saving throw.
All right, and he needs a 13 or better. Okay, Wisdom. Well, it could be worse.
Having fun over there?
Nice. All right, that'll be a 21, and he succeeds. Is there a fail effect on that?
On a failed save, it takes 3d.
Someone's, I
On a
think.
successful save, the target takes half as much damage. and
Okay, so go ahead and roll it, and he'll at least take some damage.
I rolled 16, so he'll take 8.
Okay. So he just kind of he clutched for just a second. He clutches the side of his head as weird psychotic whispering is going on in his brain. Do you want to do any movement or bonus action or anything like that?
I'm going to move the fuck up.
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't, because he was paying attention to the guy on the other side. You don't have to take a shot as he, because he didn't know actually that you keep fucking with him.
Because you didn't grab him.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm gonna move.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make it that.
what are you doing?
And that's it.
Okay.
Good.
All right. All right, Nevi. You got an arrow with anybody else's name on it?
I'm pretty sure these other guys have them taken care of. So Aleeriana ran forward. I can see that she's helping the girl.
She's helping the girl, so she seems okay in your book so far.
I guess I don't know names. Actually, I see that the other dude ran where?
He's ran around.
I don't know where I went.
He ran around.
And
he ran around the corner, and you don't know where he went.
You don't know where he went.
I mean, I know he had hidden before.
And you can
he
see basically what's going on over here.
But which way did he go?
Who?
The Dragon Man.
Alex.
This way.
He's back behind the building. You
Yeah,
wouldn't have
okay.
seen
You
anything.
lost
But I saw him go that. I
Yeah,
saw
you know
him
which
go-
way he went. You just don't know exactly where he is right now.
I don't like being blanked. I'm gonna step back towards the building, so towards the.
So put your back to that.
This way.
Yep, step
Okay.
2 more steps. Yep, just so that way, so I can
There you go.
duck into the corner if I need to, real quick, and I'm
Alright.
gonna take a shot at the guy standing on the. Nope. Yep. that
There you go. Okay. You can hit him, or at least you can try.
I should've just rolled that. 14.
That'll do it. These guys are not like super armored.
Really wish that Dissonant Whispers would have hit.
What does it do?
11.
That makes him
11.
11 damage.
All right. You put an arrow in the side of the guy's neck. He gurgles, clutches his throat, and then just falls forward 15 feet face down into the alley. You can go ahead and pull him off the board. He's dead.
Yeah, that's how
He did.
Alright.
You did.
Yeah, I think that's it. I don't really have anything else. I don't want to move any further. I probably duck into that corner. So I can I move partially? And
Yeah,
then shoot?
you may.
Yeah, move into the corner just to try and cover. Take some amount of cover.
Okay, you got it.
Line up for the next guy.
All right, it's Jorg's turn. He still seems to be blaming Felix for how lousy he's feeling right now.
I'm pretty sure I haven't gone since the last time.
Yeah, I don't think he has.
Well, but it's a new combat round.
Yeah, this is the
the
end of round
No,
2.
He should have been in
He should
between
have
Cal
been
and Nebby.
Yeah, he should have been
I
before
haven't done
Nebby.
anything since the last time he hit me.
Oh, you're right. You're correct. That you actually should have gone. So go ahead and take your turn now before he does, because you technically should have gone
You could
before.
kill
I
him.
apologize.
Wow.
I somehow
No worries.
I put an X next to your name for no reason.
You take 9 hits so far.
And if we're,
So what's our order? We
No.
have Liz.
11.
It's
Yeah.
Liz, Bandits, then Karlee, Alex, Corey, Victor, Caity, and Jorg. And then maybe one day Michael.
Yeah, maybe one day. I'm
Yeah,
trying.
just me and him. 9 plus 6, that's a 15.
That'll hit.
Right.
What do you want?
8's looking for 8's. Nope.
The triangle.
There we go.
Diamonds.
It's 12.
12 points of damage. And yeah, you bat aside his short sword and then just do an expert stab right in his breastbone, right into his heart.
See?
Pull it out. He's dead. He just looks sort of just surprised, like none of this went the way it's supposed to, as he sinks to his knees and just is clutching the blood coming out of his chest, and then his eyes roll back in his head and
Michael's
he
like,
passes
nobody
out.
gives a fuck.
Leave him
He's
there.
still there.
Leave him there.
He would have done something, but now he can't because he's dead.
I always like the laid over characters.
All right,
Right.
and now something
We like to
strange happens. So like you've got your head kind of right forward as you push this thing into the indentation,
Because there's no time to get it off
and
my
suddenly you feel it kind of being pulled, and your necklace actually snaps. So a few of the beads rain down, and the rest of it are just kind of hanging loose off of your horns, and you see the chest plate thing has kind of recessed a couple of inches inside, and suddenly the fire ruby is just glowing bright red, and then weirdly enough the plate seems to go and rotates where the gem disappears inside the cavity, and then
You
suddenly
didn't want that, did you?
I didn't know what was going to happen. I just
suddenly this crazy sound happens, and this thing takes on bigger and fuller shape as you hear whirring and humming and just this sound that if you were, people from our world, like almost like an old engine starting up. And this thing, like things are rotating and spinning, and definition happens as this thing like suddenly seems to gain more mass from the interior. And then like he hoists that one arm, and suddenly this thing rotates out and a shield forms on his arm. He reaches down next to his leg and suddenly pulls out this giant warhammer. And the box literally kind of just splinters open, not being able to contain this thing. And now it's this 7-foot tall, monstrous thing.
Hey, look, daughter, I sent you a protector. Go on an adventure. We're going.
And it literally, whereas before it was just this smooth mannequin face, now it has this weird thing with a hinged jaw, and its eyes begin to glow.
No stealth checks.
Right, but it doesn't attack.
Michael, roll initiative for me, please.
Yay!
Yay! Welcome to the party.
yeah, right? 6.
6? Okay.
Strong start.
Well, just waking
He
up.
just woke
He
up.
just
Yeah, he woke up.
Hasn't had his coffee.
Yeah, no.
It's Wheaties.
His oil.
It's oil. 10W.
All right. And Liz, it is your turn on the beginning of round 3. As you just kind of like, whoa.
It's good. What? And then she's torn between going after the beads but also the thing that's moving and the
And
something in her
and you got
back.
shot and you got healed and there's a
Like-
girl touching your back. This is all happening very fast. So
So
far,
her-
literally 12 seconds have gone by.
Oh my
So
god.
she's so frenzied because her life has been so boring and so uneventful that she sort of is turning around and frantic and looking at this and going, my thing just disappeared, but my friend was in that thing, and I think my friend was in that thing, and then she's gonna look up, like while she's frantically looking around, she's gonna look up and see the guys at the thing, and she's so freaked out. Her psionics are gonna kick in, and I'm gonna mind thrust one of the dudes on top of the thing.
There you go. Nice. Do it.
So they just have to roll a save. It's a wisdom.
It's a wisdom saving throw?
Of
Okay.
14.
Not their best save. No, that would be a fail.
Okay,
Not by
so
much, but that's a fail.
1d10,
Roll
D10,
it.
D10, D10. For 1.
1 point of damage.
But she's like freaking out.
All
Her
right.
psionics are just kind of doing.
So suddenly, like a little trickle of blood comes out from this one guy's head. What the fuck? But that's it.
But she is going to scramble backwards a little bit.
Okay, you can move
towards
yourself
this.
where you want to be.
Well, towards
Me?
towards him.
So you
because-
literally just put your back like into
into
where
the
this
big
guy
dude,
is.
like,
Okay.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay, so you're gonna turn around. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn around so I'm seeing everything else, and I'm backing up into him. Like, oh, I don't know what's going on here, but this thing seems to like me.
So one of the bandits screams, "Jorg went down! What do we do? Finish the job!" And then so just more crossbow bolts just start flying all over the place.
Crossbows.
Are they am I in partial cover now that I'm like hovering underneath the giant?
Technically, you have a meat shield in front of you.
Yeah,
so-
Karlee,
Karlee's
Karlee, two
shield.
bolts are flying at you.
Great.
So that'd be you
didn't
two.
run out. I mean, you did.
I know, because it saw me.
All right, well, one guy's crossbow, the actual bowstring snaps on his crossbow. He's fuck, and he just throws it down off of the roof.
Turn one! Bang!
However, the other guy rolled a nat 17. Karlee, so that's going to be 5 points of piercing damage on you as a second bolt gets you. All right, seeing from that angle, yeah. We have... Well, once again, it's like I'm at the worst angle to determine where people are and what I'm going for from here. So this guy here, yeah, Karlee, I'm sorry, but you're it.
Die!
I mean, you're the one that did it.
Natural 5.
I rolled back from that 17 too.
It did.
So much out.
And then,
This is the third shot.
well, and then we got one more guy who has one shot here.
This is the third and the fourth shot.
Yeah. Because we got here.
So we still have 5 bad guys remaining. We're taking down 2. One for each of us.
But he doesn't really have a good shot. He actually is going to draw his blade.
Still only counts as 1.
He comes up here, sees his boss down, and actually steps right over him and goes.
Poor Felix.
Oh.
Poor Felix.
Nat 15. Let's
Sure.
double check that one.
It hits.
Twang.
Oh yeah, that'll be 18 total.
It hits.
Wait, doesn't it go to the defender if it?
Well, he just has to meet the armor class in order to hit.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
He got an 18,
I'm
and
on my shield right now.
and he does 2 points of slashing damage to you. Okay. All right, Aleeriana, you've been shot.
I know, like, what the hell?
I'll take one.
I'm not taking
Thank you, dear.
Sugar free.
I will.
I'm gonna move.
Gluten-free, sugar-free. Nice.
You can have it eventually.
Huh?
You can have it eventually. I'm not celebrating.
In about 3 months.
Please.
I'll still be here.
Like 3 months.
Yeah, I'm gonna move.
Okay.
I did my thing. I'm in pain, half dead. Okay.
Getting shot sucks, you have learned.
Yeah, because first time ever, so I'm like dazed. Confused.
Welcome to the city.
Yeah, pretty much. So, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna hide in the corner. I'm not gonna heal myself yet.
You can take another hit.
Probably.
Maybe yet.
Probably.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. Can I ready it?
I mean, if you want to ready some sort of trigger, otherwise you might as well just do it if you're thinking about doing it.
Yeah. Fine. Okay. I'll cure wounds. 1d8.
You cure wounds, you're a person very near and dear to you. Yourself.
Myself. I don't need to die.
Me.
You can't complete the work for
5.
the Platinum Dragon. 5, there you go.
There you go.
Take the heal.
Back at full.
Alright. That was the cleric. We now have a Dragonborn monk clinging to the side of a building. You want to use your move to scramble the rest of the way?
Hold on, Jimmy. Are you back to full anyway, no matter what?
Yeah.
Okay. You forgot to add a modifier.
Oh, yeah. Always remember your add your modifier.
Since she's such a vision on this dude. Yeah, I just want to scramble up and then be behind this dude.
Alright, it'll just cost you 10 feet of your movement to get the rest of the way up.
Okay.
You don't have to make any more rolls.
And then
And you were right there.
just want to shove it.
Okay, go ahead and roll stealth to see if he actually notices you coming up from behind him.
Okay. Wait, I already rolled stealth. Wouldn't you just roll
Yeah,
against
22.
myself? For
Yeah, I'll just roll perception. What was your roll?
22.
Okay. That's a natural 16, but probably not good enough. No, it is not. So he does not know you're there. You got the drop on him, so that's advantage as you come up, and you want to do a shove attack.
Basically, I just want to push him off the roof.
Oh, that is totally a thing you can do.
That's not lawful
Wait, so
good.
there's other
Sure it is.
I mean, it's
The
doesn't
bad
matter how I
guy.
do it.
He's a bad guy.
If it's an other action, can he attack him and then shove him off the roof?
No, this will count. This counts. This counts as his action. However, he gets advantage on your athletics roll versus his athletics.
This guy is not
Report it
going to
away,
happen.
like her, but not his because it's not.
I rolled a nat 20.
You pushed so hard, he lands on the other roof.
All right, so because you did it this way and you rolled a nat 20 on the shove, I'm going to let you do your normal monk unarmed damage and get the shove. Because that, you literally just Bruce Lee.
This is fair.
Like, just did a stone cold stunner. Alright, I think that's
Just a shoulder shove.
1d4 plus 4. So.
Sorry, audio.
So 8 damage.
So you did a bunch of damage. You did some chiropractic work in his spine as you shove into his back. And he screams, "Son!" As he goes flying right. There's a ladder there, but he just goes straight past it. And roll 2d6 falling damage on this poor bastard.
Oh,
He's just dead.
He's
dead.
probably dead.
You Luke hanged him from the end of the old Mortal Kombat movie.
Oh god.
Oh, yeah,
That's right, yeah.
he literally just goes, and he just splats down face first. I mean, he's not 100% dead, but he's like multiple broken bones and just moaning and crying, and he's out for the count.
Moaning and
Oh my
crying.
god, my
I
character
love
sees
that.
this thing coming off.
Yeah, I know, right? As I'm up here, this is awesome. Alright.
And do you want to take any more movement? You've got a couple more feet, if you, or do you want to stay where you
I
are?
kind of want to stay where I am because I want him to have to.
Maybe attack on the other side of the roof.
I mean,
I
there's
don't know how deep this
I
room
guess
is.
and remember
I guess
there.
I'm theoretically-
There's also those boards that run across from the buildings if you wanted to go from one to the other.
Yeah, but I'm trying to. This dude doesn't. He hasn't like. He's
probably
obviously
does
had this.
He knows he looked. I mean, when he sees the
Yeah.
hears the scream and
Yeah.
sees his buddy go flying and like ragdolling around. Yeah, that'll do it every time.
This poor henchman has watched the guy across the room fall off and then watched somebody who really said son go flying off as the other guy shoots.
You're just gonna take a crossbow for no reason.
Well, but it's either that or take a.
Well, move or don't move.
Yeah,
What's it gonna be? Say where you are, or
Split decision. Go. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna stay there.
Okay,
There's no
cool.
reason.
Let's do it. All right, and next we're up to Cal. This day has gone really sideways for you.
Just brought some girl into town.
Why can't things just go smooth?
I think we're gonna need a new boss guy.
Move here.
Okay.
And on that guy, I'm gonna cast Dissonance.
You want an easy one, Jeremy?
Is Cal local, or did he come in with this group?
All I can think of is.
I have just been in and out.
He was just out of town. He just got recruited today.
Okay.
Not that you know, but you know.
Shit went.
The only one who was acquainted with these guys at all before was
Poor
Felix.
Well, at this point, Felix should just step in and be like, "I stop."
Every time you do that.
Saving
They
throw.
Okay.
were my guys. They were the other good guys.
Your guys
Every
know.
time you do that.
That'd be a 9, so that's a fail.
These guys.
It's 12 damage.
All right.
Ouch.
And it immediately uses its reaction if available to move as far as its speed allows away.
Well, here's what happens.
It just explodes.
He clutches the side of his head, and blood just starts coming out of his nose, his eyes, his ears, and he just sinks to his knees and just kind of crumples into a little ball, whimpering, and then just stops breathing.
Which guy? That guy?
Yeah, they got.
So he's gone. Yeah, he's out.
What was that?
Dissonant whispers.
It's so much
We need
more
body
thematic.
count. We need
Right,
body count
right.
show.
I'm gonna move to here. Just
Okay.
If I can, that's the rest of my move to see if I can give flanking to
Okay.
everybody.
Which, yeah, there you go. And now it is Felix's turn. Shit's going down all around you.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. This is
People are
a.
flying off the rooftops.
Let the record show Caity really likes dead bodies.
That's this dude. That's the guy that she.
There's two of them. The other guy
two of
came
them.
out of
The other guy got
The other guy.
Dog.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bye.
bye, Sean. Thanks for coming by, buddy. Miss you.
Bye.
Bum, bum, bum. I mean, my interest in this fight waned when Boss Man died, but if this guy's gonna run up in my face, then I don't know why I rolled 2. I don't have. Yeah, actually, I do.
So used to
You're
it.
there.
You're
there.
flanking.
So that's a 12,
12.
plus 6, 18.
Guess what? That's a hit.
Yeah.
Roll it.
For 11.
Dead.
And that is 11. That 11 is what they have. That is, he is dead. He's dropped. Another one bites the dust.
I think there's a pile.
Yeah,
there,
there's a
right?
pile of bodies.
There's
He like
two
it on
bodies
Jordan.
Yeah.
He's like strapped over
Yeah.
the board. He's just like.
Cradling him in death.
I'm with you to the end.
All right. Any movement or bonus action?
The trick attack.
Thanks, RP, for the trick attack.
Alright, I am going to move out from this corner and away from the giant machine bot
There you go.
to the only guy on this field who I think can actually attack things and contribute.
There you go.
Since there are no more melee
Right over there.
weapons,
Oh, that's right. You were right there.
I come around the corner, I see her, she's clearly healing people and not on the bad guy's side. Taking this wall.
Okay. There you go.
I don't know that you're on the side, but
You're literally
I'm
just
not
healing
going to
her.
be between
You're
the two of
healing
you.
someone because they're a tiefling. Like that's
Yeah, that's basically what just happened.
This
You're so racist.
is-
Yeah, but anybody Yeah, but anybody
You
who
didn't heal me
knows.
and I was way more damage.
That's so
You're
racist.
so racist. Oh my god.
For good
Oh my god, you're so
reason.
racist.
All right. Anybody who heard me talking knows I was not a bad person. I was sitting there apologizing to you, like, oh my god.
All right. So yeah, human lives matter, Karlee.
Do they? Lives matter.
All right, Caity,
Hashtag Tiefling.
it is your go.
Yeah, I'm taking a shout at the guy still standing on the roof that's totally distracted by
Yeah.
the Dragonborn.
Yes.
Yeah, he looked over. He's looking away from you because he saw his friend get flung off the roof into
I
a
watched this,
bangled
I'm like,
mess.
oh, shit, all right, well.
It's on now.
Yeah.
17.
All right, that'll hit. the damage.
That's a lot.
12.
That kills him. He did another arrow in the face.
I'm looking at this dude.
Arrow to the back of the
Level
skull.
1 characters for the win.
Level 1 enemies for the win.
Yeah,
All right.
They're probably CR 1/4.
To be fair, if we had gotten worse scrolls, she might be dead. He might be dead.
She might be dead.
Yeah.
All right.
So, I mean,
And then the campaign would just start over. So never mind, guys.
new game plus.
Hey, Michael. So let's take a second because we gotta catch you up.
The minutes.
So you have spent so long in this dark void with only your own thoughts for so long, and then one day another voice joined you in, has been talking to you now for years.
Sorry.
And she listens to you, but half the time you can't even get a word in. And you've listened to her come from obviously a young girl to an adorably naive and bubbly woman. But it's still just been her voice in the dark for so long. You literally can't even remember your own name or why you know the things you know. But then all of a sudden there was this explosion and this weird feeling and this sense of arms and legs, and you kind of like vision suddenly comes first, for just a moment. It's just blinding light, and it slowly fades in as this scene, and you're like holding this big hammer. You got a shield attached to your arm, and you literally are just feeling this crazy energy coursing through your chest and your body. You're looking around and you're just kind of confused. You don't really know what's going on yet. And all you know is that instantly looking at her, you just are connected. You know that's the voice you've been hearing. But other than that, that's it. And there's just all this stuff going on, and you're just kind of taking it all in. Anything you want to do?
Drop the shield in front of her. So she's already against me, so reach around and drop the shield.
Got it. All right, so I mean, like, and he puts him in this defensive crouch.
She just says she goes,
But he seems to be protecting you.
Okay, so she's gonna like I said, let out that little and she's gonna go, Mr. E, what's going on, Mr. E? Because she's just so used to that's who she's talked to for so long. She technically knows he was in the gym, but isn't necessarily immediately making the connection because of the thing. She can still kind of peeks past the shield, and sort of like still freaking out, asking for Mr. E, but at the same time her innate psionics go off. And
so your turns are back to back. Okay. So that'll give a few extra seconds to have a quick little exchange. Do you want to try to respond to her in any way, or
can you respond to her in any way?
Technically, no, but we can try it.
So do you try to talk?
Yeah. Just try and speak, not necessarily.
Okay, for all of you who are within the short range of him, you let him see his jaw just kind of go, and he goes, but in your head you hear something. You can whisper in her ear anything you want to say.
Or you can just text it to me that way.
Yeah, whichever way.
I could.
Yeah, do it.
But you can, like, when you try to talk, you hear his voice inside your head, just like it's always been there.
Right.
But he's trying to talk out loud. He's going, like he doesn't know how to make his mouth work yet.
Okay. Wait for that. But I will say that her psionic is just initially going to go off on the first enemy that she sees.
Well, there's one guy left on the
dude
rooftop.
on the roof, yeah.
But you want to fry him?
Yeah, let's go here.
All right, which thing do you want to do?
The mind thrust again.
Okay.
It's the
All right,
innate
saving throw.
Fire. Yep, a 14 intelligence.
Nat 17, so made it this time. So,
Okay, so
he shrugs off the.
Yeah, he shrugs it off. Nothing happens to him. But that's fine.
All right, any movement or bonus action you want to do?
She's going to sit right behind that big metal
There
shield.
you go.
She's not going anywhere.
There you go. Good call.
Nope.
That's weird.
Strange.
My phone just decided to come on.
What did you
That'd be
do?
of use to you.
She's just sort of freaking out right now. I'm having it so that her psionics are just kind of at anything that obviously the dude on the roof. Huh?
What is it?
What is what?
What was
Possibly.
Mind thrust.
Use
But
it as
because there's a
speed things up
Yes.
too. Okay, we know boss knew there, so that was your action. You just are talking and hiding from behind a shield, and you mind thrusted and didn't work.
Nope, it didn't work this time.
That guy literally looks around and realizes that everybody, including the guy who writes his paychecks, is down. So he just kind of gives, fuck this, and he decides to fire off one last shot before bolting. So the question is, who is he going to shoot at? From where he's at, I think Cal is going to. Cal's going to get it.
In the
I mean,
back.
I only talked 2 of his guys to death.
He rolls a natural 2 because his heart is not in this anymore. So he fires off a really wide shot, and then he's going to try to take his full movement. He's going to run to the other side of the roof. So he's got 30 feet normal movement, so he'll go as far as he can.
5, 6.
There you go. So that's as far as he can get after making an attack. That's him. Aleeriana.
Yeah, no, I actually want to see if I can jump across the room.
Do
It's
it!
only 20 feet.
Yeah.
It's only 10 feet. You're good.
I don't think you could make it.
10 feet leap on with a run? I think
He'd
it's
have to dash, and he wouldn't be able to do anything else on the other side.
We'll
I'm just
see.
gonna stay right
Still,
where I
that guy's
am.
not getting
I'm
away.
still kind of freaking out. This is all so very new. I've seen people die. I've never seen people die. I got shot. And I've seen someone who looks like me I've never seen before. So I'm just going to stay in my corner. Freaking out.
-2 to wisdom saving throws.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Well, too bad I had to spend my time healing thing.
You didn't have to.
I mean, you are our cleric. You're going to be doing that a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'll be ready for that when it pops up. All right, Aleeriana, what did you want to do?
Freak out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
I'm
freak out.
powering in the corner.
Freaking out.
Okay, that seems like a perfectly fine thing to do. All right, now we have the monk.
The monk.
You want to do some monk stuff?
I need a monk. Let's see.
So you can, when you do a long jump, you can cover a number of feet up to your strength score as long as you have at least 10 feet before the jump.
Up to my strength score.
Correct.
So that's 16 feet. So I think I can do it.
Okay.
But I think that would be like my only.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do
Yeah,
anything
you can't
else.
reach
You would
him.
either double move and get to him, or just move once and get across the thing only.
Right.
Well, I'll say that under these circumstances, the distance you jump itself won't count against your move. I'll let you make the run. Basically, you're going to get like an extra 10 feet.
Oh, so you can pummel this guy on a, like...
Well, you still have to double move to get to him, though, right?
No,
Yeah, he's
so they're going to
gonna have
add
to
the...
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
I'm
You'd get
thinking-
there.
You can make it.
You'd be right there.
Yeah.
And then boom. Yeah.
15,
And then-
20, jump the spray.
Come on.
But that's the thing is like
You can
I
get to him.
don't have like a shoulder thing, so I can't like use my momentum as like a.
Yeah,
as
but you
just
can
a
still get over
shove.
there and punch him.
Yeah, but it's D&D. You can ask.
No, I get that, but I'm just saying, like, I don't want to like. Unarmed strike is a thing, and if I just keep doing like shoves and.
But you have to roll to see if you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, my movement.
Well, go-
I want to
put
get
him
over
next to
to.
it.
Okay, go ahead and
Yeah. So I
Roll your
wanna-
athletics.
go ahead and roll athletics just to see how you do the land, or you can do acrobatics. This is to see how not really about the jump so much as the landing.
Acrobatics is my better.
Okay, so take
I
acrobatics.
wanna take that. And then I critically failed. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, you cleared the jump, but unfortunately, a roof tile just slips out from under your feet, and you just drop prone right there at the edge.
Right where you
So
land.
you're not you're
Yeah,
you're just basically on your knees for a moment on the roof, but you don't reach him because you slipped for a second.
Yeah.
So
Prone.
you're prone. You can go ahead and just put you down. It'll take you half your movement to stand up on your next turn.
Okay.
So that's it for you. All right.
I deserve it.
It is Cal.
Cal, you're up.
You got the natural.
I can't roll a natural 20 and not get karma.
The scales have been balanced.
What was that?
Balance.
Resonance?
I don't have any more.
I don't have any more. He needs a drink before he can do some more.
That's right.
A short rest.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna throw my dagger.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
You got just enough of an angle where you think you can wing this guy.
Because he's standing on the apex.
Or I'll roll that one.
Well, your dagger goes and goes and goes, and you're not quite sure where it is, but
We're doing work.
This guy.
Really
Alright.
We're a really
Y'all
good
just leave
job.
this up to the person who's the
all right, Felix, you're the professional.
Dude, that dude's way out of my line of sight, and he's running.
You're just
You're
like,
done.
eh,
Yeah, you're like,
I'm
Going
good.
through the pocket.
This has been a weird day.
Going through the
Get
pocket.
your
No one
gold.
else is attacking
Right,
me.
going back
through the
through
pocket. I'm getting my
boss.
gold.
Get your gold.
I'm going to
man.
get my gold.
Get your gold.
Okay. That, yeah. All right, so you go through, you reach down. And yeah, you pull up a pouch weighted with coin. You'll have to take a moment to count it later, but
Sure.
you got some cash.
You got some quiche.
All right, Miss Genevieve.
Genevieve steps back so she can get line of sight on dude.
Yep. Okay. There you go. You can see him from there.
get him.
Yeah.
Taking my shot.
Nat 20.
That'll do. Nicely done.
Karma boys.
dead.
Yeah.
The karma.
Go ahead and roll your damage dice twice, and then add your modifier,
9.
and roll it again. Or because you roll the damage dice twice, and then you add your modifier.
Right.
Oh.
Because it's a crit.
Plus another shot.
5, 7, and 4.
So yeah, that he is. You literally you shoot him right between the shoulder blades, right as he's over there,
16.
and then he just tumbles ass over tea kettle, goes straight off the roof, screams, and smashes his head on the cobblestones on the way down. And he's gone. And suddenly there are no enemies, and you guys are left with this confusing scene. And now we're going to take a quick break. Yes.
The guy that got shoved off.
Yeah.
You said that he took fall damage. He's crippled. He's whatever.
He's
Is
still
he
alive.
actually dead?
He will be without immediate intervention. But if you wanted, somebody wanted to rescue him and save him. But we can deal with that in a minute. Let's go ahead.
That's what he's got to do.
Right, tie him up and then save him a little.
We're not tying him. He's not going anywhere. It's got like 17.
I want all your pesos and your rubles. And I guess we're back. Thank you to everyone watching. Yeah. I have, other than a really brief glimpse, I have no idea what's going on. How many people have actually paid attention and watched what we're doing?
About 11 people for the past.
Woohoo!
Oh, awesome.
Double digits, y'all.
Like, instantly or just popping in and out? Oh, nice.
I can dig it.
I know my friend Sean, who's stationed in South Korea right now. He was watching.
That's very cool. Is anybody hosting it? Like, are you hosting it up here?
Actually, you know what? Yes, what I'll do is when we do this next, I'll host it.
Yeah, well,
Auto-host it.
yeah, and I also that's another thing too, like getting ahead of time. I've got a bunch of friends who do, are notable, have some following, and if they're not doing it, if they're not directly streaming themselves, I might be able to get them to host us and give us a little bit more push.
Notable.
A little more.
Try a lot more.
I did this one, but considering how last second it was, that's kind of why I didn't push too hard. I figured at least this way we can put the video of this first session online and people can see, what the hell we're actually doing. All right. So we're literally picking up right here. There's dead bodies in the alleys and all this crazy stuff, and a now moving 7-foot tall metal man holding a warhammer with a shield that literally is like coming just integrated on his arm.
So she's still just sitting behind the shield. And anybody who's paying attention at all can hear her talking, but they don't know she's talking.
And you're hearing, as the battle, died down just seconds ago, you're hearing some shouts and people looking out of windows and doors, seeing what the hell's going on, and there's literal blood in the streets.
Yep. So
Whole bodies. In fact.
she's so Farih is still trying to talk to that voice in her head.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean you're here? What do you mean you'll protect me? What is going on, Mr. E? What? And she's still just trying to come back down. It's fine. Everything's fine, right, Mr. E? You're gonna tell me it's okay? It's okay, right? Just trying to breathe and bring herself down and her poor, quiet little life. This is very different.
Oh, Alex, you can stand up now. We're out of combat. Unless you're just like crouched on the rooftop hiding.
You don't have to be face first in
Little
the
ashamed.
floor tiles anymore.
I'm gonna move to the dying man.
Okay.
The dying man.
Yeah, there's a dude just laying there. He's just kind of broken in the street. He's only half conscious right now.
I've moved up to the same place where Kyle is at. Checking
I
out
want to do
people, making sure they're either dead or
This
not.
is very specific. I'm gonna roll a deception and
Okay.
tell him that if he will tell me who his boss worked for and where they got the orders from, that will heal him.
He is not. I mean, he's sort of like incoherent. He's technically not like conscious. In game terms, he's failed 2 death saves, so he's sort of making some noise and blubbering and whimpering, but he's not like able to respond. You'd have to at least give him stabilize him, give him some first aid before he can even be able to talk to
Do you
you.
have any healing cantrips left? Well,
Do you have a healing kit?
yeah, no,
I can
we have
pray to
almost.
you.
Yeah, we have almost nothing. We have
I can
we have
light some
ritual stuff
incense.
and whatever, but we
You
don't.
don't have healing kits?
No.
Oh gosh.
We are paupers.
You
I
guys
got
have to
nothing
wait
either.
till the next day.
I came out here without weapons. I didn't know I needed weapons.
Right,
Sorry
well,
about it.
Yeah, I mean.
I have nothing to stabilize him with, so
Yeah, say.
Wait, who? I'm sorry, what?
The
who
guy
was
that
the
I
guy
pushed
that-
off the
Oh,
roof.
I have that, yeah.
Wait,
Sorry.
You wait. So you
I
have
have spare the
something.
dying.
Does that stabilize?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about
well,
like you people.
This is
You
OOC stuff. Like you would know that she healed
oh yeah,
the guy, so
I can literally just yell out.
like maybe like we need a medic. Like,
Cleric. So I can see her. I basically just point to her and say, can you stabilize this man?
Huh? And in your response to
Why? They're bad men.
We need information.
Like get hit again?
Don't you waste a cantrip on that piece of shit. I pushed him off the roof for good reason. He tried to kill us.
Now that I realize
So
this
far
guy's
away.
dead.
But I'm yelling
Dying.
at her.
I just lean
I can
back
hear
against the
things.
wall. Keep an eye
I
out.
can
Make
hear
sure
things.
there's no
I'm not wasting a spell.
you do hear, like I said, some shouts and people like, "What's
But
going on?" You know,
He's
just
evil.
Just watching. If I
As
need
long
to
as I won't get
intervene.
hit again.
Is he though?
Do you want to find out why they were
pushed him
after
off
this
the
girl that looks just
He's
like
pretty
you?
Yes.
evil.
You can move higher.
We're out of combat.
yeah, we're out of combat now, so you don't have to worry about it.
Spare the dying.
All
I
right.
guess. I mean, at this point,
You can jump down off the roof.
Yeah, you're able to come down. It's no problem. So yeah, Karlee,
we have a
you
or,
you use your magic mojo, and it just barely, stitches him together enough where he's not gonna die. And so he goes from just like shuddering and obvious like pain and everything, and then suddenly he just slumps into total unconsciousness and is now just sort of snoring. He's still in bad shape, like he's got broken bones and everything, but he's no longer in danger of croaking.
completely against the word. Like you're going completely against everything we're out here to do. I'm upset.
Very.
So he's out.
He's just he's now
Kick him.
unconscious but stable.
Not to the point of shake awake. Or
You're not sure.
pour some
You could try.
water.
You hear some voices like should somebody get the guards? Like there's like people are starting to see their dead bodies on the streets and some people coming out.
Alright.
We should probably.
We made a mess.
As a
So,
final effort, I want to try and sit him up against the wall. Maybe if there's water on the ground, splash in his face. Just try to arouse, a valid
Slap
perfume,
him.
anything I can do
Put
just
your
to try
on
and
him.
try to wake him up.
Roll a medicine check.
Nice.
16.
Okay. You splash some water and he sputters and he's kind of just barely half opens one eye. Huh?
So again,
And he tries to like lift an arm and realize that it's completely broken. And just,
then yeah, I want to see if I can get any information out of him. If I can figure out.
What do you want to say?
Where? So I'm gonna ask him. The ugly guy that's telling you what to do. Does he have a boss, or where's your hideout? Is he the one that calls the orders, or are you guys reporting to someone else?
It's just side work. Coin has been tight. Jorg promised me easy money.
So you don't know where he got the orders from?
And he passes out again.
Healed him and he didn't even know.
I didn't heal. I stabilized. No magic whatsoever.
I'm curious about what this guy has to say because I've clearly just been in this altercation. Can I go ahead and make a medicine check to see if I can do something to help this guy? I have proficiency.
Roll medicine to see, just to evaluate him.
With advantage or not?
No, just regular roll with just the bonus.
Not any better. 13.
I mean, basically, you take one look at him and you're like, this guy is in really rough shape. I mean, he's not in immediate danger, but without further intervention, he is going to at least have to get some rest before he's probably going to be able to say or do much of anything.
If we're going to want anything out of this guy, we've got to get him to a medic or
So,
a cleric of some kind.
I'm gonna.
He's not going to come around really easily.
So I don't.
This
any
one
of
over
those
here
conversations
just
together.
kind of eased his wounds, made him comfortable. He'll survive. Barely.
You're not that far away, Liz. You're like 20 feet away. Like across the room.
Yeah, but she's focused on something else right now.
That's fine. But that's a good question. So, Michael, what do you, and like this is all going on, you're still coming to and figuring out what's going on. You can hear and understand everybody just fine. Mm-hmm. You just can't seem to articulate your mouth very well right now. But you do notice that you can still speak to Farih. And you don't even have to, use your mouth to do it. You can literally just talk to her the way you have been now for many years.
We already have been. So.
Yeah, we have been talking.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
But is there anything you want to do, or are you just observing, or?
I'm just observing at this point.
Okay.
So she's gonna look back up and go, based on this conversation that's happening, she's gonna look up and go, okay, we can't think about this right now. Kind of poke her head around the shield and kind of, make her way out. Mr. E, stay put for a minute. I don't know what's going on, but this is all going to be fine. We're all fine. Everybody's fine. Is everybody okay? Like, she's just going to come out and be like, is everybody all right? I'm so sorry about all of this. She's going to look at Felix and, Mr. Felix, I'm so sorry, that horrible man.
Mr. Felix is younger than how old are you?
She doesn't care. And so she's gonna call out to the other guys. We probably shouldn't stay put for too long. So if you want to take that, if you're capable, I don't know if you are. Maybe Mr. E is. I'm not sure. Maybe we can take that poor gentleman. I have a house. It's kind of small, but we can make it work. Like, it'll be fine. At least let me make you some dinner. I'm alive because of you guys, so thanks. At least I think I'm alive because of you guys, right? I don't really know what happened, but I am so glad that you're here and just delighted. So if you could, I would really love to, as a thank you, make you some dinner, give you some okay space to get some shut-eye and maybe figure out what just happened. I don't know what he is yet, so I'm sorry, but so she's just sort of stuttering and going.
While you're doing this, I mean, with your passive perception, it's good enough. You don't even have to make a roll.
Okay.
You do, or like you're kind of looking around. You're seeing, because Mr. E is standing in the splintered ruins of this crate that he was delivered in. And you see, suddenly you're like, wait, you see little scraps of burnt parchment, and you can see where it's kind of been ripped and burned. And it looks like it had come with some sort of like scroll or parchment or some sort of message. But when somebody took a crowbar and tried to open it, the sigil just completely fried it, set it on fire, and you can just see you can't even make out a single word. You just see like what looks like the beginnings of your name at one point, and you're looking at it's just like the whole thing is ruined.
Right.
So whatever message came with this seems to have been
gone.
destroyed.
Okay. So, I'm Farih, first of all. Second of all, I really do suggest that we don't linger too long. I don't spend much time here, but I do have a place. So she's very encouraging.
All right.
I'm ready to go.
Let's go.
Is everybody cool with that idea?
Wait,
She
what?
looks like me.
You're bringing him?
Yeah.
Why?
She's got food
He
in.
doesn't know anything.
You don't know that he doesn't know anything.
He passed out.
Lisa.
You don't know anything about him. He's
Who-
still part
who
of the
hired
group,
you?
but
Justice.
Hey, maybe we can argue.
He hired me. He
Yeah.
hired that guy. Guaranteed.
I'm going to speak as she's going.
Carry him if you want.
how much do I know about tieflings?
Well, let's see. Why don't you?
Well, because they're pretty rare, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Roll Arcana.
Okay.
So world knowledge, what is common? What do we all know? Like, what does everybody know versus what does she know?
16 or common.
There are tons of people who go there and like standard, townsfolk, peasants, and farmers and type who will go their entire lives and never even see a tiefling. They're exceedingly rare, but not unknown. Whereas people who live in big cities, there are some around, and it just depends on where and what the attitude is. But there's been a lot of religious fervor with one particular goddess lately, and one of the things that they preach is that tieflings are they're damned individuals who were spawn of demons and dark gods and have no place in this world. And there have been a lot of these religious fanatics on the rise the last few years. And the churches of Deadra, the goddess,
What is they actually have a hinge?
don't like it. But so what was your role specifically?
A 16.
16. So yeah, that that a tiefling has a very close ancestor who basically was seduced or let's just straight up raped by a nasty demonic creature, and they have that blood in their veins, and that's when they expresses themselves. They have some sort of sign of it. A lot of times they have unusual hair, skin, and eyes. Sometimes horns, tail, the whole thing, but there's no consistency 100%, and there is no tiefling race. They only come about this way.
Would I have ever met one?
Probably not.
Alright. I'm just trying to figure out what my curiosity drives me to come with or to hang out in town.
My friend, I think he's my friend, says he can carry that gentleman for you if you want him to. Would you like him to? Because he seems happy to do it, I think.
I'm certainly not going to carry him.
So Michael, do you want to grab him?
Who's your friend?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
I keep pointing back to him.
I know you're so upset with me. But I want to know.
Please.
so. I guess we'll
please
stow the
just-
weapons and pick him up, Jamie.
Okay.
On
All right.
the way out, I know he's already kind of gone through the boss man's body or whatever. So for the coin,
I haven't counted it yet.
I want to look for any sort of notes or information that he may have in his body.
Okay.
Parchments containing orders.
I stick closely to keep an eye on.
Roll investigation for me. You see the big metal dude. Suddenly, the shield thing goes, rotates, and recedes in his arm. His leg, literally, like a big panel, just opens up, and he puts the hammer back inside his leg, and it closes back up. And then he goes over there and just scoops up this guy like he is a toddler.
All right, I rolled
Oh
an
my
18.
goodness.
I'm following
That's
behind
just
him, 'cause I'm
wonderful.
curious for information.
18.
Um,
Investigation.
Yeah, you don't find any like parchments or notes or anything on this guy. All right, so you guys get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah.
Let's
so
go ahead
we're
and
gonna
clear it
back
off and pull the map off, please.
Bye bye.
Goodbye, bad part of town.
It was fun.
And even though you hear some voices of people checking to see what's going on, you don't seem to be immediately followed. And you guys are able to make it back to your place without incident.
Okay, cool.
So you guys head to the outside of town and over where you can see paths. The road gives away just to paths, and one of them goes to this small home, and then you see it kind of branch off, and there's like farmsteads in the distance. Whereas this is just a little home that doesn't have a farm. There's like a garden, a relatively small garden, behind the house. But other than that, it's just a little freestanding home. And you can bring everybody in and show them around.
Promise of food?
Absolutely.
She was cooking before all this started.
I had something on over the fire, but let me whip it right back up. Oh my goodness, it's just been such a crazy day. So, yeah, I'll just get right to that. Wherever you can find a place.
I'm not gonna go in. I'm just gonna sit outside with my prayer book. So.
Okay.
So I apologize. It's so small, but really quite delightful. So just relax. If you need anything, give me just a moment. I'm gonna just go ahead and get this all bubbling again, and I'll be right back.
Nice.
I'm lurking in the corner. I'm gonna take my phone off.
Oh, this is
You
a
can
party
see-
now. Wow.
No, you can see all this. All my tieflingness.
Dice is the table.
Hey man, take it where you can get it.
No, but
He's playing
Right.
with Barbies over here.
Yeah, just put the deck on.
On the table.
No, we're about to eat. He's in the corner.
Yeah,
He's
just thrown in the corner.
whatever. I don't care. Nobody cares.
One real quick backtrack as you guys are leaving. And actually,
Cal.
I want Cal to roll me. Go ahead and roll me a perception check with advantage as you were rifling through. You're looking for one thing, but instead something else you might notice.
Oh, you should have reached.
Should have kept that.
Always look before you reach, man.
What am I rolling?
Perception.
20. Not at 20.
Yeah. All right. So you're looking in pockets, trying to in pouches, trying to find a scroll or a note or something, and then you just hear kind of a whirring or like a buzz sound coming, and you see something kind of that was like behind on his shoulders. He's like laying there in the ground. It kind of crawls up and then suddenly takes the air like a bug. But you just notice with that good roll, you're like, we see this weird metallic shine off it.
I was standing right behind him. Do I notice it as well?
Why don't you give me a normal perception roll, please?
Okay.
You were standing over. You didn't go back over to the ball.
Yeah, this is when he was.
I said I
Yeah,
would.
she followed me.
I said I followed
Yeah,
him.
she followed
She
me.
did actually say.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
17.
Okay, you see what looks like a bug. I mean, like looks like a small dragonfly just flying off his shoulder, but you don't notice anything like unusual about it other than it just looks like a bug. But you just see this weird sound, and because you're close to the noise it's making doesn't, just for a split second, it's like doesn't look or sound right. So do you want to do anything about it, or because it's literally just like it crawls out from behind him, goes bzzz, and then starts to fly off its wings, going really, really fast.
I'm going to try and grab it.
You want to try to snatch it? Okay. In that case, roll me a straight up dexterity check.
Just see if Gryffindor wins the quiz.
Can you get the snitch?
6.
All right, and this thing goes, and then it hovers up about 20 feet for just a second, and then it goes, and just goes off really fast over the buildings and is just out of sight. And you don't know what that's about.
Gotcha.
But so that happened, and now
Now we're
That was quite odd.
back to the thing.
All right, quit playing with the toys. Come on.
By the way,
So,
I should have.
just for
I totally
shits
have
and giggles,
freaking
go ahead and roll me.
TX.
Go ahead and roll me a performance check.
Performance?
Yeah. Now, do you normally have proficiency in performance?
No.
Go ahead and add 2 to whatever your roll is there because you're proficient in your cooking tools. This is literally you finishing up your little meal.
7.
A whole 7.
So
It's been sitting out for a minute.
it's perfectly edible in here, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sustaining.
But it's nothing you're gonna write home about anytime soon. You guys are like, oh, great, yeah. Like,
I have beer. Can I have ale?
you can have ale, sure.
Suckered into this.
Okay.
This is
So,
not-
so the food's not great. Sorry, it's been sitting out for a minute. I know it's not my best effort, but I do have ale. Would anybody like some of that? Anybody? I do have that to offer.
Wine.
Would we have wine? Would Jaren drink?
He drinks sometimes quite a
Alright.
bit. So yeah, you normally don't go into his private collection, but it's just in a normal unlocked cabinet over to the side, and he has several bottled wines that he likes, and a couple even harder spirits that are a little bit harder to come by, but he still keeps them on hand for those nights he feels like he needs it.
Well, yes, I do have some wine. Give me just a moment. She's not gonna know what she's looking at. She's gonna drink it. So she's gonna grab one out and put it on the table for everybody to have as glasses. And then she's gonna look at Mr. E, which is all she knows to call him right now. Mr. E, do you need anything? Would you like something? Would you like food? Drink? I don't know what you need. What are you? I'm very confused. There seems to have been directions, but I think they got fried. So, that's okay. We're out. Well, it'll be fine. It'll be great. It'll be awesome.
So what do you do with the half-dead guy?
Can we talk about the guy that looks like he's carved out of metal?
His name is Mr. E.
So you're Mr.
So
E.
you know
Somebody else drink the wine first.
Mr. E, can you
I've known
talk to us?
he can't talk to you right now.
He
Apparently
shakes his head. He seems to understand you just fine, though.
Something's broken apparently, or he doesn't quite know how to use it
He's
yet.
kind
I
of
don't 100% know
bumblebeeing
what's going
this.
on.
How do you know what he's saying?
He talks to me.
You
He's talked to me
understand
since
Maybe that was perfect.
What?
The bumblebee.
He's been talking. I have known.
So he
really,
speaks to you?
I have known Mr. E since I was 8. He's been
How
a
come
very
you
You've
know
had a
dear
that?
giant since you were 8?
Huh?
You've had a giant since you were 8?
No, that clearly was a new thing. I'm not sure where the giant part came in, but I used to have this necklace, and then she kind of, oh no, my poor necklace.
Yeah, you've lost about half of the beads.
So while she's talking, she's gonna tie those knots off
There
and
you
just
go.
leave it so that what's left of it will stay around her horns just out of habit. But no, there used to be this really pretty big red jewel. My dad, well, he's not my real dad, but anyway, gave it to me when I was really young, and I think he was in the gym, although I'm not 100% sure how that works either, but he and I have talked since I was 8, and he's always been there, and I call him Mr. E. He doesn't know his name, unfortunately, which is very sad. I keep trying to hope that I'll help him remember, but it doesn't seem to work. Not yet, but one day, right, Mr. E? And she's just gonna pat his wherever she can.
Clank,
reach.
clank, clank.
Well, where is your father, not father?
He went to travel for business, but that was 6 months ago, and that's the longest he's ever been gone. So I'm not.
What does he do?
I don't know. He's never told me, but he's never been gone this long, especially not without communicating. So, I'm a little worried something might be amiss, but he's a very smart man. I'm sure he has everything perfectly handled. But he did give me this, and I know it sounds a little bit crazy, but he's a very, Mr. E is very smart. He seems to know a lot of things, and he's been my friend since I was very, very little, and now apparently I put the jewel in the spot on his chest, and now he's that. And he can still talk to me in my head, though.
So you weren't expecting a giant box?
No. Nope. Complete surprise to me.
I'd like to rack my memory. Do I know anything about where it came from besides, or before it got on the boat? Or where the boat came from that it came off of? So clearly it came from the docks, because I escorted it.
Yeah, you basically, it came by boat from the city of Innsridge to the little fishing town on the coast, and then from there was delivered by cart here. Side question, not including Liz, who here has a character proficient in Arcana? It'll if it's got the little.
Am I literally the only one?
Oh, okay.
Good.
Now all of you can see what I'm going to describe with this, just because of what you're noting. You just noticed that there's one door.
I was going to say we should look around.
There's one door over on the side that has a very obvious kind of wizard mark symbol just inscribed on the front of it, and it just stands out. Like everything else here is very. I mean, it's kind of like weird. It's a relatively small, and everything's relatively plain, but with little pieces of like fancier stuff, like the little cabinet that the liquor cabinet she pulled the wine out of. Suddenly, it's like really finely made, and the vintage she pulled out is really expensive. Like this would probably be like an 80 gold piece bottle of wine that she just pulled out and gave to a stranger. And then there's other little things, just like little knickknacks that are like probably valuable that are just kind of strewn around. Also, with just in the middle of all this stuff that also looks just sort of commonplace. And in the middle of this relatively small thing, there is a door with a arcane mark that's literally just softly and steadily pulsing. And you can't help. I mean, all of you can see it. But you're the one who notices that this is but it obviously has some sort of magic that is meant to it's like, and especially considering your own specialties, it's something really, all you know immediately without any details, it's something to do with misdirection or hiding or obscuring something, but you don't know why.
Farih, have you ever seen what's behind that door?
What door? You literally look over and it's a wall, and you've lived here, your whole life, and there's no door over there. What the hell are you talking about?
What door? Is there a door here? Do you mean the one that we came in from? I'm pretty sure the outside is past that door. I'm so sorry. Cal, right? Did you say your name was Cal?
And there's the door to your bedroom is over there. The door to Jaren's bedroom is right there. And then there's like a closet. Okay. And then there's like some other little things. But he's pointing to a spot of wall, and you do not see a door. You've never seen a door.
I'm just gonna.
We see the door.
All of you see the door. She is the only person who can't see the door.
I'm just gonna say, was there more food, Farih?
I could whip up a dessert if you'd like.
Okay, that'd be great. And I'm gonna grab the bottle of wine off the table. I'm gonna uncork it with my teeth.
Nice.
I'm going to approach this door, just literally chugging. Not really chugging, but just drinking straight from the bottle.
Nice. Okay.
And
man, and this you taste all 80 gold pieces worth. This is good stuff.
As I'm walking to the door, I also notice, I take a side glance at what else is in that wonderful cabinet.
Oh, yeah. This isn't the only good bottle in there. There's also some distilled spirits as well.
I'm gonna follow to the kitchen. Area.
I'm watching Cal.
You said that there's some sort of symbol on the door.
Yes.
Is there a knob?
Oh yeah, it's a normal door with a doorknob.
Oh.
Okay.
Victor, by your feet, I dropped my die.
I'm chugging a bottle from.
Nothing bad happens. It just appears to be locked.
I don't want that number.
You don't want the one on the floor, do
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, I'll take that one.
Yeah.
A 17 on my dessert.
Okay. You make it. What do you want to make?
I don't even know what would be appropriate in this.
Well, I mean,
particular
with you got like with eggs and cream, you could whip up some nice little cooked custard kind of thing.
Yeah, I'll do a custard. Nice, delightful little custard with a little bit of fresh fruit.
Sure. You will sweeten it with a little honey you have on hand. It tastes great.
Not opening.
I was gonna say she's got all sorts of great ingredients. Clearly, with
We don't have
$80
anyone
wine
here
in
to
them.
So she's-
take care of that door.
So she's away.
Mm-hmm.
I purposefully sent her away.
Sure.
She
She doesn't.
so I'm gonna turn back to the room
so
and
it's
just
fine.
say to everybody,
Hey, I'm actually smarter than you.
"Hey,
You're in the other room. You didn't hear that. Just
Read
so
the
that-
intelligence score, just saying.
this door?
Mm-mm.
Well, it's locked."
I think she
Anybody
sees
else
and doesn't see a lot of
any
things.
more curious than I am about what could possibly be behind this door?
I mean, the house looks nice.
I'd love to know what's behind it, but I don't have anything.
It seems like it's probably kept from her only, which is weird.
Oh, hi there.
Which is
Considering
strange.
she
Yeah,
lives
that's
here.
gonna
Can we rummage
What?
through the
Why are you
swordy
watching?
boy and see if he has a lockpicking kit?
You look like Is that unusual?
You go through his pockets and you do find a crude set of thieves' tools.
I'm me. I am the only me. Do you remember?
What would be the
What is the
check
relative
on-
skill?
Not really.
What?
What is the relative skill?
That's proficiency in thieves' tools
You said big.
is required to do normal lock picking, but you can still use it. You can still try it. You just won't get a proficiency bonus.
What does it slide in hand?
So it would be a dexterity check only,
That's not
because without proficiency.
You may want to hand that to me.
You could probably give her an assist.
What is
I
it
could
slide
give her an
in?
assist.
No,
No, it's dex.
just that.
Just straight up dex.
Somebody else like me here. They don't seem to have
Anybody?
problem with it.
Anybody ever used one of these before?
Not
Not
hard.
that I would.
No,
But
this
I'm
isn't
very
this isn't your
interested.
area. You're not exactly, I don't think you've ever studied how locks work.
No, but my curiosity
But
is driving me
You
to
can
try
you can give it a
anyways.
shot.
What's your bonus?
Have you been on one of these?
For what?
Dex.
Dexterity
Well,
is
maybe
4.
that's
Plus
why.
4.
Maybe we just
Give
haven't
it a
been to the
shot.
right places.
I'll assist. I have a high dex too. So.
Okay, you can try to
Maybe that's
you can try to walk her through it like put it in there. You're gonna feel the tumbler give. You can do this. So he's talking through it. So you can make it with advantage. It's just a straight dex
Give it
check.
a shot. I think I'm pretty good at moving.
You don't have to you don't have to roll anything. She just gets advantage because you're helping her.
Oh, I get advantage, so I roll 2?
Yes,
Yeah,
and take the best one because he's talking you through this.
14.
No.
All right, you just you get one tumbler and say, "Oh, cool, I can do this," and then the next one you just can't even get, and you come really close to breaking the pick before you you withdraw it, and it's just this. You're not. This isn't your thing.
Should have done it in the first place. Give me the
Pass it along. Step back.
You want to try?
He's still.
Watch
You can
very
you can do it with advantage.
Part of it, right?
You're like put your ear up against to listen for the tumblers give, and
Worse, I'm gonna ask the big dude in the corner to break the fucking door.
I don't know. He seems like.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
okay,
I
you're
rolled in that one, so it broke.
all right. You break the pick off in the lock.
Yeah, I rolled a 1 and a 3.
Well, 3 is with advantage, so you don't break the pick.
No, well.
I say he still breaks the pick.
Yeah.
We were trying something we had zero skill to do.
Yeah. No actual thieves in this
You're not
group.
trying that again.
Right. Well,
It was
You guys
an
want for a key, I guess?
journey.
I don't
Do
think
good in the world.
I bet he has it
Keep those
with him.
good like it has
It's also
Yeah, it has a normal key lock.
You gotta open it, probably just fry us or knock us across the room.
And I feel like
Yeah,
that's
I'm
one
just saying.
Right. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, just from your casual look at the wizard mark, you don't get a sense that there's any physical defensive magic. At least not on this side of the door. Maybe something that you can't see. But the mark on the door seems to be related to why she can't see it.
She opened the box just by touching it.
But she can't see the door.
But she'll feel it if we tell her there's a door there. Maybe she can just open it.
But she could just go tell her to put her hand on the wall.
Yeah, there's a knob right. You and I know there's a knob there. But she knows there's a knob there. Why don't we just get her to know that there's a knob there?
Hey, come touch this knob.
That works for me every time.
It's just an illusion.
So,
She's still in the room.
Hey, touch this knob is maybe my favorite quote of the day. But let's see.
It's just an illusion. It's only an illusion.
So
You guys can get back.
I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back out. I'm gonna come out with a bunch of very nice desserts for everybody with local fruit.
Nice. Thank you for keeping some
It's
good
actually
quotes of
lovely
the
this
game.
time. I rolled much higher.
We can post these later.
So,
I'm gonna grab that bottle of wine on the way back to the table.
and Aleeriana helped me make it, so that's probably why it's better. Thank you, Aleeriana.
Thank you for assisting.
Very nice.
We got a nice little custard with fruit.
All right, we're gonna eat first.
Okay.
We're gonna eat some fruit and custard.
As this guy is
Meanwhile, there's a.
slowly dying.
Well, he's not dying. He's stable.
I'm gonna step out.
He's just laying there with half the bones in his body broken.
I'm gonna step
That's all.
I'm gonna step outside and give some to
Dragon Man.
because
Yes.
I don't actually know his name. So I'm gonna step out and with a little custard and be like, "Excuse me, would you like some of this? Your friend helped me make it."
Are you deep in meditation, Alex? Or are you...
Let's see.
What?
Are you deep in meditation? Okay,
Because a person just walked up to you with a bowl full of custard and fruit and has offered it to you.
But I say I have my calligraphy tools out, and I'm taking notes of what we've done so far, and kind of.
He seems sort of uninterested. He waves you away rudely.
Okay, so I'm gonna just be like, "Well, you seem very busy. Thank you for your time." And she's gonna set it on a little barrel next to him,
Okay.
so that it's there if he decides he wants it.
Oh, that's very
Then
nice.
go back inside.
Okay.
Do you come back inside?
Yes, I'm coming back inside now. I just wanted to make sure he got some too, like just because he's sitting outside.
You're a very good hostess.
You know.
Farih, can you do me a favor?
Would you
Come to
do
this
us
wall
a favor?
real quick.
What? Why? This seems
Here, just take my hand.
somewhat
Take
strange.
my hand.
We, and by we, I mean everyone else in the room, including the man here, who can't speak, can see the door.
Mr.
It's on
E,
this wall.
is this Mr. E? I'm not sure about this. Feeling you all are wonderful, really. And I know you probably think I'm a little crazy because I'm talking to somebody who you don't know can hear me. I'm sounding insane. I'm not so sure about this. This feels strange.
We're just
ask your
asking you to
friend
see if you can notice
if he
the
sees
door.
the door.
Does he see the door?
Well, yeah, Michael, you see the door just like everybody else. You're the only one who can't.
You did switch accounts. You're so funny. Well, okay. So he says it's there. So I guess.
We're asking you to reach over here and grab this knob, which is here, and give it a little, you know,
Little tug.
and see if it'll open up for you.
The normal person in
This
me
is
is
your
going,
house.
no!
It's your house. It's not our house. We're just asking you.
This is why I didn't even bother to worry about anybody swearing, because this game always has an M rating with us at the table, no matter what.
Okay, so where is it again? Where is this? Like?
I'm going to point like 3 inches.
He
from the
guides
top,
you
like,
right over to a
there's
spot
knob
which to
right
you
there on
just
the wall.
appears to be a bare wall, but
So I'm gonna put my hand out like this and be like, well, okay. Kind of feel around. And...
Does she notice that there's a door there?
go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw with advantage, because you have these people all guiding you and trying to help you see this thing.
Nat 20 on both.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
Nat 20 on
That
both.
was very nice. Okay.
Door just boom.
Found the door.
So here's this thing.
See the door.
So this guy, they take you over there to it, and you're trying to focus, and like literally, you feel this weird force, like literally, as you walk over there and you're looking at this patch of wall, there's just something that makes you want to look away. Like there's something, and then you realize as you're, over the last few years, as your brain has advanced, and the second thing is like this is an outside force on your will working against you, and you immediately swat it away with your own powers, and suddenly, boom, that door is just there, and it's always been there, and you realize it's been there this entire time since you were a little girl, and some magic was put on it deliberately to hide it from you.
She's gonna kind of look at it and go, well, that was not very nice of him, was it?
And you see
there must have been a reason with the sigil that's on it.
There's the sigil on it. It's still there, but it no longer works on you. It's just pouring out useless magic at this point because you've completely canceled the effect of this spell on you. So you just see it's got one of the wizard marks that you recognize it as one of a familiar looking symbol, and it's just this door that you've never seen before. It has a key, and a keyhole lock and simple doorknob.
Are there any keys around that she would know about?
No, none of the other doors in this place are ever locked. He even keeps his bedroom unlocked.
She's kind of gonna...
You also see a broken lockpick sticking out of the lock.
I see you try to enter on your own.
We were trying to see if it was real or not.
How do you know it was us?
Out of combat, they can kind of shed some of the metal that's built up on them, and they have a lower armor.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, it's locked. It's locked.
Yeah, it's locked.
We really just wanted to see if it would open for you the same way the box opened for you.
That would have been nice, wouldn't it have?
You could ask Mr. E to open it.
I was well, that would maybe. I'm not sure that he'd feel comfortable with that. So I'm trying to decide if that's a nice thing to do. Apparently he just woke up and I don't want to put too much pressure on him. He seems to be figuring things out. I don't think I have any way that I could do it. Just trying to think if I've got any way that I could.
It's your house. We were just trying. We were confused. And obviously you speak to him. We were confused because you couldn't see a door that we all saw.
Well, clearly. I'm very confused now. Oh, Jaren. Never like to tell me anything. As if I couldn't handle it. What a twerp. Alright.
Well, he's been gone now for like 6 months.
Right. They were always leaving me in the dark. Jaren, would you mind seeing if you could, maybe... without destroying the door, I wouldn't want to make Jaren too angry, but if we could maybe just, I mean, I'm not sure, but I am a little irked that that he's been hiding this from me. And he's not here, and he hasn't been here, so maybe the key to finding him is in there. So yes, I am in fact sure, and I want to make sure that he's okay. Maybe he's locked behind that door. That would be awful.
So let's walk over and try and push on the door.
Cool.
Not swing for it, just try and push it over.
All right. Roll me a strength check.
It breaks.
Please roll 20.
It splits apart.
18.
Yeah.
Oops. Sorry, there used to be a door here.
All right. Well, you reach and then and it doesn't look like he puts a lot of effort into it, but the thing just snaps off the hinges and the door just goes thunk, and you see there's actually a short flight of stairs going down to a basement area you did not know existed. Like some underground thing. There's a staircase and the door just literally goes and is laying kind of like this at an angle on top of the stairs.
Just gonna kind of go, well, isn't that fascinating? Is there light down there?
No, it's dark down there.
It's dark.
Even though you can see.
Yeah, I can see, but I would know it's dark, not lit.
Yeah, there's no lights coming from downstairs. It seems completely dark.
Can he fit downstairs?
Yeah. I mean, he's 7 feet tall, but he's not. I mean, he can still just like hunch to get through doorways and stuff.
Do they have torches around in this particular?
There's a fire in the kitchen.
Well, I mean, you have candles and a lantern.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I'm just gonna.
Or while you're talking and thinking about it, suddenly, Aleeriana, what do you do?
I put light in my hand.
Okay.
Because there's injustice here.
Yeah.
Why is there injustice here?
I touch. Put light on my hand.
All right. Suddenly, the other tiefling has light in her hand.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess we should go down. I'm not really sure what's down
Please lead the way.
I'm still doing one. I'll follow.
Mr.
Yeah, I'm
Lee,
following,
would
but
you
I'm letting
mind
her lead. This is her house.
leading the way?
I will not be the first one to walk into the wizard's den.
Please.
I realize the cow hasn't
I'm a little
died yet, so that's
concerned.
happened. Like,
I'm a little concerned about going down there first.
Yeah.
Do you mind?
Take a sip.
Go down the stairs for me, thanks. So she's gonna follow down behind this dude.
You know what wine tastes like. So this is the thing. Would your character appreciate the taste? There's definitely this bite of alcohol you've never had before.
Right. No, curiosity drives me to be like, what is
Right.
this?
Now she's hammered. No.
So you have this weird thing where there's this slight little bit of burn, this little stringency, but at the same time there's a little bit of goodness in there. And after you take a swallow, you feel this warmth in your throat that goes down to your stomach. You're like, I could get used to this, maybe.
Take one nice little swig, pass it back.
There you go. So wine. Now that was really good wine. You don't know what cheap shit tastes like.
You were never
Really funny. I'm
the
gonna
rest of your life.
I'm gonna spit out the something from the tap.
This is the equivalent of like a $200 a bottle, vintage.
It's gonna be really funny. Lighten it up.
Okay, so
All right, so with the light, we've decided I'm gonna crouch down and I'm gonna lead the way down the stairs.
Yeah, it's not short, and it goes down, hooks to the left, and then quickly goes to a landing. And it's not a huge area down here. It would actually be not much bigger than the room that we're in right now. And it is, all of the walls are lined with shelves. One wall is covered with books and scroll cases. And then others just have all kinds of jars and supplies. And then there's a long stone table in the middle that would have, essentially it's an alchemist's, setup, kind of like a chemistry set, but it's not, everything's just kind of put away and nothing's being used. But you see all these vials and tubes and little areas to set small flames with tubes running from, curling around, and you don't even not sure what all of this means. But you do see just like a ton of interesting stuff on all sides.
Anything wearable? Wearable weapons, my character is one.
You do see like there's like a little hook that's just mounted onto the wall, and there's just this kind of smock thing that looks like it's stained and even has a few burn holes.
Excellent. Working tools.
Mm-hmm.
This is your house.
Well, I've clearly never been in this part of my house before, so this is new for me.
Roll investigation for me real quick.
Absolutely.
Jamie, would Carver know what he is at this point?
You hey, hold that thought for a second.
Not a nat 20.
Okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just saying, you do recognize a few things over on one of the shelves. You're just kind of scanning around, and you see that some of these vials look familiar. They are some of the medicines that you have been forced to drink now for years and years.
Giving indication
Did
that, on her
say
face,
medicine?
that she recognizes any of the things.
You just see her look around, and you're not sure if you can read her expression, but it's.
Did you say medicine?
Well,
I said medicine, but that's just her.
That's
her inner monologue as she is reading.
Okay.
So that is something that's going to be like, hey, wait a minute. So I'm gonna walk over to the stuff that looks like what he's been giving me since I was young.
Is in like potion bottles?
Yeah, there's a number of there's vials and bottles, and then there's a lot of jars that seem to have like raw ingredients that are used for things and weird liquids.
Medicine?
Yeah, you can give me a medicine if you want to try to identify things that would have like healing properties and stuff like that.
Can I make an Arcana check on that item?
Sure.
With that,
if you're trying to see what kind of magical properties it has.
I'm actually trying to figure out what it is. Like, I'm trying to figure out, is it actually medicine? Like,
okay.
What was it?
There's clearly some magical something to it because it makes
and this one actually, the bottle has labels like unlike before where you were just given these little vials to drink. This actually has like a list of weird ingredients that are on it, and this is like a larger bottle. Like he mixes a large batch and just gives you doses at a time.
I'm too emotionally clouded.
Okay.
Can I do the same as well?
Sure.
Hey, can we count our gold?
14. What did you roll? 14.
I don't know shit, so.
So you count the gold pieces. 31 gold.
We're counting.
31 gold was inside the pouch. I rolled it earlier.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, so Karlee, as you're looking through, looking at some of the bottles that she seems to be most interested in, and you're looking at the ingredient list, you don't have any direct experience with this particular mixture, but you know that some of the ingredients involved involve some, unusual, like hard to find mushrooms and dried lichen and weird things, and you know that all of these things are like known to be weirdly mind affecting and expanding. Like if you take some of this stuff raw, you might have like get horribly sick and get weird hallucinations, or it's like.
Okay, so I'll hold the bottle and ask her, did you drink this?
I mean, he used to give me this when I was younger. I didn't know. He said it was medicine.
It's not medicine.
There's like the distilled essence from the back of certain toads in there, and
it's mind-changing.
Mind-altering drugs.
Yeah, this is a bottle of like shrooms and LSD, and it's like.
I'm just gonna look over it.
Excuse
Keep it simple.
She's gonna try to look at
With
you
just
and be like,
How long did you drink it for?
A lot. Over the course of many years.
Yes, for a very long time. Again, he told me this was, mind you, I was 8. Younger? Did he start giving it to her when she was younger than 8?
Oh yeah, you've been taking this as long as you've lived in this house, which goes back to you being about maybe 3 or 4 years old.
So ever since I've come here, he said I've needed it.
Would she have like a mind block? Or like a...
You don't know. You don't know why. You don't know what this exact mixture would do, especially given to somebody over the course of years.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, you just know that already. Like, if you were to take any one of these ingredients, you could be possibly tripping balls, or get horribly sick. Like some of this stuff is also dangerous if you take too much of it.
Okay, well, nobody drink anything. Don't drink it anymore.
Well, that's terrifying to know.
How do we know that? Like,
I would assume
he's
I have
been giving
similar
it to her for
knowledge, having
years.
the same role.
It's dangerous to drink. Why do we think that it's bad?
Even though yours is slightly a little bit
everything
different
in it.
perspective, just
Having seen creatures.
Yeah, yours is more
Everybody
from
has
the
some
nature
like-
side of things. Like, oh yeah,
They
when
mess me up.
some of these
They
deer
make
eat these
me
mushrooms, they lay on
swallow
their
them.
backs and.
When I said keep it simple, I meant someone who has taken care of her entire life has been doing it.
Not
is
for
not
good
necessarily-
reasons.
We don't know.
It's not.
I haven't
I don't
talked
think it's for something for good.
There's a lot of work here to be putting
Well,
into just one person. What is he getting out of it if it's evil?
Where is he? Is he here?
No, he's been gone for a while, but he's always been the most lovely man. He took me in when nobody else would. Like,
Does he leave you potions to drink while he's gone?
does he let me push?
He has in the past, yeah.
He has in the past, but
Like lately, the last you do know that the last couple of years he's kind of lightened up on you're doing the doses in less frequently than before.
Okay. I mean, as I've gotten older, it's been reduced, especially recently. But otherwise, it's been pretty regular, whether he's been here or
Feeding a
not.
story of like she's getting better.
Oh, he would just say it's time for your medicine, and she's been very trusting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, I'm sure there's some reasonable explanation for it. And the space, though, disconcerting. I'm sure has its reasons. He's taken amazing and wonderful care of me my whole life.
So he's done this your entire life.
Yes.
I'd like to look around and see if there is a journal or log specifically tied or associated with the part of the medicines that we're talking about.
You do see a leather-bound journal sitting over in the corner of the table, and there even is a little stoppered ink bottle and quill pen just sitting right next to it. Pop it open.
I want the first page. Does it have a title? And then if there's no title, then straight to the last page. What is the
Okay,
page?
you open it up and immediately see a language you might not understand. What languages do you speak? And read. It'll be on your back of your sheet.
Yeah, back, sorry.
Common.
Up near the top under proficiencies.
Oh, thank you. Common and Dwarvish.
Nope, you
No.
see...
I should have 3. The other is Orc.
Okay, go ahead and write that in. I'll photo that, but that does not help you.
Okay.
It is neither of those things. This is a language that you do not recognize at all.
Anyone?
You're gonna hold it.
Yeah, hold it up.
Yeah, I'm pointing out as I'm doing it. Like, I'm making the argument that she is not necessarily being swindled or harmed.
Can we see?
And I'm trying to look for reasons why that.
When he holds it up, now you may not be fluent in this, but you would at least recognize it. What languages do you have?
Abyssal, Celestial, Common, and Infernal.
Okay, you only know a few words, but you recognize it just because some of the stuff is relevant to the rituals and stuff you do. This is Draconic.
We're gonna need my friend. He's not gonna want.
I'll go get him. I'll go get him.
He's not gonna want to
I'll go get him. You mind if I go ask the guy upstairs see if he wants to?
Well, he seemed very.
You can try.
He seemed very
I'll take the book.
focused.
I got it.
Maybe I should ask.
I don't think so.
Well,
Is anybody else looking around or doing anything else?
I'm gonna keep. I guess after he walks
Also-
off, I'm gonna.
Would Carver know what he is at this point?
Yes.
You're still like going through and kind of going through this. Some bells are being rung as your memory is trying to sort itself out, but you don't know anything specific. However, you're immediately drawn over to the other side where everybody else is looking at all the bottles and stuff. There's this huge lined bookshelves, and immediately things start catching your eye there.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
I'm going to move over to the books as well. I'm going to look for anything that has sort of like the same sigil that he has on his forehead. That was on the box.
And he clearly doesn't know he has yet because he...
No.
Can't see yourself.
Because you can't see yourself. It's like the card game where...
So I'm just kind of looking for any sort of, even just on the spines, any kind of reference, thumbing through a few books, but nothing like...
No, you don't see anything like with that symbol. What you do see just a lot, like the one huge long shelf is just this weird assorted, and you would imagine, just as a guess, not being like a collector or a scholar yourself, but you think some of these books might be really rare and possibly valuable. They seem to, some of them may even predate the Judgment, the big disaster that destroyed the Dwarven Empire, and you do see some of these, and some of these are histories written later related to the Dwarven Empire and seem very specific about the Dwarven guilds and artisans and some of the ways they did things. And then there's others that are identifiers of, like some talk about other planes of existence and how to perceive and even which magics can be used to pierce through the veil and travel to them. And then there's another that are treatises on these, mind expanding plants and drugs. So it's like as you kind of scan the shelf, it's that combination of histories and magical lore and kind of plant and herbal stuff, but very specifically narrowed in on stuff that messes with the mind and perception.
Can I go look at the books as well?
Oh yeah, you got a moment. Okay, so you go up and approach the dragon dude who seems to be like studying something and either reading or meditating or.
You said you were doing calligraphy of some kind?
It's just it's a prayer book, and so
So you do have a book out. You're
basically I'm just recording.
I'm sorry, I don't know that I caught your name I came up here because I need your assistance.
What could you possibly need my assistance with?
You look like you might be able to read this book. And I open the book to fan open so that he sees what language it's written in.
Without getting up or doing what I'm doing, I'm just opening.
You take a side glance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just holding my hand out for the book.
Okay.
Hand it.
So you take the book. Put it in the prayer book.
Open it up. It is in Draconic.
Okay, so
You can read it just fine. Yeah.
Okay. So, like, should I roll to like? Or,
No, you can look it up. You can flip through it. You may need to read to understand something.
I guess if pretend that I'm skimming the book and like
while you're doing
Yeah, as you're flipping through, one thing you immediately notice is that like not on every page, but as you're just quickly flipping through it, you see some sketches, and it doesn't take you more than a moment to realize it's sketches of her, starting from when she's this tiny child, and just literally like if you flip over time, like literally seeing her getting over like head and shoulders shots. And then like little arrows like pointed at her horns as they grow, little notes on the side about the colors of her eyes, and then meanwhile you also see these are notes related to giving her different like potions and alchemical mixtures, and then literally writing like what has happened and what is observed and what side effects and which things seem to make her very sick. And just all this very kind of clinical notes written on. This is like a journal of dosing her that goes back many, many years.
The book seems to be a research journal of some kind for the Tiefling girl. Just leave it in my scriptures.
You know, this dude's been doing this to her.
The reason
Why? I didn't like look into the reason why he did it. It's just research.
Right.
I have literally no interest in whatever you guys are doing. Like I just want to get back to getting on our way. Like there's
So since I
justice
know
here.
that he's a little
We're not
bit,
talking to the guy. I just have no
justice
interest
for-
whatsoever.
Well, the
So,
reason I gave it
since
to
I know
you,
that he's
and
a
I'm
little
going to
bit
explain this, is that
standoffish from earlier.
she has obviously been dosed for years, and we don't know whether it's for her good or her bad, or anyone else's good or anyone else's bad. And this book would provide us some sort of guidance.
Yeah, when he comes right down with the book and actually flips it over, even without being able to read it, you guys can see that he's got the, like, look at all these pictures of her that have been drawn with little arrows and diagrams and stuff like that, and it's exceedingly creepy.
If there's anything on the bookshelf I recognize would be able to
With
use.
his current.
Well, you do, one book just immediately catches your attention because it somehow seems familiar to you. You don't, trying to reach back through just countless years of being dark and alone in this void, it's so hard you don't remember, but for whatever reason you're instantly drawn to this one volume. It is very old and it is written in an old dwarvish script, and it is a history of it's a kind of a detailed history of several of the great dwarven guilds from that now far gone age. It would take you a little while to go through it, but something seems very familiar about this book. Like you've seen and held this volume before.
So I'm going to ask you to grab that book from me. I'm not going to type
Yeah,
it.
that's fine. That's fine. So, of course.
Yeah, and you guys can talk if it's stuff you don't care about the rest of the
Other
hearing.
people hearing. Yeah, no, that's fine. So I'll grab the book. And can you? And I'll lay
Is
it
that
on
book
the
interesting
table
to
for
you?
Mr. E asked to read it.
Oh.
Apparently, it sparked something for him,
So you
which
can read
is
that?
so delightful. So, like I said, he's very smart.
Yeah, he can nod, gesture.
Yeah.
He can try to talk.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
It just, yeah.
Just
That's my other
gibberish at this
question. So
point.
is he talking to her telepathically or when?
No, he doesn't move his mouth at all, and she
Yeah,
seems to
it's-
hear him.
Okay.
The
So
sun
I
is
didn't-
the
well,
stone.
right, but I just didn't know because she didn't have the stone anymore.
Like-
I was just
Right,
making
right.
sure that like
Does everybody
you talk.
Did everybody see the movie The Iron Giant?
Did.
When the Iron Giant first tried to talk, that's basically what happened. It was like his jaw just goes. Rah, rah, rah.
Don't know how to use it.
So, do you mind, Mr. E, just give me a few? Are you good with this right for a moment? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so very much.
Did you come back downstairs?
Clearly.
I came back down and told you guys what he told me.
So, do you mind, if I have that book for just a moment?
It's your book.
Okay, thank you so very much. It's so very nice of you. You guys, feel free to keep looking around in the weird,
Is there anything in
basement.
here that makes sense to you? You've never seen.
No. Aside from that,
Can I look inside with her?
that
What do you look inside?
See
That
if it looks like me when I was
medicine?
younger.
medicine?
No,
whatever
it's
it was
very
he was giving me?
specifically her features and stuff. I mean, you guys
so-
are of a same type, but you two still look quite a bit different.
I'm gonna go and try and have another chat with Aleeriana's delightful friend and see if he might be willing to maybe read the book a little bit closer. Maybe, but if not, that's okay. He's already been so helpful today. Also, do we want to do something about that poor man upstairs who's very hurt?
Are you downstairs with them? Okay.
I don't even
Since
want
you're
to imagine what's
kind of
down
sitting
here.
back,
I'm probably back in
since
the
you're
corner
since
like
you're just
that.
watching the room and everybody else is kind of engaged in conversation
I'm
or
gonna
looking
go
around,
upstairs.
you go ahead and make me a perception roll.
He gone.
He gone.
Who's gone?
Oh, our dude.
Oh, he's not going anywhere. Literally, his legs are broken.
Everything.
He could try to face crawl out of the room, but he's not going very quickly.
16.
16.
It's like the
You see just kind of like over in the shadows of their table, you see what looks like a scrap of paper that may have just like fallen down to the side.
Pick it up, just quietly.
Okay. You look it up, and it just has like a hand scrawled like quick little note. And it just says
Don't wake the child.
it says frog venom, and then it just says bog goblins.
Does that make any sense to me?
Well, you are familiar with the region, and you do know that there are goblins that live in the swamp. And that's
How
what the
far
humans
away?
call them. Not that far, because this town, literally just maybe not even a half a day, you can get to the edge of the Great Bog from here. It's a nasty area. You do not like spending a lot of time. You come from a nice forest, and that is a yucky, wet swamp filled with alligators and nasties.
Carly's boots.
So
They're made for walking.
kind of fold up the notes, take them in my pocket, don't say anything, turn back around, kind of stand and watch.
So I'm gonna go back upstairs and attempt to engage with Jean.
Do I feel like there might be any correlation to the answers I'm looking for?
Hey,
Not sure.
what's
You have so little to go on so far.
Mr. Jing? Just gonna kind of tap his shoulder. I am. That look, it's just going me out. Sorry.
You said it said frogs.
So good.
Yeah, it said frog venom.
It's lovely. It's so
It
good.
said frog
It's so
venom,
good.
and then below it just said bog
So,
goblins.
I look on the shelf.
I am so terribly sorry to interrupt.
There is a
what you
beaker
were doing,
that does have that label, and it is completely empty. It's like a large. It's a
I had
yay
asked,
big,
that
and
we
it's
could
completely
look
empty.
again. I do know that
Like
that's
he needed to
very,
get
very
more
important.
of whatever this ingredient is, and
They also
apparently
were a
the
little
bog
distracted
goblins is
by
where he
things
can
that we didn't know
acquire
existed
this.
in my
That's your
home,
best
and
guess anyway.
I am so very sorry about that. I'm so very sorry, but if I might trouble you to please
Just like my character.
take
not
some
share
time
that.
with this journal.
Then you don't have
apparently
to.
It's about me, and I would kind of like to know.
I already told the man in steel that it was something researching about you, but
Well, I would
have
like.
no interest in reading it further.
Can I try persuasion on him?
Well, I mean, you can. I mean, he is. You don't simply a skill roll isn't going to force Alex to do anything. If you use if you
Treat
have
me as a hostile NPC at this point.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to soften him up a little bit.
right. I mean, you can try like if you were to use some magical effect or some like actual
I don't
character
know.
thing, but I'm not going to. I dislike it when just simple skill rolls like force another character to do things.
Some people,
Yeah.
some DMs are the other way around.
Yeah, I know.
Like, oh, just roll the persuasion check. Okay,
He's
that's
only
fine.
gonna do
No, I don't like forcing players to roleplay a way they don't want to.
No.
I just It's more that I don't see a point to what we're like. All we're doing this is aimless. Like it's not for like I came with her because we're together and she's really the only person I know. But my focus right now is I want to know who that dude worked for. I don't care about any of this other stuff.
Well, do you want to like question the guy or try to wake him up or?
I mean, so
Wake
up. Well, they kind of were doing dinner, so I didn't really feel like
Well, I think having
Your unwanted custard is gathering flies next to you.
So I'd be more than happy to if this is it would do I would be more than happy to talk to that gentleman in there with you. Surprisingly, I know it doesn't seem that way, but I seem to occasionally have a way with people. I couldn't really tell you why, and it's not all the time, but I'd be more than happy to help you as a gesture, because I know it's very important to you. Aleeriana was kind enough to give me an explanation of why you guys are here, and you're the only one who can...
here. I don't know why she's here sometimes.
Well, to be fair, apparently we're very rare. I didn't know that. I don't even know what I am now based on what he said about the book, but we're not going to think about the negative part of that. I just would like to know more about it, and you're the only one who could read it. And I'm so sorry to bother you for that information, but I will happily talk to the gentleman inside first to help you find that justice that you're looking for.
Where is Aleeriana?
Down in the basement.
Tell her to wear my string.
Absolutely, it would be my pleasure.
Okay.
She could get just in the back of her head. God, son of a... Gonna kind of poke my head down the stairs. Hey, Aleeriana. Your friend would like to speak with you. I'm so sorry.
Okay. I don't immediately get up. And I'll begrudgingly walk slowly up the stairs.
We've been here for some time now, and we don't seem to be any further along.
That's not true. You're not downstairs.
Figuring out what's going on with
You're
the
not
gentleman.
downstairs.
I don't see the gentleman downstairs.
There's no gentleman downstairs.
Okay,
We found a lot of information downstairs.
How does that help us catch the men who hired this
I don't care about those men.
Good talk. Good talk.
Wait a minute. If you are a follower of Bahamut, your whole okay. What I don't understand what your motivation is then.
Well, so your choice in doing good in the world would be finding answers for somebody of your own kind.
I saw
You
someone
clearly
that
had
looks
some
like
shit
me.
So the only other person you've ever seen that looks like you get shot in the back with a fucking arrow.
Yeah, I want to help her. She's the only other person I've seen look like me, and that's the reason that we came here. And now that we found a book that apparently had someone caused harm or did something, yes.
Or made her that way, so we don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, you said, right?
All I know,
Pictures.
and
I read the same.
All I did was skim it. All I know is that it's research. All we know at this point is that it's
Okay, well,
research.
we were downstairs and
We
in
don't
the
know.
potion.
We don't know. You guys should read the damn book. Well, but I have no interest in reading it.
Well, right now you're seeing what's. It's kind of up to you which way you want to go with this. You do know that
Maybe she's in trouble.
you've walked into this weird situation, and they're not connected to your personal mission at the same time.
There was a potion, and the potion there were ingredients.
Strange group.
Yeah.
Mind control races. I don't know.
I just need the impetus for this is very weak in my opinion, just because I help.
Well, you have seen this already just in the last hour. You've seen them. You've as a group, you kind of peeled away a couple of mysteries and are starting to figure some things out, which is more than you've been able to do with your own situation. Maybe maybe if you help these guys with their problems, they can help you investigate what happened with yours. I don't know. That's up to you. But maybe just that's a thought, because so far, other than the fact that some of these refugees have drifted this way, you really don't know.
I want to.
Or can I say that to you? If we help you, will you help us?
I don't know what that means.
That's cute.
Helping me, but seems like
That is helping.
seems like you need. Well, how?
Because he looks like he's
I can talk. Well, you've stabilized.
These two are up there arguing outside the house. We have
So that's all I need.
Outside the house.
Yeah.
I've seen him be able to talk.
So let's talk to him.
These guys are.
Any of these books
And then will you
dwarven?
read the book?
yes.
The one I'm
Several of
reading
them
I know
are.
the one you want. I saw it.
Several of them are.
Book you asked for.
Several of them are. Several of them are dwarf. Some of them are old. Some of them are newer. But yeah, there's a whole big chunk. In fact, about a third of the books are either by the dwarves or about the subject of the Dwarven Empire and their guild and the great guilds and stuff like
I'm a
that.
simple guy. I want the one that looks.
If your
simple on my
is
fingers. Those are the two choices.
the racial element is
The big metal dude's holding the oldest, but there is another really nicely bound leather book that seems to be another sort of history that's still probably rather old. And yeah, sure.
Alright, fine.
All right.
I'm gonna come back
They walk
downstairs
Yeah,
and
so
say.
now I will
through.
join
Before I make my
the
decision,
new
I'm looking for a
whatever it
couple
is
of
you
things.
need.
I'm looking for
We'll
a map
talk to the dude
or
upstairs.
anything that
I think we
looks
should
like
talk. We
travel
should interrogate
plans.
the dude.
I was gonna come tell you.
Okay.
Just to confirm my
That
theory of maybe this
if
guy
we
was
help him
going
with
to
what
look for
he
this.
needs help with,
There's
he will
not
help us
doodles or
read the
anything
book.
on the paper that I have.
Nope, it was just like it looks like it was just torn off of something else, and it had like a little note that he wrote to himself, and it just fell on the floor.
I guess
Yeah, I'm looking for a map. I'm looking
I'll just
for
read on my own.
some kind of travel
Like,
plans. It's
I'm
like a
willing-
diary,
I'll go
obviously.
I want to, but there was
Yeah, he didn't.
But you were outside, so you didn't see.
He didn't seem
There's a
to
magic door. There's
leave
a book
anything
with
specific
pictures of a,
behind like that.
Tiefling growing
other
up.
thing-
Just because it's like
Ingredients next to
he
it.
obvious this whoever held this place was obviously was a loner and didn't want anybody coming down here, so had no reason to really leave any indications about where he was going. Now, there's no like map laid out, even though some of the books may have some like maps and areas and stuff like that. If you were to thumb through those,
doesn't mean that I have to be like.
I'm
like
gonna
there's
look
no.
for books
there's no-
that are maybe elvish, especially
I'm not interested in
Sylvan
Arcana. It has
theory.
no connection to
See
my
if I-
religion.
I'm
It has
curious
no
when I
connection
get back to
whatsoever,
my
in
original
my opinion, at this point,
Okay.
with any kind of
so
like
Sylvan definitely
justice
maybe
or
celestial.
moving forward,
Okay.
but like finding people who are responsible for breaking the law, attacking
you
people.
you flip through some.
It's curiosity.
some
and that's
stuff.
Not what
But
my
hold on,
character
I'll-
is about. My character is
I'll let
about
them have this for a second. We'll-
physical justice, moving, finding things to root out chaos and evil. This doesn't feel like chaos and evil to me. This feels like curiosity, and
Well, that's why we should interrogate the gentleman inside.
exactly that is what I want to do.
I am happy to do so.
So we should do that.
Yes, let's go do that.
But I had to extract a favor from her.
There you go.
Hard eye roll.
You've now figured this out.
Even Mr. E thinks it might be a good idea to maybe wake this gentleman up and actually gain some information from him. My guess is there's not much other reason to keep him here.
Yeah, so we've
Is
got
that
a
what you think
dangerous
as well?
man. This is kind of,
He can't
Not
move.
going
Do
anywhere.
you not believe
he's
him?
shy.
He said that's what he wanted?
You shoved him on a rope.
He could bite somebody. That's
He
dangerous.
did say it.
So Genevieve is looking through, is also flipping through the book collection, and you're looking for stuff. So you do see some stuff that is written in Elvish, and you do see this one seems to be sort of an overview of particular like medicinal plants and herbs that can be found in different areas, and this is written with more of an elven point of view that seems to be taken from there, and you do see a name jumps out as you're flipping through these different regions and different plants and everything, and you see that that one of the places sounds really familiar to you, is Le Bois du Diable, the Devil's Woods, which you are very familiar with.
And it's just like a textbook style.
It literally is like someone who was like an herbalist did this treatise on where you can find certain, herbs and medicinal plants in different areas. And so like here's all the stuff you can find in this spot. Here's all the stuff you can find in this place. And one section of the book is about the Devil's Woods and some of the particular medicinal, plants and fungi and all that can be found within. So there's nothing.
Is the Devil's Wood where the bog goblins are?
No, that's where you come from. That's where the name that the humans called it, and you're already familiar with that. Yes, that's literally your forest. That is really is an ash heap at the moment. But that's what all the locals call it because it was spooky and people said it was haunted.
I'm gonna pocket the book.
There you go. Okay.
All right, so questioning the dude.
Before we do that, real quick, was anybody while you're hanging around perusing the potions and bottles section in particular?
I mean,
Aside
Aleeriana
from
said she
looking for
was.
the one that was there.
Yeah, I was looking at the
lists
potions.
and others.
She was going through the
did.
potions.
You've been all over the place.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've stayed in the little dungeon thing, just drinking my wine,
Yeah.
looking around, kind of looking a little bit of the books.
Carlee,
Yeah.
roll an investigation check for me, please.
Is that still 20?
Yep. Just 20. Roll. Add the skill bonus on the back of your sheet. Yeah, you find one. There's kind of like one small rack of vials over to the side, and even though you see from the labels and stuff, you're like, okay, this is one that'll make you lay on your back and stare at the ceiling for 7 hours, and this one here may make you see all kinds of strange shit. And then there's one that actually looks like it's more of a medicinal, helpful, magical potion.
I'll take that one.
Okay. Later on, you can study it in more detail, but it's an elixir of health. Is the official D&D name for it.
Now that I've done a little bit more investigation, looking for a couple of things maybe that could tie everything together. I have some curiosity on the book. I kind of take my way upstairs, kind of trying to listen to the conversation at hand and see if they're still talking about this book at all. Are they still outside?
Well, they had while you were flipping through the book, they had their argument, and now you can hear them coming in. Apparently, they're about to try to question the prisoner, which is what we're going to do now.
Well, I told them I'd read the book for them first, and then we would talk to the prisoner.
Well, I think it's fair if we want to go ahead and talk to the prisoner, and then I'll
The jugular.
prisoner. That sounds so funny to say. I can't believe I have a prisoner in my home chair. I'd be so angry.
Yeah, he's
He's had one for a while.
D.
Do not.
Be so
oh snap!
Like, she suddenly doesn't like him very much.
What if he was studying?
I said maybe.
Okay, I was like,
No. I have all the utmost faith in Jaren.
Remember your words.
So, let's just go ahead and question the guy. Yeah, let's question him. It'll be maybe he'll be able to help.
Who's gonna question?
Maybe the guy with all the charisma.
I'm still downstairs. Somebody gotta come in.
Do what?
I'm still
He's
downstairs.
downstairs.
Somebody has to
Are you downstairs?
Hey,
Oh, everybody else is
So-
downstairs.
Everybody else is down.
Oh, okay, I'll call down
I'm on
and
the
yell
the
for
edge of
people.
the stairs on my way up.
We gotta question this guy.
Fucking fine.
Okay.
I'll move upstairs with my book.
Okay.
Come upstairs. As I walk up the stairs and pass by, I grab one bottle of the spirits. Anything amber colored.
Anything.
Do I notice if
I love that they're just picking through my house. Like, thanks for
I'm
that.
reading the book. I'm not planning on taking it.
Yeah, you
gave
find-
me your book.
Well,
You find
my-
a nice bottle in the cabinet of an amber colored liquid. It's actually, this one is in
Feel free in your
a
house
very
to
sort
use
of
this.
delicate crystalline
30 minutes
decanter
ago.
kind of thing with just a glass stopper at the top.
Alright, I don't take this
Yeah.
straight to the dough. I do little sips.
Oh, this one, the moment you pop it off in this sort of heavenly, smell of earthiness and burn is just like hit your nose
So this
like,
is
oh
the
yeah.
second or third bottle I just popped
This is
open and
his
started
third.
drinking. I'm gonna look over and be like, let me finish.
This is his
I'm
third.
gonna glance over and be careful. Some of those might be modified.
That's what he's hoping.
That's what he's going for.
I heard promises of laying on my back staring at the ceiling for 7 hours. So.
Lie on your back and never get back up. It's really careful.
Alright.
Okay. So, what is the game plan?
Yeah, we need to have a plan.
I don't have the charisma.
Is he still passed out?
I don't know that you need charisma.
He's currently snoring loudly, and then every time he kind of shifts his weight, you just see him wince in absolute pain in his sleep, but not enough.
My bones.
I remember when my bones all used to be straight.
Do I have an herbalism kit? Do I have any smelling salts or anything?
You could.
I was
We could
gonna
ask around
make
the
my
house,
voice
too.
Yeah,
suit.
yeah, you can.
Bandages or anything like that.
You can.
We could use one of the spirits. Like,
I was gonna make my voice boo.
Roll a medicine
Hey,
check
we
for
have
me.
a potion of first aid.
9.
Do you know that?
I don't know.
You think maybe you just slap him?
But we do have an entire alchemist lab down there. There might be something that we could use.
Let's
I
not.
don't know, Jack.
You
I
can,
don't think I want to
The
damage
poor man, I think
people.
he's interested in
Yeah,
that.
he attacked us, but I just not threatening any longer.
well, I mean,
So-
you're not sure that anything. You could make poultices and stuff to help wounds and things like that, but you don't know anything to wake him
You have
up.
a first aid kit in your house? What do you do when you stub your toe?
We don't stub our toe.
We don't start toe.
We're apparently given very unique medicines.
I mean, you could dump a random
Okay,
vial
I'm
from
just gonna
downstairs
yell
down his
hey
throat
really
and see what
loudly.
happens.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna yell "Hey" really loudly with my thaumaturgy. Make
So,
my voice boom.
so literally, she just walks up to him, and even though she's a pretty girl, she looks at him. Hey! And suddenly it echoes so much like the window panes rattle, and you're like, oh god!
Well, I'm standing back.
Like her voice for just a split second is impossibly loud. All right, the guy goes, ah! Wakes up and he like goes to like leap to his feet, but then he can't, and he just kind of goes, ah! And he just kind of just like screams and flops around on the couch for a second.
Wow.
Hey, he's awake. Do your thing.
What?
So I'm going to be focusing
Wait.
very intensely on this conversation.
And he looks around kind of wild-eyed, like at any friendly face, and he's not seeing a whole lot.
I'm gonna cast,
She has an extremely friendly face. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna cast friends on him.
Okay.
Because we're out of combat. It just gives me an advantage on any charisma.
All right. So, do you want to say something to him as you're doing this?
I'm gonna essentially re-ask him the same. Can I still do?
We know it was side work, but he's got to know. He's got to have something.
Like, you're safe here now. We're gonna take care of you.
Yeah, you're safe here now. We're gonna, we will help you get back on your feet if you can give us the information we're looking for. We want to know where you were supposed to deliver the package and who gave the original orders.
Okay. I have to ask you a meta question. Are you being sincere when you're speaking to him?
Oh, no,
or...
I'm deceiving the hell out of
Okay, so roll deception with advantage, please.
Nat 20.
Okay.
Deceive.
This like look of relief washes over his face as he finally sees somebody who may help him and knit his broken bones.
Good job.
It's like, yes. It's like, yes, please. Please, if you help me, I'll tell you anything you want to know. I'll tell you. Please. I hurt so bad. Is that... Ooh, is that dwarven spirits that you've got in that bottle there, friend? I'm hurting rather badly over here, and that could really take the edge off.
I'll give him a sip.
Okay.
You feed him a sip, you hand it to him. Because he
Not an
can't
answer.
use his arm.
You put it up to his lips, and he takes a really awkward kind of...
Oh my
What
god.
So he takes the sip. He goes, thank you, friend. I'll tell you what. If you promise to help me, I'll tell you anything you want to know.
I told you, if you tell us everything you know, we will help you.
Jorg, I know he's always looking for extra money. He takes jobs from Verthug, the half orc. He's over there. He keeps his offices over in the River District. I mean, he didn't tell me specifically that Verthug is where this job came from, but it's usually Verthug.
Thug in it. Let's be real.
And Verthug runs that side of town. He pretty much nothing goes down without him knowing about it. He's got his little fingers in everything.
You didn't know ahead of time where the box was to be delivered after you intercepted it?
No. George just said we were supposed to wait, and we were supposed to seize the box and take a hostage. But no one had to die. This was just gonna be a temporary situation.
Insight of 14, I know it's not super high, but I'm just watching the conversation of trying to glean if he's...
Yeah, I mean, you don't spend a lot of time in town, so you don't recognize the name. But he just seems so desperate, and you don't get any sense of deception, at least.
Not initially.
What was the Warforged's name?
Verthug, like V-E-R, thug.
Apostrophe.
Yeah.
Can you give me directions to where Verthug is?
Yeah, and he rattles off some areas, because apparently a Verthug, he gives you a short description and essentially tells you that he's a businessman who does legitimate work, because they're over at the Riverside district, and so he kind of helps up this group of dock workers. But he also engages in a lot of illegal stuff. Like pretty much most of the crime that goes on in the bad parts of town, Verthug has his fingers in one way or another. He's always looking to skim and make a few extra coin here and there. But this guy, and he tells you, he's like, no, I've got a wife, I've got 2 children. I just was trying to make a few extra gold. I didn't want to hurt anyone, and I didn't want to get hurt. Now how am I going to take care of them like this? And he's literally just kind of flops an arm awkwardly over, and a tear streaks down his face. I didn't want anything to happen. I promise if you let me out of here, I'll never hurt anybody again.
Seems sincere.
Yeah, I was gonna say inside of 17 on that one.
He doesn't seem like he's lying. He appears to be a guy putting all of his cards on the table, hoping that somebody will let him live through this.
Which guy was this?
This is the one who got pushed off the roof. Yes.
Blind pushed off the roof.
Yeah, the one
Have you seen the end of the Mortal Kombat movie? The old one?
That was some of the Platinum Dragon's divine justice right there, is what that was.
And it shoves Shang Tsung off the thing and he falls. That's what happened. He just
That's what happened.
the old '90s Mortal Kombat movie.
Do you not believe in a change, man?
I mean, I'll let you guys decide what to do with them as far as we have the information we need.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, you do at least get the sense that if this guy is the Diet Coke of evil, if he is evil.
So,
He's the Coke
I've already
Zero.
basically killed him. It's fine.
He'll never do wrong again.
17 broken bones may be punishment enough.
Have we rested?
You can have the equivalent of a short rest.
we
So
have
can I
not
have
actually-
one spell back?
You can have 1 spell slot back.
Sweet.
So,
I can heal him.
well, I'm gonna.
I have an
These
idea.
directions near the bog.
Well, I was gonna.
Well,
ask you
the
a
swamp
question.
is
I
outside
wanted
of
to
town,
ask-
whereas
I
this
wanted to
guy's like
ask
in
you-
town.
That's a second ago.
Verthug, yeah, he's just over in the river. Just over on the other side, right next to the docks where the riverboats come through.
If anyone else has any other questions,
So
knock them out.
the
For the man.
so with a investigation, I guess. Is
Well,
the
what do you want to do?
I just wanna. I'm
He's
gonna
already
ask him if
deceived, so
he's
just ask
well deceived by you.
Yeah, but it's
But
okay.
what I'm trying, I'm trying to figure out how to word the question, but she basically just very softly and somewhat uncharacteristically, it's just gonna be very calm and if this was only side work for you, I understand feeding your family, but if you were trying to take a hostage, you fired weapons at other people. You hit somebody. You and your men.
He's like, I missed all my shots.
We don't know who made those shots. Just saying. Would you have actually killed me? Because that's who they were aiming for to get in the first place. I was like, is your family so important that you'd kill another human being unprovoked? Like she's just so flabbergasted even by this idea.
It's
that
like
she
I
wants to
wasn't.
know.
I didn't really want to kill anyone. I mean, maybe just like a little flesh wound just to get the job done. I've starving babies, and yeah.
Was your job to bring her or the man, the Tin Man? You said you had to bring the package back, and I'm asking you what the package was.
We were supposed to bring both the crate and the girl, because only the girl could open the crate.
Did it work?
So Bertha?
I don't know. It's whatever Jorg's job was. I just accepted the job from him. It's usually best. It's usually best not to ask too many questions when you're doing something that's illegal.
I'm formulating a plan.
And what is that plan?
Can we step into another room or outside?
Yeah.
Sure. Are we following?
Yep.
All right.
Following.
As we get outside, I have a particular set of skills.
Yeah, but where are we going to find a box big enough to hold it?
So
wait, there's one right outside.
Is it big enough to hold?
I don't know. Is it?
Indecent.
Plan.
The plan is I've seen Jorg. I can mimic his appearance. I say we go, and we go to Verthug.
Collect the money.
Collect the money.
Excuse me?
You can change your appearance?
Yes.
How do you plan on doing that?
Very carefully.
About this considering
No.
Oh,
No,
I mean, you were familiar with. You know that there's different magics that you employed yourself to completely change your shape, but other people just simply use illusion to make it people perceive differently. And you're familiar with both of those things. Because when you were in your former life, you were able to use certain types of magic to deceive and keep people away from certain things, and at the same time, you were personally used to be able to change your own shape very easily.
Motivator. It seems like you're more interested in making a payday than.
It's not about the payday. It's about getting inside. Maybe for me, yes, I could. The gold buy me more of this delicious wine at some point. But for you, it can.
What do you intend to do with these profits?
Spend them on whatever luxuries I like. Generally alcohol, women.
These are a few of my favorite things.
But it'll get Jing inside, where he can do his justice.
But
He'll answer questions.
Where he can do it.
Doesn't that mean that you have to take me?
Sure.
Yes.
That seems.
Maybe.
I'm not.
Being quiet.
I'm not sure that I'm okay with this. I mean, you all seem very nice. But you two technically worked with him
so
before.
nice.
That doesn't seem.
I was just hired to bring the box to you, which I did.
But you were part of that group, even
Obviously
though they turned on you.
They're obviously not.
But what do we lose in that?
I still want to help.
It's not about helping.
It is
It's how we help.
I'm going.
That's the proposition I have open.
You want to find out who it was? No, we don't. Running in blind is dumb.
And what if that is not the
Personal
actual
enrichment
person?
Isn't what we do.
Is it for your enrichment? Yes, because you get to serve justice.
I do, but in doing so, I'm being duplicitous, and that doesn't.
Yeah,
sit
but
well.
Mm-hmm.
Then do your own thing.
yeah, because I'm
I'm
not
giving
like
you a way
a
in.
full follower like you are.
You're a cleric. You're even. You
Yeah.
should be even more devoted.
Okay.
Seems like her interpretation and yours are slightly different.
Yeah, I'm not like.
She's thinking, greater good. You're being way more letter of the law by the book.
Yeah, because I'm kind of good. I do it for
Spirit of the
me.
law, you're letter of the law.
It's an interesting philosophical difference between you two. This should be fun.
I've said my piece. I have no other.
We were pretty wide.
And what? Why should I do this?
Because someone shot you back with a crossbow?
Yeah.
Well, and
He may be connected
Someone-
to this.
They wanted
I'm
to,
not sure
from
if
what you
someone's
followed
going to
along,
strike.
it sounds like they wanted to steal him and kidnap you so that you could open the box, and we don't know what would happen to you after they kidnapped you. These people meant you harm.
I'm not
And we
sure
don't know that,
stop.
and if there's somebody
delivering
behind...
me into their arms seems like a great idea.
With,
Would you guys-
with the people that just helped you,
It's also a diversion.
Now you don't know. Like I said, the guys who immediately were responsible are gone, except for the broken bones guy. But if there was somebody else involved, like if his little clue about who might have been behind this job, we don't know what the further plan would have been, or who was.
I don't know that
how
I like this
far the
right
chain
now.
goes.
I don't know that I like this. All right.
Farih.
All right. No.
I speak up. Farih,
Hmm? Yes, ma'am.
would you rather go find your dad or some father-esque figure?
I don't know how I feel about him right now either. The book will clearly, hopefully give us some clarity, but I really do want, given the wonderful help that was provided to me earlier today by Jing and you lovely individuals, she's going to look at Mr. E once or twice.
You said he's been gone quite a while.
Well, he's as you can tell, a very smart gentleman who seems to be very capable of taking care of himself, maybe taking care of this.
What's the longest he's ever been away?
A month, maybe 2.
How long has he been gone?
6 months. But
You lived here the longest. What's the authority system like? Do you have? Is there a police force? Is there someone we can go to from an authority perspective to?
There's a
work with us on this.
guard, but to be perfectly honest, I have not left this house much. I
She
stayed
lived
here.
kind of a sheltered life.
Also, those are the people we avoided by leaving all the
I
bodies.
pulled the note out of my pocket and I hand it to Farah.
And Bertha probably says that.
Farah?
Liz,
Farih?
yeah, she actually is handing you a piece of paper.
Okay.
That
Do you recognize this writing?
you immediately recognize Jaren's handwriting.
I mean, yeah, that's his handwriting.
And it says frog venom, and then below it says bog goblins. And that's it. It's just literally like a torn off corner of paper that he scribbled a note on, and he's doing some other work, and that's the only 2 things. Now you have heard of both the bog and the goblins that live in it. He's actually talked about them before.
Okay.
He said there's nasty little goblins with webbing between their fingers and toes, and they're like these little swamp people that live out there and live among the alligators and giant frogs in the
You
swamp.
also have to be on board with
It sounds
going
like he's
in
been
Is
gone
there a
for
way
quite
we can
some
approach
time.
him from a
I'm
legitimate
concerned
perspective?
something might have happened
Pseudo
to him as
captive.
I was perusing the potion bottles downstairs. This venom seems to be
If he's a
missing.
legitimate businessman, there's
Although
got to be a way to approach
seems
him
as
from
though
a
he
legitimate
was
perspective.
using it for
as opposed
alternative
to
methods.
approaching him from his
You may want to
criminal
question him yourself.
enterprises.
And I
Oh.
taken a lesson.
Sure, we can have
Well,
Tin
we
Man
don't
go
know.
and apply as a laborer.
Maybe in our
and
best
I'm
interest
sure
to
he's
visit.
really strong. You look pretty strong.
So, if it would be
I mean, if
all
we
right
wanted
with
an
all
end
of
that
you,
wasn't that.
please feel free to
I just don't agree with using a hostage, and I don't agree with the impetus behind it at this point. Like, if you had kept that to yourself, I may have been. But now that I know that you're doing it for personal enrichment, I don't agree with the way we're going about it.
I mean, if you do nothing, if you're not going to do anything in the world that might benefit someone who wants something out of it, then you're
It's
not
not
gonna
necessarily.
accomplish
It's
much.
not benefiting any. It's not benefiting him in a way that's like it's for personal gain. It's for no. It does no good for anyone but him, and we're doing it through a duplicitous mean by basically giving the guy what he wanted in her as a hostage.
We have a short amount of time to decide if this is the way we're going to go, because or else someone's going to find George's body in the street. This whole plan is fucked. So
yeah. So
Yes
They
or no?
haven't already.
So
Yeah, and the other thing you know too is that right now your prisoner gave you some speculation. You don't even know for sure this guy. He got hired by Jorg, and he just knows that Jorg takes a lot of jobs from this guy Verthug, but he wasn't privy to where Jorg got the instructions or the cash in the first place. So it is a lead, but it is not like a solid thing.
Mr. E, would like to go investigate, and I will, after we are done, however everybody decides to go their way, I do agree with you. I would certainly like to have a discussion with my father to better understand what he was doing. Mr. Cowell, I will submit.
You tell him how you really feel.
Mr. E does have a delightful idea, though. What if we take that money that we could gain from this and donate it to repairing parts of the town? Donate it to the town and its things it needs.
As long as I get a share.
I would feel like that's fair. You are using your abilities to make it happen.
And luckily, you have no idea what the value of the booze he's been drinking for the last hour.
Well, we'll go with the naive and trusting and go, sure, let's, we can do it. I think this is, but I do need to get a cloak for him. He's a little obvious, I feel like.
I feel like a lot of us are all obvious.
Is there a big box around?
A box, yeah.
Is there one
Like a big box?
You don't think you could fold him back down into his original
He can
configuration?
Is there a big enough box?
Can we vacuum seal? Can we
It's the docks.
Can we plug it in, take all the air out?
You guys wouldn't be
No idea how that would work.
Yeah, no, I don't.
He seems to expanded, like he doesn't even
Yeah, he's
look like he
expanded.
did
He's not-
before.
But does math stay the same?
You don't know. Like it literally looked like he filled out, but you don't know. This is a weird. Combination of magic and technology that probably you don't know where it comes
So
from.
let's just go with the cloak.
Well, he doesn't
Or
weigh. He
blankets.
doesn't weigh more than a few hundred pounds. Otherwise,
If
he
you-
would fall into the floor into the
Include him in
basement. So let's
subterfuge
go ahead and put him in a
portion?
box.
Can we use him as like
Put
a,
him in.
Cal,
I guess, an insurance policy, as it were?
considering your selfish initiatives,
Look, I said this is what we're gonna do. He's the one that came with the gold. I agree.
Actually, I don't remember Cal saying anything about gold the whole time. But
You most certainly.
can we find?
After he did.
He did it
What
back
about
then.
him doesn't help you?
It's always interesting when you have a lawful good hard ass with a bunch of shady people.
Cal, I'm only along for the ride here. If we can find a way to benefit all these refugees who have been left by this fire that's ravaged the countryside.
Well, that's where our donations can go to.
I didn't
Town
hear any
refugees?
words about donations, and I want to make sure we're all on the same page.
I already, I mentioned that earlier that Mr. E had the lovely idea of taking and donating the profits from our endeavor to those in
I just
need.
wanted a small percent.
Yeah, and
Now
those
that
who
we're-
want to keep their
now that we're
percentage
talking about
can.
gold.
Those who want to keep their percentage can. I think it's, but I will personally donate anything that.
Now that you mentioned
Very
it.
And I know Mr. E seems keen to do the same thing. What everybody else chooses
My
to do.
character is very out of character and appreciates her. I don't know what alignment you are, but
Chaotic did.
that's why. She feels a kinship. She kind of comes a little bit closer. Isn't usually close to people, but appreciates the honesty and feel. Can I do like maybe a perception of just like whether she's genuinely honest?
Oh,
or
I mean,
just
you can.
kinda
I'm
really
sure
get that feel.
you're getting this. You don't have to roll anything. I mean, you can just
perceive away.
you can just evaluate her, and she seems to be very, open in terms of her personality and what she's feeling because she never seems to shut up. She just seems to just bubble out whatever she's thinking at the time. So you really do feel like she's probably sincere, and you know that even despite everything, those people who were affected by the fire, you feel a little at the very least you have something in common with them.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
So-
I think that if we're going to go through with this, that it needs to at least be for good. Although I appreciate some of the comforts that may come with it.
And I pass you the dwarven spirits for you.
Curiously.
Okay, so this one's a much stronger smell. Yes.
Differently than the chugging of the wine.
So you take a little sip, and it is definitely stronger. And even just after a few seconds of it, you just feel this tiny little, nothing too strong, but just a little bit of a head rush as a much stronger hit of alcohol courses through you.
Curiously dislike it, but
I think I mentioned
Nonetheless.
earlier that I could heal him.
Throw him everything.
So yeah, do you want to cast healing on him?
I don't know, because they were on the table.
If we're on agreement on that, if we should heal him, or should we put him out of his misery?
I mean, I was going to stab him in the jugular.
Can we not do
I
that
think
in
we
my
should leave it to
house,
Jing.
please? Can we not do that in my house?
Jane, what justice would you like served, sir?
No, what justice would you like to serve, sir?
Yeah, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it yourself.
I don't believe that there's any justice that needs to be served. I believe the pain and suffering alone is his justice. Maybe we should just deliver him home.
I feel like I basically killed him.
I think that would be fine by me.
So you failed.
The fact that he's...
So one for healing.
I'm all for delivering him to his home and letting his family care for him.
I say,
So
Can we actually-
I say give him to the guard.
If we take him home, can we actually see where he lives and see if he's telling the truth about his crying children?
Right.
I think that's
This
too
is
far
going
out of the
wild.
way. I think we need to.
I don't always say these things, but I'm glad somebody out of character.
Is it on the wall?
Out of character.
We just need to go.
Is it on
Yeah, I
What's
think.
the
I think
quickest
we just-
route?
Or
I think we
I don't
just
need to tell you guys
do
anything.
this deed and be done with it.
So just leave him there?
Alright.
Yeah, just leave him.
I was just
Let's go.
offering.
Leave him where?
She said just leave him in the house.
You could always.
She wants a
I
broken man
believe.
in her
I
house.
believe. No, I meant.
The man who was
I mean, not like
trying
he's
to
going
shoot you with a
anywhere.
crossbow, you're
No,
gonna
leave
He's
him
not
in
going
town.
No.
anywhere.
I say we
He still needs
leave
fed.
him.
That's cruel and unusual.
I put him on a
torture.
cart and give him to the guard.
All right,
That
Jane's
works for-
call.
that
He's
works
gonna
for me
tell the
too.
guard everything.
You've got a wheelbarrow outside and in the
We've
garden.
been talking
What
about
did we
this
do
outside
aside
We're not
from
inside there.
act in self-defense for a majority of that?
for the whole thing of it. So yeah, put him in the cart and we'll drop him off at the guard on our way in.
You guys realize if we drop him with the guard, we have the likability that we will get stuck there and questioned and detained.
It's a wheelbarrow. Just throw it down a hill.
As I say, I didn't mean like.
Just drop him on the stoop and fucking go.
Just like
I didn't
like-
choose
like-
not to hear that.
Going
I didn't
anywhere.
hear that.
You couldn't hear it anyway.
That's what he said.
like kids
wheel
and
it-
puppies, you just leave them on the
wheel
doorstep.
the
They're
cart.
fine.
Wait, I have a better idea. Do you need the gold we had from earlier? Can we just stop him and drop him at a neighbor's house and give him 31 gold and roll on with it? They can take care of him.
It's an awful lot to give some
Yeah, it's a-
neighbor. They're gonna.
That's a
they're
pretty
gonna do
intense
anything.
gift.
They're not gonna
No
do
questions
anything
asked.
to him.
Why not just leave him on the road for somebody to find and they can fix him?
Kind of even worse.
Just leave him outside of town.
Yeah, right
Just
outside of
outside.
town.
Whatever.
Alright,
And we'll
let's go.
continue on.
Yeah, then we can
Drop
move
him
on.
in outside of town. Let's go.
I'll,
All right.
Outside of
I will
town.
deliver him.
So you put him in a.
No.
You
I
put him in a
stopped.
wheelbarrow.
You guys are so
Stop.
noble.
Hold on, what's going on?
Stop. I stop you guys. I stand
I never
between
said
you
anything
guys
about
and
noble.
the injured guy. I will deliver him.
Who's looking
The
around?
last chaotic good is by any means.
Yeah,
It's
Cannon.
not acting in. It's acting in your interest.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what. That's
Right,
what
and I have a concern for injured.
Why?
Because that's how my character acts. That's where her chaotic good goes. She cares about the
All part of her
injured.
backstory.
Yeah, she can. All of you can have feel and
Literally,
act however you
my
want.
thing says.
You don't have to explain. You're good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you're
don't.
good.
Yeah,
No, you do what you need to
yeah.
do.
Everybody can play their
Absolutely.
character however they
You
want.
decide what your good means. He decides what his good means. She decides what her good means.
I think that
And
there's
that's
some
why
amount
we're
of
having
learning.
arguments about it.
Okay.
Nobody said that we were chosen to
Exactly.
go together.
Exactly.
We're forced
That is,
to go
and that is why I
together.
think this
Welcome.
is important. We should not just agree because it's
Yeah.
like, oh, we're apart. No,
No. Okay,
we
so
barely know
you're
each
gonna
other
go
at this
deliver
point.
him.
If none of you care for this man's living, I'll find out the truth of the situation and whether he really has family or not.
I think life is sacred, but he forfeited when he, tried to take hers. So
For once, I agree with the stubborn one.
The gods of nature
You're
have
lovely,
spoken
Jane,
that
but
this man
very
should
stubborn.
really live. He made his choice, and it sounds like he regrets it. He seems-
I'm filled with regret.
he seems as though he's
you're
ill.
filled with
From
broken
the
bones.
He's calling out.
Right.
No, I'm gonna be good. I promise. So good.
Never good.
Okay, so you're gonna do that part. Are we gonna go prep for the other stuff?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it.
We still need to go find a box.
Are we actually gonna
Pretty
try?
sure we'll just do a cloak.
Yeah, we're-
You
wanna carry
you
that
find a
box?
really large, thick blanket that you can kind of
Yeah.
quickly
A box or a cloak.
rig into a makeshift cloak that he can keep most of them, and it'll just look like a really tall guy wearing plate mail armor covered in a cloak.
Is he a transporter?
That would
Does
work.
that look suspicious?
Is he a
They
transporter?
My
expected to
character's
see a
really
box
upset
like a
about
girl.
this. She has to do
We're
it
gonna
so
get to the
much
box
and
and a girl.
none of these a-holes
We will be able to
wanna
walk
help
all
out.
the
She's
way
gonna
up
do it anyways.
to
I
where
guess we don't have to
need to
put
go.
him in the box.
So-
Not really.
So what are you gonna do?
He's alive if we
They don't
see
know
him.
that's
But they don't know
the
that's in the,
hoist over
what's in the
my
box,
shoulders.
They don't
and
know
if
what's
he's
in
not
I'll
there,
use my
then
medicinal
if
fits
we
to
have her
split
in a
him up into
box,
bits.
Okay. You find some boards out back, and we're able to tie some splints, and we got to his arms and legs, and then you kind of grab him, make an athletics check.
Yeah. No, it's cool. I get what you're saying. Absolutely. They know shit went down out there. Like they knew something
they
happened.
don't know that. We told all that.
Okay, while a lot of you guys are bickering, you notice the elven lady comes up, and she's already been spending some time. She's taken some boards and like wrapped splints around his arms and legs, and then she just scoops him up. And even though she looks very thin and lean, she seems a lot stronger than she looks. And she hoists him up, and now you got him up. Are you gonna you take him to the wheelbarrow, or are you just gonna?
Yeah.
Okay. So you lay him down in the wheelbarrow, and he's like, "Oh, thank you, miss. I promise I'm gonna be so good."
Just ask him to direct me towards his house. Try to make sure he's lucid enough to give me accurate directions. Obviously, head towards the town.
Oh, yeah.
That's where I'm assuming he's at.
He's like, wait. Oh.
He's the what?
He's gonna be the second to last boss. He's
He's
gonna
jelly
come
fairy.
back with 3 extra arms.
It's Spaghetti Arms, your old friend. Okay.
Just continue to preach at him. Use them
Yeah.
as
So the elven lady literally is now. She's got the guy in the wheelbarrow, and looks like she's just about to go trot off. Are you guys going together or splitting up, or what do you want to do? Got just a few more minutes of game time tonight.
Say at this point, I mean,
We
we all agree on what we want to do and the way we want to do it, right?
Yes.
So
Let's just do
Just
it.
do it. Y'all are heading back into town anyways, right?
Right.
Yeah,
So
we're going together all the town. If homeboy lives in.
without any spell slots.
Yeah, but they're gonna
I mean,
need
we have a
Jorgen's
short
dead.
rest, so we get at least one back.
And she spent it.
Also means that all of you can
You guys
spend
can do
you have
it.
1 hit die per day you can do, and you can roll your hit die. So like where it says daily hit dice, if you're wounded, you can give yourself some healing.
Yep. So
I think we're all healed up. I think.
what's that?
No, we're not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Victor took some very
heavy damage.
electrifying.
Sorry.
He was the first damage of the whole shebang.
He's good now.
Yeah.
He's back to
You feel better?
Yeah.
You're
I
good.
feel rested.
All right. So let's do the thing.
All right, so you're heading back into town. Are you doing the wheelbarrow? Okay. So our ranger has got her up, and the guys. Every time there's a bump. No, I'm okay. Thank you so much. I'm really great. Oh God.
Jiggling.
So you make your way into town again. Now, one thing. Now, for some of you, you're going by isn't of much notice, but we're going through a part of town that you two have not been to since you guys first showed up, and something immediately catches.
No, absolutely.
Yes.
Sorry, I can't see you over here.
Yes.
Just as an FYI, I have precog up just as it's ingrained in her now.
No problem. Yeah, you notice there's now the way that religion generally works around here is that for common people they don't for the most part, and for a long time, they don't worship one god. It's very much the old pagan way of, you have all kinds of gods for lots of things. You just go to that shrine and pray. Like if you want a good harvest, or if you want your love life to be better, whatever, you go to that god for that particular need. And only priests and devout followers like you two are way more singularly devoted.
Well,
now,
some of us more than others, apparently.
now there has, even though there has been some cultural shifts in recent years related to that. But anyway, as you guys are walking by, and you guys spot a shrine over just off the side of the road that you recognize.
We have to go.
Do
We have to break off.
Right.
Well, I'm going to break off for a second.
Yeah, you see immediately, and this is a shrine. This is a shrine to both of the dragon gods. So you see, but this is not uncommon at all. You're very familiar with it. So literally, it's like this circular thing, and it's a dual-facing altar. And on one side, it has the platinum dragon, and on the other side, it is his equal and opposite counterpart, Tiamat, the five-headed dragon, evil goddess. And so it has this really neat pattern in this whole thing. So it's just a simple shrine. However, there are stone pillars that go on each side that literally, like, if you kind of look at it, it's like the bottom of a massive dragon's jaw. It's just kind of a decorative thing. And however, you do see something that really immediately pisses you off, especially. But Karlee, you're not going to be happy about this either. Someone has defaced the shrine of your god.
Man. Now we're going to have to stop, and you have to learn masonry.
You literally see that someone looks like they may have taken some kind of pickaxe or something directly to the altar. They have damaged the carving on the front. They had the face of the platinum dragon that matches the medallion around your neck. And then you do see someone looked like just maybe a paintbrush or something, and drew kind of a crude symbol in kind of a orangish paint right in front.
Do I need to roll for like investigation or whatever to see if it's the same thing as been done to Tiamat?
Yes. You don't have to roll. You don't have to. It's very obvious. This has been done to both sides. Both of you roll religion for me, please. And if anybody else is proficient in religion and paying attention to this, you can.
I just rolled a natural 20.
Nice.
Wow, I'm 21.
17.
Okay.
Then
So yeah.
The 22 total.
Okay. Well, yeah, you're now 20. You spot it instantly and recognize it, because even though it's kind of crude, you know this symbol. This was done by one of the followers of Deadra, the mother goddess. She's the one where basically that she's the big fanatical movement that's rising. That's very human centric. Where it's like basically other faiths and non-humans are kind of excluded. They're very much about this is the age of men, and these other gods haven't done any good, especially the gods of non-humans. And so in her whole deal is she's supposed to be the representative of a mother. She can be, punishing and disciplining on one side, but she can be forgiving and loving. And technically she's a good goddess. But her followers have taken things really far and have literally started waging kind of this cultural war against these other sides of things. And there is you already know as you walk through, there is a big church that's been rebuilt in Deadra's honor on one side of town. It's the newest and largest building in the town of Aerith, is the temple to Deadra. But it looks like one of her followers came in and took a dump all over your god's shrine, and literally rubbed, your nose in it by literally putting their symbol, just painting it on the ground right beside the altar.
So I think that I said everything that I've read says Bahamut's not about like shrines, and he's more about deeds and actions and things. So I don't know that my character would necessarily, I'm obviously not happy about it, but
it may not, you may not feel a need to take action, but it certainly offends your.
It's offended, yes, offenseful, but it just may mean we come into a lot of negativity.
Well, and I guess it kind of gives us the flavor that we're not.
And if 4 out of the
both from a religious and racial perspective, we're not really welcome here.
Yeah.
So. I mean,
4 out of the 7 of us aren't human.
I could say, I mean, I don't.
How do you think 6 out of the 7 is?
Yeah, I think you actually only have one. You have one human.
Who's half elf?
We don't know.
We don't know.
Somebody does.
I
She
do.
does.
She hasn't told
But I
anybody.
haven't told anybody. I've had no
So,
reason to.
as far as you guys are concerned, you think there are 2 humans in the group.
So
Alright.
we're just looking at some obstacles.
Yeah, this is just
I guess on the way there, I'm just gonna kind of give her.
how much you care and what you do with this is all up to you. But
I
this is just
like,
an interesting little
I
thing.
guess I'll just,
How long would it take to fix it?
Well, I mean, it would involve literally,
yeah, we'd have.
Are you
Yeah.
a mason?
I mean,
I am actually.
unless you got some super glue and.
He's made out of metal.
Doesn't mean he's a mason.
All right.
I am though.
He just
That's
said he
why I'm
would.
So, are you going to do anything here at the shrine, or do you want to continue on your way?
I still want to.
Unless you really
I
have
still want
interest, we
to
don't
take a
know
moment
what
to
you be able to
use,
fix
like,
it.
not necessarily use a shrine, but pray. At the
You just want to
shrine.
make it just pray? Okay.
To meditate at the shrine.
That's why I asked how long
Make
it
a
would
note.
take.
Yeah,
so I could
definitely.
decide if it
Jamie,
was
how long
worth
would
it.
it take
To do what?
to fix it?
It's hard to say. I mean, that's the
Yeah,
thing.
It would take longer than
At
the
most,
quest.
I was thinking about cleaning off the paint and stuff, but like I don't know that we have the tools or the time to.
Yeah, you would really have to get stuff and come back and do it. So it's, I mean, if you want to think about that for later, it's certainly nothing you
I mean,
could.
if we come back here, we.
He chronicles everything, so-
I'm literally I'm like everything my character thinks is in my book. So
There you go.
I'm literally just gonna.
So that's just something to take note of. So are you, where is your next stop after this that you suddenly noticed this on the side of the road? You went and took a look. You guys have made some prayers.
I keep going on to this guy's house.
Okay.
There's that.
So you're gonna drop this
Poor sad-
this poor broken man.
Can you sorry.
Yeah.
Deadra, D-E.
Deadra. Yeah, it's Deadra. Yeah.
Do we really have time for that?
We could come back to it.
Yeah, come back to it.
I mean, like I said, it's not an emergency situation. If there is time later, you could always come back if you decide it's worthwhile to try to fix the shrine.
Well, Mr. E says that he is capable of fixing it, should you so
Okay.
desire.
One other little incident that happened is you're on your way to the guy's house. It's just a small thing. You're not sure what it means. But as you're all walking along and she's got the wheelbarrow and you're going along, the cobblestone, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, oh God, are we almost there? I hope so. And there's a family begging on the side of the road. And it's like there's a father, what you assume to be his wife, and 2 children. Like one's like 11 and then there's a younger, like a 7-year-old girl, and the boy is the older one, and they all are wearing clothes that look like they've been in for a while. And you can see this father has this sort of like he's just staring at not anything, just kind of into the middle distance, and he has this kind of alms plate out. And is just like, you can tell that being forced to beg is a really shitty thing he's not happy about. And the little children are just kind of looking around and everything. But then the little girl suddenly just like looks at you, and her eyes just widen and her jaw drops, and she just stares at you. And you just feel this weird moment of connection that's just a hint of things from your former life. And it's just like she sees something in you as this young, innocent girl. And then she just kind of stares at you, but doesn't say anything. And just as you continue to walk by.
I mean, I'm gonna stop.
Okay.
By the way, I've probably given the guy like laudanum or something to help ease the pain. It's probably not
Okay.
quite so painful to travel, but still probably rough.
All right, so you gave him some stuff from your herbalism kit, and you mixed him up a little thing. Okay, so he's a little loopy, still hurting pretty bad.
Yeah.
When all your bones are broken, that sucks.
Set him down. Would you guys mind just for a second? Just
We
trying
can
to kind of
play with
stop
the
them.
rocks. You can definitely stop and talk to the girl.
I thought we'd already separated at this point. We established that we're not going to the house.
We were all headed to the same place.
We're all
We were
going
headed back to town. We
It
weren't
was
all
a
headed
long-
to
right.
your place.
It's just a couple streets out of the way.
Yeah, so we may as well stay as a group until if it's only a street or two out of
Yeah,
the way.
it's not like you have to go to two major parts of town.
But we would probably not dally too long.
Sure. Yeah, I grab a couple rations out of my pack.
Okay.
Approach the father. Definitely watching to make sure this isn't another trap. Take the rations. Grab the father by the shoulder. Please. I don't want you guys to starve. Are you refugees from the fire?
Merci.
Do you guys have a place to stay?
Mais non.
Are they speaking common? Like, is it a...
Yeah, it's just a dialect. So yeah, he does not have a place to stay.
I'm gonna take a gold piece and hand it to the father. Please find a place to stay. Some more meals.
He just bows his head and he tries to keep this strong look in his face, but he brushes a few tears out of the corners of his eyes and thanks you.
I kind of glance
And
over.
then the mother, she kind of nudges the children to thank you as well. And
I mean, I'm healing
the-
this
and
way,
the-
so I'm assuming they're sitting
yeah.
or...
Yeah, they're just kind of sitting on the ground, but the little girl has not said a word, and she's just fixated and staring at you.
Does she look familiar to me?
No.
What part of the region are you guys from?
Oh.
Kind of look between the four of them.
She names the dad names a town that I do not have off the top of my head right now, but yeah, they are a farm family near that town, and they lost everything when the fire raged out of the forest and over their fields, and they lost their home, their herd, and everything. And their local lord did not offer them any support, so they left and made their way here, following some other families that thought they might be able to find work.
If you guys stay in the city for a little while, I may be able to come back and assist you with a little more help. I'd like to help the refugees that have come from this awful tragedy that's befallen the forest and the surrounding allies.
Well,
Is there a place I can find you? A place you may stay with this little bit I can offer for now?
So he tells you, they weren't able to afford an inn or anywhere to stay up until now, because they took what little they had just to get here and get enough food when they got started. So they've literally been living out in the streets for the better part of a week. But at least with this, they'll be able to get a room and some meals for at least a few nights, and hopefully, he's hoping to find some work. And then and his wife, and he speaks up, and she's like, and I can work too. I can do what needs to be done.
Send a message out to this tavern, and I give him a name.
Okay.
This local tavern. Let them know where it is that you're staying. I'd like to come visit when I have more resources that I may be able to hand to you. I kind of look between the boy, the girl, the mom, and the dad, trying to read a little more into the girl, see if I can notice anything else.
She just isn't saying a word. She's looking at you as if you were the most shining, amazing thing she's ever seen in her life. And she just jaw drops, and even when the brother's like, "You're being rude," and she just...
No, it's okay. And what's your name? Girl.
She says
It's
her
the middle of
name.
the night.
Her name is Marcy.
Marcy.
Oh, I think it was Marcy Playground.
There you go.
You seem intrigued. Is there something about my appearance that bothers you?
And she's telling you, I've never seen anyone like you before.
I kind of look back at my party, and most of them look rather odd.
I'm about to pick her up.
I know.
That won't end well.
Giant metal man.
Yep, everybody gets their thing. This is her thing.
Everybody play. It's everybody's story.
Absolutely.
Exactly. I'm
So,
about to pick her up.
She
and
doesn't.
move on.
She doesn't have anything. She doesn't really is able to elaborate. She just keeps saying, "I've never seen anyone like you." And then the little boy's like, "It's rude to stare."
That's okay. People come in all shapes and sizes. It's,
So the father thanks you. He's like,
almost more. Have you recognized me from somewhere?
"No, I've never seen anything or anyone like you before. But it's like I've dreamed about you."
Can I roll like a perception of like between a perception and a persuasion to try?
Well, you know,
I'm
I mean,
failing at this conversation.
you don't need to roll anything. I mean, essentially, this is just, there is that little bit of the essence of who you once were, and you knew that that's one of the deals is that certain, young women who are pure of heart would be able to see you for your true nature and would respond to you. And they would be the only ones, like if you were trying to hide yourself before, they were the only ones who could see through your disguises because they weren't going to harm you or your forest.
Okay.
So this is just a very good little girl, basically.
Gotcha.
On the side of the road.
So the father thanks you, and he says he hopes to be able to repay your kindness, but his family's too important to let his pride get in the way, and
I reach back in my bag and hand him another cold piece.
Okay. He says this will get us for a while. Please, you're
Keep
very
his
generous.
family. I'll see if I can come back and help them.
Okay.
The refugees are part of my family and my life. Anything I can do to help.
So is this the forest calamity? Is that something that only she knows about?
Oh no, you guys have heard about it. There was
But it affected you directly.
Yeah.
She, apparently she's from wherever these refugees are coming from. There was all you really know from you guys having come from the northeast. This was off to the west, and some huge forest fire raged through and even nearly half demolished a town and ruined a bunch of things. So there's been refugees scattering out in different directions.
So just what we know of it is
So
not
she's apparently
personal.
from this area, and she feels very connected to these refugees.
Okay.
All right.
Roll back up,
So
grab a wheelbarrow.
so you guys, they thank you. They're gonna go find a place to stay, get some food,
Yeah.
Now,
and
drop the tripod off at home.
and so you roll down to get near the front door
I just want to
Y'all
find out.
of this guy's house.
Her character.
No.
To
No.
be fair, her father figure changed her character. He decided to do all these things.
No, she's still.
We found his
Did you
I
see
tried
the
to
read
distract
the book?
her.
Now-
This way, and y'all were like, "Oh,
Real quick question for you guys: were you just
No,
literally
we
dropping
haven't
this guy off at home, or were you wanting to
Okay.
talk to his family? Or
No.
I'm gonna
Well, I know
ask
we all
a few
were
cursory
Yes, I think
questions of
so.
like,
Your
What?
guys.
No, I didn't. What? No, I said put him in a cart and give him to the guard. Like I don't.
I didn't want the questions. I
Literally
mean,
dumped him out.
Yeah,
my characters avoid the questions, so that's why I was like, "Yeah, we're not doing that."
Who cares about this man and what do you care about? 'Cause
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
feel
say,
like we've gone through a lot of
We
exercise.
don't.
yeah, I don't.
Well, I don't.
Well, and she
But-
the only thing that she has done is she believes there is still good in him, which is why she is on board with taking him back to his family. But beyond that,
Okay.
he tried to kill her.
Well, since
So-
this is a point of contention, we'll figure out. Okay, so this is where we'll pick up next time.
Oh,
It's starting there, because
They keep
We weren't gonna make it to this scenario anyway.
We didn't say, so that lets us
Wait,
get into
right.
the next one anyway.
Yep.
Yes, I think-
Right.
I don't know. If
Yeah, we're gonna need time to deal with the next thing.
The docks, or were you?
No, I have my notes that literally I've got stuff that could have gone you in all kinds of different
Wait,
directions.
if we'd have chosen to go to the swamp, I'm sure there was.
I have stuff for that in here
And if
too.
we decided to go face this guy.
Yeah.
We can go to the swamp afterwards, but.
And if you come up with something I didn't think of, I would make it up.
I can think of-
Would you like our character sheets?
Yes,
All of the notes?
I need character sheets. If you guys want, if you need to snap a picture or something, take care of it.
Would you like to take a picture of this?
Yes.